Well, welcome one and welcome all, as qualifying is here on a super duper Saturday in Shanghai, Tianma, here for the Royal Drift Series. 43 must be whittled down to 32 here today, and the simple matter of fact is that qualifying will be the determining factor to make sure they go through. Single car file, as it will be split into 6 groups of 6 with one added on top as well. It is going to be a very important day's worth of running. Overcast conditions, 20.3 degrees. It currently sits with an 8km/h wind gusting across the circuit, 77% humidity out there. It's been a hot one since we've been here, and this the first chance we've had really a break in the clouds. Alex Koo is on the Chinese commentary. My name is Jake Sperry, bringing you all of the coverage here for today's action and for tomorrow as we set on through with these top 32 that go through as well. To end today, we will have super top 4, where the top 4 will battle it out and say who is top dog coming out then of the qualifying efforts, just to give a little bit of love. Here's the season calendar that sets through Shanghai Tianma circuit where we are today. They've got next month V1 Auto World International Speedway over in Tianjin. Then they've got speedways, autodromes and circuits to go and challenge, with Ningbo, Zhengzhou and Zhejiang then finishing off how they set themselves into play. We've had welcome round running, and the judges then are ready. Online it's Stepan Zemtsev, worth 50 points to those here in qualifying. Angle is with Denis Denisov, who's worth 20. Commitment over to Staj Dolgic, who is there for 10 points. Fluidity with Danil Vorobiev, who is also scoring 10. And finally 10 for the man for Virginia, Erasmo Rios, who is there on pace as they go. Here's how it looks then as a circuit. So we're working backwards from what we did on the welcome round. 4 OZ points in OZ1. First transfer leads into the touch and go 1, and then immediately into OZ2, over the concrete, up over the berm, and then back onto the main pit straight to hit TG2. Then you got the second transfer for OZ3 and a third transfer and to decelerate for OZ4. No-go zones are there, of course, on the exit of TG2 and on the inside of OZ4, meaning you've got to sweep it round to get to the finish. And critically, they are allowed a little bit of leeway now after the briefing that we had yesterday to give themselves some movement through. Here are some of your drivers then that are looking to set up. You've got Kaitak there in the 3, Leonid Schneider going in the number 7, likes of Jason and co, all there set and ready to get themselves through, likes of Sam. You've also got Shalva Adziashvili there. Maxim Grossman, the Russian champ, is there and setting himself up in the 44. Zhang Zhehe for the 1087. Then look around at this. You've got Kudai Sabagari, you've got Pavel Korpelinski, who is going to be going out there. Then you got Brian Chenchian, who was the big feel-good story that came on through. We've got a lot of drivers here on this list, going all the way down to the likes of Johnson Chen. Lu Xiao is up there as well in the mix. And then over to the 919 of Echo. She will be looking to try and go in that 42nd car number that is out there and is pushing for it. But we know that they've had to be drawn into 6 groups of 6. When this guy found out he got the number 1, he fell to his knees out there as he got himself set. This is Zhang Shenqian, who ran in the welcome round in an SLS Mercedes and was absolutely incredible to see. That's currently in the paddock right now. He's going to be out there. He's got the GoPro on the side there at the back of that lovely Toyota Supra A90 for 0 mileage lubricants Nuo UZM Racing team. So he is the big linchpin over out there representing from China. He is absolutely magnificent the way that he drifts. He's got so much talent out there. He is going to be a very experienced driver to go and deal with. 47 years of age. And let's get your runs in the Royal Drift Series started here as we get the first of 2 attempts into play. Lovely transition over the curb, then through 3 on the first, second, and then off of 4 gets another lovely point. There's a lovely transfer over into the touch and go. Slightly shallow and struggling a bit with speed as he now looks to get off the exit. Misses the point over at TG2, and that's going to be the only real criticism of it. Over 3-3, perfect to finish the line. That is a very respectable start to it, but there were points missing off of the get-go, so there is going to be a little bit of a okay, there's room for improvement, but as a start, that is a lovely get-go from Zhang Xianqian. I think he'll be very proud of what he's done there on that first attempt. Look at the lovely 4K sweep over that we get there, just struggling over the top, trying to get the car to just tip and get the acceleration over the top. That transition back onto the asphalt. Tried desperately to get that back, but ultimately prioritized getting OZ3 rather than TG2. It will affect the line score, but I think that is very, very good on what they have said. There they are in the judges' tower. A couple of cherry pickers up there for everyone. You can see Erasmo there in the middle, and they've also got helping them out there Romain Gore, who has been quite around the books then, just making sure that everything set up and into play. Fans then watching about here on this Saturday morning. We'll have more running into the afternoon, and a lot of love out there as already we see just getting that push and trying to get some understanding of this place here is going to be the Raidan's machine then that is just running around. That is going to be Shung in the 2-3-3, just getting out that set. And so I would say that at the moment, if we're not seeing scores from the judges, that we're maybe just seeing Saito runs out there to begin with, to say, look, we're ready, we're practiced, we're all set, and we're all getting ourselves ready to go here for qualifying. So as far as that goes, there is the result. 41 on the line with 15, 9, 8, and 8.5 on pace and speed. It's a very, very respectable 81.5 to get things on the board, and so will be classified in first position for the moment. And knowing that he was runner-up in the welcome round, he will be very much hoping to go one better on his Finnish teammate, Jarkko Julha, who is going to be running in Group 3 a little bit later on. So Saito then has come and gone around, so that will be then the first part of that sorted. So we'll just wait then for Shung to emerge then in the 2-3-3. Failed to make the cut at the welcome round, was one of those from Raidan's that couldn't quite put the pieces together to advance into top 32 2 months ago back here at Shanghai Tianma. Wonderful circuit, this one here, as we have got ourselves set on for the action that we have here. And so I would be looking here. This is a driver who will have the bit between his teeth. The last thing you want to do is go cut in order to start things off, be it welcome, be it round one. It will certainly be a disaster that you try and avoid with every amount of prowess here. So green flag waved by the marshal there to say, look, you can go over now and start warming yourself up, or if you're not happy warming yourself up, you can find yourself then to circuit. So there is Shung out there looking to push himself into position. Sung Tia-chung then, and looking for a very good run. Toyota 2JZ engine in that BMW E46. Had a lovely chat with him last night. He's got a fantastic following over in China, and I managed to end up appearing on it as he looks to get himself set. So has he got what it takes as he looks to go super duper aggro? Cameras here, there, and everywhere as he looks to try and get the run here through OZ1. Looks lovely on that line. Oh, he just clips the line as he looks to push forward. Now trying to get that to work back. Struggling a bit with power. Oh, he's gone shallow through OZ2. Will hit the mark then here at TG2, but now needing that rotation and sets it up nicely there. Needs it to work here through 4-2-2. Oh, that's going to be questionable here on pace and commitment. That looked like it was a banker more than it was that I'm going to throw the kitchen sink at it, but a very respectable run, it has to be said. So I would say good job on that, and he had to set himself up very nicely through as he went on for it. He's got 1,000 brake horsepower in his 2JZ, but it looks like he's maybe not using all of that. Definitely didn't look like 1,000 horsepower out there the way he was trying to get that to work around. It looked more like 600, which would indicate more problems over the course of the week. But oh, he's got himself some very nice marks that are being hit, and they are starting strong out there because there is some good drifting that gets itself into play to get going with. But the real question marks, I think, are going to come along with what they lay down and what they force everyone else to do with. Look at this for the slow-mo shot there. 3-3, absolutely perfect on the line. I don't think you can fault the line. I think the only things you can look at here is commitment and pace. It was nice and consistent, but you have to be quick as well, and that's going to be the one caveat, the one downside that I think we're going to be looking at here on this run. And I would say that was very close in terms of getting onto the mark there. 81.5 is the score to beat, but remember, it's not just the 81.5 that you need. You need to find yourself in on top 32 if you possibly can. So I think that will tell you all you need. Stepan giving a lot of love out there for us, getting the big old M that gets itself set, and a lot of love here as these judges all know just how critical all of this work is going to have to be. They also use as help and reference for them on the top the Wally system, which you'll see in things like Formula Drift, for example. It's a wonderful way of compiling the data of where the cars are moving about on the circuit, how they're transferring, how they're hitting the gates, and honestly, it is a wonderful way of illustrating for a judge just exactly what has gone out on the circuit instead of having to rely on just the eyes and ears. 45 on the line, 12 on the angle, 4 only for commitment though, 6 on fluidity, and at 7.5 then will go to pace. So for Sheng out there, I think he'll be turning around and saying that is a great start, and he'll be very, very happy there with that effort. We just lose the score, unfortunately, there, but it looks really, really good there on an effort, and we will get confirmation of that score in just a moment's time. So that, as it sets, was a lovely piece of drifting there. So I would say he'd be very happy to go and get that sorted. Next up, though, it's the big man out there, the 76 of Sebastian Fontaine in his Silvia S14, representing Rydan's 441 BW Updrift, and he will be looking at this going, I absolutely want to nail this down. So how good is this going to be heading through? Whoa, big angle to go and commit then over at OZ1. It's his style, it's his choice. He loves it out there as he pushes. Lovely over the marks again. Looking to just try and get the drive off the exit there too, and perfect over TG2. Now here for OZ3, 2 and 3, so maybe slightly less committed. Oh, he brushes the wall. They're going into OZ4. I wonder if they'll mark him down on it. That was super committed out there. Lovely stuff from Seb Fontaine. That is what we call a fun time from Fontaine as he looked to set it up. Take a look. Look, absolutely committed. And here's the moment. Oh, just bounces off of the pit wall and gets it back into commitment. It takes a lot of work to say, okay, how am I going to gather this back? This could have been absolutely disastrous there with that hit, but just bounced back and said, right, that's the level of commitment I'm going to go for. Look at that at TG1, and then he just hits the mark, carries the speed. I think that looked absolutely epic on the attempt there from Sebastian Fontaine. That is where he might get marked down. So he looks at that over the top, 3 into 2, and then does that push again for 3. Yes, it does. And they normally score that as 3 on the mark, as that says how it all goes about. So we will get that in and pushed forward then as it's set. So you've got the likes then of that to go and push. And so we will soon see that. Look at that, 50 at 17 is 67, and then 3/8 is 24. So 67, 77, 87, 91. I put that down on the book then, and so I would say absolutely epic there from Sebastian Fontaine, already up into the 90s with that go. And there's a look at him. Oh, he's very happy. Why don't you say on social media just how good that was? Now here comes the next effort over, as out the way then it will have to be for Von Cheek, who wants to already get up to practice. There is Kevin Lee at Marvy, so he'll be certainly looking at that and saying, right, needs to go forward and really push. They lost a lot of time out there in practice, did the Marvy boys yesterday, and so they'll have a lot of work to do. So, Kevin Lee will be looking to get himself set then in the 9-10. and he knows that it's been a strong start. 81.5s and 91s have been already put down on the board. It's been a very strong start, and so there will be a lot more work to get that self sorted as there. So ultimately, we are going to be setting down and saying, right, can you go and match that level already that has been very, very strong off of the get-go? XC10 Lexus then for Kevin Lee as he sets himself in, sometimes known as well as a Toyota IS200 out there. 1, 2, 3, let it rip. And let's see how it's going to set for Kevin Lee on this attempt. Here is the commitment line, struggling to get that one to bite, and is going to completely miss there at 2, 1, and then going to get 3 on the exit. So gathered it back, now pushing, and again a miss over at 2, and a miss again through TG2, struggling to get that one back off of the exit. 74.5 for Shung was the score, but this is going to be troublesome out there on the attempt, really fighting on the handbrake, and then shallows out off the exit of the drift. Really tough for Kevin Lee there, was fighting it all the way, and that was a run that went kicking and screaming all the way down. So that is very, very tough to deal with, and ultimately this was one where you're probably going to need run 2 to go and gather yourself back. You take a look, just cannot carry the speed, already is committed to the drift, and you can see he's very much shallowing off the corner there, gets it through 1, commits, gets big angle then in through TG1, and then at OZ2, again, same problem, just cannot get it to bite round and carry the speed, and once you have the issue at OZ2, it hurts you all the way through OZ3 to OZ4. It's very much a case of you hit every branch on the way down from that point onwards, and Kevin Lee absolutely tried to chuck what he could at it, but ultimately it just straightened out on him. A car that is really struggling to hold its mark, and maybe even dealing with a lot of understeer with how much work is having to be done for the Marvy Racing Lexus there. So that's going to be a little bit more troublesome there on the marks, and in fact they'll zero him out for it there at the end. So that's so problematic there with that. It will put him down at the bottom, and he will know that he has got a lot more to do. A driver who top 16 at the welcome round and has still a lot to try and get that second run in to say, okay, I've got to jump on and get a little bit more. Final preparation then for time up. There, as you can see, the lovely red there that is being just worked on at that point and working on through. I believe that is Artem Shabanov's machinery out there that is being worked on. But Wang Qi has there the 99 of Champion Speed Sport DRS drifting team BMW Z, I believe it's a Z4 out there. It's got the E89 next to the name there with the 2JZ engine. Definitely a Z4 for Wang Qi as he looks to get himself then into position. He got himself a wonderful result of 3rd over at the welcome round before his engine ignited, and he is looking to try and show that he's got that commitment. 2s and 3s as he works on through the first part, then out of TG1 and into OZ2, and again he's looking good, maybe slightly pushes over the line there as he worked on by. Lovely transition to get forward then through OZ3, and here at OZ4 hits the marks perfectly again. They are drifting with everything out there at the moment, and a lovely diamond off to take a racing line to finish off at turn 4. We'll take a look at it here. How aggro is the commitment? That's the only thing that you'd look at here, is that the start of the run, if you want to show off yourself, you've got to commit with big angle, and it wasn't quite all there off of the beginning for Wang Qi. Don't get me wrong, this is a very lovely run through OZ2, hits the marks, maybe might get 2 points deducted for 1 tyre over. It's 10 if you get 2, it's 20 if you get 3. If all 4 tyres go over the white lines, that's it, they'll zero you out on the run. But he absolutely was trying to throw that one down, and I would look around at it and say he's done a very solid, very good run. I'd put it in the Zhang Xianqun range with where he's going, somewhere in the 80s. I think this one is going to be running out. You can see there, the flat there that's trying to help, just bouncing across as he tries to drift through. Lovely stall of the rear tyres as well, and pushing through with that Z4 making its way over. Very sleek, very low body that it has, and has been wonderful in terms of its GT spec, convertible turn coupe out there, 6-speed out there, and look at that, absolutely ace. 50 out of 50 on the line, 62, 67, 75, and that is 81.5, so they have marked that exactly the same as Zhang Xianqun, 81.5 on the first run, and so to split them, they might need run 2 to go and help them out as far as that goes. A look over to our judges, who look at that and say they're putting a lot of work in on the board, and they have turned around and said, right, we have got a big amount of holdout to set itself into play. A look at Brian Chen Chi-yin, looking to get himself ready with the wonderful Darling in the Franks BMW. It's got 02 from that anime on the side of the car, and it will be running later, and as a little anecdote that I'll bring you to that point. But next up then is Jerry in the number 11. This one, his E92. He ran, of course, the opening round in his Mazda RX-7, but was struggling about getting too much grip in it and was struggling on the wheelbase. So here he's going back to a car that he hasn't picked up in about 18 months, and he's looked really, really strong in that, and I think he's going to look to try and prove it. Lovely amounts of stall. Tyre dip, though, at OZ1. They'll knock him a couple points for that. He was over the mark as he went on through. Lovely there through TG1 and into OZ2. Oh, it's getting a lot better out there. Lovely angle then from Jerry Zhu. 2 and 2 as he gets through. The judges will be okay with that. And then 3, 2, 2. I think he's just got away with lovely amounts of commitment there at the end. Jerry has put a lot of style down there on that run, and he is proving that he is getting better and better and better with every run, no matter where he is running. But that's what they're going to knock him for, is OZ1, where he's knocked a tyre out of kilter, and ultimately they will give him a 2-point deduction for it. So ultimately, outside of that, very lovely run, and that was one where you didn't see that much of a difference out there between the various zones. He was looking to try and improve through each and every section. That is right on the mark, up and over the brow of the little crest that they have to jump on forward, and he was putting an absolute smoke screen out there, as he knew what he needed to do in that 11 was top 16 over at the welcome round, and so he'll be eyeing this one up and saying, well, I at least want to get to top 8, and with a drift like that, I think he's well on his way towards it. But this is showing just how much the competition has really stepped up on what is a surprisingly technical course out there in Mark. The fact that they are all doing so well, I think, is a show for you that the level, even from the welcome round, has really... Oh, has he gone over on the exit there as he's crossed the finish? That might also be points off the board if he's not too careful. So you've got to be really, really careful as you finish your runs, that you're not going to be running off the end and just getting yourself a little knock on your points when you've had it all wrapped up with a nice, neat bow. 46 at 16 is 62, and 7 is 69, and then we'll get that to be 5.5, 6.5, that's 11. So as that goes, 81 for Jerry, and he knows that that is very, very strong. But it's tough when you know that it's going to be about 3/4 of the field that go through. If we were to just stop things now, 74.5 would not get you in. So look, they are putting an absolute showcase down on the board, and the final man up in Group 1 is Quan, who is next then of the 88 Zero Mileage Lubricants NUOU ZM team. GC stands for Gold Core out there, and you'll see that Gold Core more responds to the blue. The red is more the ZM branch out there of Zero Mileage Lubricants. F87 with, again, a 2JZ engine, the indestructible engine that it is. How's this going to be for Angle. Lovely commitment to start. Can he get this to run through the corner? Struggling out with shallowing slightly there through OZ1. Okay, that's nice, but again, having to use a lot of handbrake there to get that to kick through. Only one there through the middle. That's going to cost the line. Now you're going to have to really work hard here because the pace is gone. Now we're trying to get through OZ3, and then you're going to have to really work at OZ4. Well wrestled back by Quan. Gets a lovely amount of angle to finish it off, but that was just fighting against it there. It was a case of maybe a lot of hesitation as he went on through. So you can see, just as it tries to grip itself back up, it gets a little bit too much grip, and so he has to open out the steering again through OZ1. Here through into OZ4, you take a look at it, it's a lovely amount on the side, slides itself about, and you say, okay, nice. That was a lovely OZ4 to finish off the run, but the key, I think, was OZ2. And you can see lovely on the super slow-mo, working on forward. Yeah, you only need to clip the touch and go points. You don't need to absolutely smash through it, but look, 2, 1, and they're going to mark that as, okay, not as good as that went through. So a lot of work that needed to be done. I think you're talking 60s or 70s on those points, just the way it looks, because there was going to be a lot that you had to mark on and say, right, was there enough to say I could jump for it? The groups will go first 6, and then they'll get their second runs in to say that's the mark that you've got to get to, the benchmark that everybody sets. But what a lovely first set of drifts, ladies and gentlemen. That was absolutely amazing, and there is a lot of fans out there today, and you'll see Lingo Yuan a little bit later on, who is going to be what the fans will be jumping up and down for. A former still is a current table tennis pro out there. 46 and 15 is 61, 5 is 66, and 5 is 71. They're going to mark that as 77 and a half there for Quan. So I think he'll turn around at it and say, yeah, 77 and a half is going to be a very nice attempt that has put itself through. I've got that down as marked in 5th there from the group of 7 that has gone off of the get-go. A look over at Jarkko Ylhä's car out there. I saw it on the jacks earlier on, so they're doing a lot of fettling out there of that Skyline R32, which is going to have a little bit of work to do in order to pull itself through by the looks of things. 800 brake horsepower on the 2JZ engine there, and it's got the purple chromatics out there as it works through. Nice little bit of work to try and get through, and a bug there just getting himself into the hot box. There, you'll get hot and bothered pretty quickly near one of those engines, I'll tell you that much for a fact. So there's a lovely look at how they go, and I would say that's setting up that Jarkko, I think, just getting the final touches ready to go in Group 3 and get that set, which I think will be the last group before lunch is called, and then Groups 4, 5 and 6 will then take their marks and places and say, right, we want to get ourselves in and get things sorted. Just having a little bit of tick over there before it finally kicked itself into life. So that then setting itself in for what they need as they will start lining up then around a lovely panoramic view here of Shanghai Tianma, and just how wonderful of a circuit and a place this is over in the Songjiang district of Shanghai, which is massive. It's about 70 kilometers away from Pudong Airport, as there goes the Supra back into position of Shang Chen, who on an 81.5 will say that he has found par for the course so far and would love just a little bit more than that. So he's seen that the field is raised, he knows that it's set. Now will it be his time to go and make it happen? So for Shang Chen, he'll know that the easiest path in an event like this one is going to be one where you qualify yourself up at the pointy end of top 32. It gives you the easiest bracket because you go 1 place 32, 2 place 31, 3 place 30 and down. Shang Chen, that Toyota Supra A90, looking to get itself set and knowing that he's going to have to find a little bit more out there and give himself the run that he knows he is all about. This is his last opportunity to improve on an 81.5. He will know better than anybody what it takes to go and hit that level. His legendary battle at the welcome round with Leo Schneider is going to be one which I think will go down in Royal Drift Series folklore, the double overtime that they had to pull against each other. But now, set up and get yourself ready. Shang Chen will now look to get that Supra rolling and ready. That's a lot of angle. Overcommits it through the first part. 2 tyres off, they'll drop 10 on it no matter what happens. Now looking to try and get this one to kick back forward. It looks like something's not quite playing the way he wants to, and again he's over the mark. I think he's going to be stuck on that 81.5 as he now works himself in through OZ3 to OZ4, and again just looking to get this around. It's he's going to back entry into the final section, over committing for it, trying to get something back, so they'll zero that out. But ultimately I don't think that was quite what he was hoping for there. He was really trying to be aggressive with it, very close to the concrete barriers there on the left-hand side. But that's just a sign of trying to do a little bit too much with a car that, I'm going to be quite honest with you, isn't giving enough at this moment in time. And maybe that SLS might have fared a little bit better. It's struggling out there. And Shang Chen, yeah, he hits his marks fine, but it's just a case of over-pushing, over-committing there. You can see the little bit of rubber discard coming off there of that rear left tyre. There's the rear right in full display, and that hit the mark absolutely sweet as a nut and worked itself on quite nicely. But is going to be where you're going to have to start asking the question, was that more of what I needed? And does this sell me confidence for a drifter of his caliber? I think he might be looking around here today. Maybe, you know, he might be lucky if he gets into top 16. I think he'll be looking at who's he going to battle and how good is the competitor that he's going to be battling on Sunday. Over pushes for it. And maybe there's a couple balance issues that maybe are going the wrong way. It might be something where I'm going to have to go find him at lunch. But we'll see what Shang Chen is going to be scored at. I think it's going to be quite clear in the regard of what the judges are looking at here in qualification of the Royal Drift Series. And they've been very, very consistent, I would argue, with the way that they put the points in, as Shang will look to pull back into pit. He's got the nearest box to all of the domes that are there, and they'll zero him out on it. No shocks there, so he'll remain on an 81.5, which is currently a tie for second place at this moment here. So I would say he would be looking at this and going, okay, let's hope that Wang Chi doesn't put a run down, because he'll get the tiebreaker then by fact of having a better overall score of 81 and whatever he runs into next. Shang still with the helmet on, and then walking back then as he will find his way over to the garage. Very experienced, and I think he'll realise, yeah, I didn't want to go first. I maybe wanted to feel out a little bit what the competitors were doing. So 81.5, I think is going to put him middle of the pack here today, and he will know, and he will have a very long wait today to see what his result is. But the other flip side of it is he's got his job done today in half an hour out there. Start at 9, finish at 9:30. I tell you what, I'd love that as a job, the 9 to 9:30. That would be the ultimate job out there, but we're going to be sitting in and seeing this. So Shang is next up then, and looking to try and improve on a 74.5. It was pace that looked like the biggest problem out there, and there's going to be a lot more that needs to be done on that E46. 2JZ engine is in, and now he knows how much he has got to pull forward, and he's got to give it a lot more in that right-hand updrift machine. How good are you going to find it then on this second attempt? Oh, it staggered so much, it straightened out a mile there as he tried to get through. Really had to grab the handbrake because it didn't want to rotate. Now it's getting a little bit better, but again, he's dropping tyres there out of TG1, fighting again to get it back, and he's going to be so shallow, he's going to miss TG2. And now you're going to start wondering, okay, Shang, I think you're fighting it. I don't think it wants to drift out there. And then he overdoes it, puts it into a 360, gets a doughy out on it to finish off the run. Mark that down as a 0. Oh, I think that's just a little too difficult. Look at it straight in there. Just didn't want to play, and it had to take a lot of work to get out, and then missing the mark there on 1 and 2. It just didn't want to play through the early section of the run, and then you're trying to just fight it back here. It's not looking stable. And really, I think you're going to have to look at that as a setup issue more than anything else. That is just not biting, not finding, just a 1 there going through OZ22, 1 at OZ23, OZ23, and ultimately, yeah, not ideal, 3-2-2, but then you've overcommitted and it's just let go and said, nah, not going to play out there. And so you're really trying to understand that these are slightly cooler conditions. They've not had no running out there. They get 1 sight a lap before they go out there and basically see what it's all about, and they can get the look on the finish, just tipping it round. I let that go, and 74.5, I think might be a nervous weight score today. I think that might be a nervous weight score. So hopefully it will be a chance to go from missing the cut to inside top 32, but you're leaving the door open to allow anybody to walk in, and we got some esteemed professionals in here like Pavel Korpelinski, Jarkko Jylhä, for example. They're all going to be there, and they're all going to be saying, right, I want in, and I've just got to put it all together. Echo Gal's going to absolutely, she wants in. All of the time-up drivers are going to want it. Zeroing out there is Shung, which makes that the 3rd 0 out of the day, and he will have a long wait on 74.5 to make sure that the right-hand driver or drifter is going to be into position. Next up, Seb Fontaine on a 91 to get things sorted. Lovely first drift. If he can match that or go above it, he is going to be a serious threat for drifting out there over the course of today. He looks like a weapon, and this could be one where Sebastian now knows, okay, I've set the banker score down, and 91 is very, very good. Now it's going to be the question of, can I top it, and can I just leave the style out there for everybody else? What time is it? It's Fontaine as he works his way in for it, and again puts a big amount of angle, straightening out and working hard there on the handbrake to get that to get around at OZ1. Now working in for OZ2, just the 2, and just getting it back around again, having to fight. It's not as fluid as that first run. This is a little scruffier, but it's still a very accomplished drift. Now pushing again onto the line, this time brushing instead of clobbering the wall there over in at 4. Oh yes, Seb Fontaine has come to drift. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a lovely, lovely attempt by Sebastian, and he knows that he is drifting with a lot of prowess right on the line as he looked to set it up. Had a lot of work to go through. One thing you're going to be starting to look at here is fluidity, and I think if you are Danila Vorobiev up there in the judges' tower, I think you're looking at fluidity, as that's the thing you're going to have to mark down on, because it was stuttery and grabby, and he was having to basically work his hands like an octopus in a washing machine trying to get that to all play and get the result necessary. So ultimately, I don't quite think that is as good as a 91. I still think it's a great 80s. I think that's going to be somewhere around 85. But you know, you look at it there, and you can see the war wounds of other runs that have gone out there. There are lots of black duct tape that is there strapped to the rear to make sure that it's set itself up. Look at the commitment there. Oh, it's lovely. I love this camera angle working through into OZ3. Wow. Wow. Let's get a little look then and see how this is going to set itself out on score as they now look to try and put this together. I think we're going to be looking at this in the 80s. There is the number 3 of who's going to be coming next, Kaitak, in the second run that is there and set. That's his mechanic there, just looking to get the final repairs there. You can see the 5 belt harness then that's going to be strapping him into that BMW and giving himself a good chance then to go out there and push for the next run, part of the Gold Corps out there with the blue there over at 0 mileage, and so he will know he's got to get himself set up, and still a lot of work over at Jarkko Ylhä's car there on the right-hand side. A nice little wave over there from the crowd who want to get themselves set and ready, and knows that they're going to have a pretty long wait, I believe, for where they want to see their superstar out there. I believe will be going out after lunch in Group 5, as Kevin Lee gets a little look then and says, right, how am I going to get through? Has been given the green light. Oh, and that is going to straighten out. And I think this is just trying to get a bit of practice in before we get the run proper. Drifts it back out a little bit more. So they're really trying to get that understanding out there of what they can do. It's also worth noting that you're only going to get, if the car breaks down, you're only going to get the time in your group to go and get back out and get it repaired in. So you got 15-20 minutes basically to go and get it sorted. I know that Connor Shah was very upset at hearing that and was appealing to anyone he wanted to, that his setup's not there and he's got a lot of problems with his car, and you know, he's not sure that 20 minutes will be enough. He'd prefer to have the run at the end of all of the sessions to say last chance to get in. He doesn't know a series like it, but I still think that you sit down and say, okay, you're going to have a lot of work to do, and it's going to set itself up as a day where everyone wants to get yourself set on in. A lot of fans out there looking to push there, have a little chance then to take some pictures of some amazing action. We got the drift taxis that are out there. We got catering down there, the likes of the burger vans. There's some lovely cars down on the street scene over down on the left-hand side, as well as we take a look down the Gold Corps, down the 0 mileage garage. Look at them, car after car after car after car. That looks great. That is Quan's Corvette 317 that sits there. Looks absolutely ace. And there is that SLS Mercedes there in the garage, just to show how much. Imagine having an SLS as a backup, ladies and gentlemen. Marvia there, there's Tianma, that's Maxim Grossman, then moving over and looking to finally start getting ready for Group 2. He'll be going first in Group 2. So Kevin Lee, you're going to need to pull something out here. Zeroed the first run, top 16 at the welcome round, and is probably going to be turning around at this and saying, okay, I want to go and get this down, and I absolutely, under no circumstances, want to be setting back and saying nothing is going to work in my favour. Kevin Lee is going to need an almighty push to say, okay, I want more, I need more, and I need to go and get this all into an absolutely epic line in play. So, put yourself ready. He's been struggling a little bit out there with the car. It's not been kicking in. He's been struggling to clutch kick it into the corners. And so I think you'll know that he's got a big old responsibility in his regard to go and find something. 74.5 is the lowest score that we have seen so far. Kevin Lee knows he's got to do a little bit more than that. He's not quite Lin Gaoyuan at that, but he'd wish he'd want to be out there and have that level of adoring fan base. But Kevin Lee knows that he's got to put a big drift down on the board if he wants that. So the 910 will be getting itself ready. The lovely look around here at a car here, this Lexus, that wants to try and give itself absolutely everything and then some here on this attempt. Marvy know they need to get this result, and they need to get this result to have representation in top 32. No pressure, Kevin. It's all on you, buddy. And now how are you going to manage it? They're in the orange and blue and black, very much looking like the old Golf colours out there from yesteryear in motorsport. Looks absolutely lovely as far as that goes. That IS200 as well is a very lovely machine. It is sometimes also known as a Toyota Altezza out there. It's a blend of the fairly light out there. It normally comes with an inline 4 or inline 6 and has been seen in the Grand Am Cup in the United States of America, or the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, as it is now known. So Kevin, all on you, just waiting for the mark to get set and sorted here with this attempt. Van Chi trying to get the tyre temp up and into operating window in the background on the right-hand side. The 1087X pit stalls there in the back. And a long old wait for Kevin Lee. And this is where you start getting nervous, because you're waiting for the green light to give you that opportunity to go and set. Got to get those engine revs built and ready at the point where the green is allowing you to go and set yourself up into that ready position. So how is this going to play about in the way that many have been hoping for? There are still some very talented drivers. You've got the two-time Finnish champion, Jarkko Jylhä, Maxim Grossman, Russian champion in 2024. You've got the likes there of Echo. She'll be going in this next group. Kaitak there, Artem Shabanov as well is going to be on the run. So there are going to be a lot of drivers who I think want to push here on this drift level and say, right, I raise you. And everybody, I think, will know and set. So just waiting for the confirmation then of the ability to go out there and go. I don't know what we are waiting for at the moment. When I get information, I will share with you in that regard. But Marvi will look at this and say, this is what you would call being iced out there. That opportunity, door opening up, saying, right, I want to go, I want a chance, I want an opportunity. I want to get this over and done with so I can go back to the paddock and sweat it out there with my teammate, rather than being out here on my own and with the longest wait known of human history. So it's going to be one here, the Shanghai Tianma circuit. It is held itself in a strong regard for a very, very long time. It's one of those newer circuits that cropped up, opened in 2004 with 14 turns on an anti-clockwise layout that's normally run, and we're running anti-clockwise today, which means we are in control, and what we call turn 4, OZ4, is the traditional turn 1 of the circuit. So it's held the likes of the World Touring Car Championship, which is the race in China. It was actually the track that replaced the Guangdong International Circuit out there, and said, okay, I want to be out there and showing what it's all about. Alain Menu and Yvonne Muller picked up the victories on that regard. It's seen a lot of TCR racing. The Chinese Touring Car Championship and the Chinese Superbikes have been here. The lap record actually is held by Ma Qinghua out there on a 106.007, which was done in a Link & Co car in 2020. So that's just a little bit of information on how the circuit has developed itself over the time. Door open, it gets very hot in the cockpits out there. If you think it's 20 degrees or more out here and sweaty as anything, you're going to be looking around at it going, right, I need that door open. And especially after you've done a drift where you've got smoke that billows into the cockpit out there, and you just got to try and clear that as much as you can. And it's a very unique smell out there, the smell of rubber, and it is one where you go, well, I like the smell of rubber, but not too much of it, I guess, is the way that you want it. Too much is too bad out there. Is that it's still the case of setting and getting that regulation going. I would worry about the engine temps here for Kevin Lee in that Lexus XE10, and I would be probably keeping an eye out and saying, what more can you do, and get yourself set up for it. Long hold, but is that going to be to the betterment or the detriment with a guy who's already got zeroed out on his first run? Kevin Lee needs to get this one to pull forward. Lovely through the first part, almost missed it. They're going through OZ1. They might even call it that he did. Gets through TG1 without too much problem. One, and 3, gathers it back off the exit there of OZ2. Struggling for pace, really trying to give it some revs out there, where he's fighting with an engine that's not as powerful as the others. Misses through OZ4, and that is not going to be the run he was looking for there. Oh, Kevin. Oh, Kevin, no, that's not what you needed. And gets it nice off the start, but again, that's a miss. And then working through, gathered it back. So you call that 9 out of 12 there off of that first run through. And then 1, yeah, you see it, Jess, you're going to get 1 for that over through OZ 2.1. OZ 2.2 is 1, OZ 2.3 is 3. So I'd look at that, those quote-unquote Adidas lines there will tell you all you need to know, how he marks it, and that, I think, is going to be tough in terms of how he went. Oh, no, you're not going to call that on just getting the rear bumper over the line. You've got to get the tyre mark over it, and ultimately, that is going to be a tough one for Kevin Lee to swallow, because he knows he has left points on the table, and he's left a fair few on the table at that as well, and he will need to be pretty much hoping that there are troubles later on in this competition for many of his competitors. He's only got to fade 11 of them, and I think he's not going to be challenging Sheng out there on the point haul, but I am going to be interested to see what he gets from a challenge of points as he sets himself then with the points haul that he gets, and knows he's stuck with whatever he could do on that second run. 36 and 14 makes 50, 55, 61. They'll call that 68 points there, and that might even be quite generous for Kevin Lee out there on that regard. But 68 they will call that, and that will be 7th place then for the points haul, and that puts him, I would say, behind the 8 ball and needing to fade a bit of bad luck for some competitors around in order to make top 32. And if he does make top 32 at the current rate of what we're seeing, I think he might be looking at a very, very talented driver and potentially a super top 4 driver to go into the next stage. It was a great attempt by him, so give him the credit for what he was due with there, but I think he'll know in his heart of hearts he could have done a little bit better, and he was fighting with a car that wasn't quite playing the way that he would have liked it out there. So now it sets up Wang Chi, who he himself would have had a very long wait to get up and ready and sorted with it. I think he will also know and understand. He's on 81.5. Sheng Xinqian also 81.5. That Z4 is getting itself ready, and it wants to drift with everything and then some. I know it's set as an E89 on the graphic, but it is very much a Z4 then that sets itself up and in. A Z4, by the way, that did absolutely wonderfully in GT3 spec back in the late the late 2000s into the early 2010s. There, the Z4 looked really great. And this is what you see, it's personality. That's what I love to see from drifters out there. I love the different dynamics of cars that are out there, and you see it a little bit more than you do, say, in the European scene, the Americas scene, that you get a little bit more personality that comes out with the different choices of car. And so I would implore to all drifters, don't just choose the same tried, old and tested. Please give variety, because the fact that we've got a Ferrari California out there, we've got a SLS Mercedes, we've got a Corvette 317 that is there and sitting. We are loving everything that we've got there all and put in. So with this said, Wang Chi will look around. You can see the leaders there on the left of your graphic. Sebastian Fontaine on 91. Wang Chi is 9.5 points back on 81.5. Yeah, give it. Yeah, I'm ready. Let's go. Let's go and chase it out there. And this, I think, is going to be really critical from Champion Speed Sports DRS drifting team. There's going to be a want to get going. Engine revs rise. 1, 2, 3. Give it some beans, Wang Chi. This is going to be where you want to be. Chucking it in and about. Lovely on that mark. Oh, just the one or maybe missed. And it's going to get that one zeroed out as well. Overcommits and spins that about. The second runs have been about an overdose on that as it has set itself into play. Oh dear. Oh dearie, dearie, dearie me. Wang Chi had a chance to give himself some daylight in second position and hasn't quite managed it. He's going to see out the end of the drift. But the second runs are proving to be a little bit more difficult than the first one. Such was the quality. So ultimately, you give yourself such a good first run, you then have to turn to the second run and say, right, what's going to be even better for it? Look, tries to get it in, realizes it's not biting, so has to put a bit of effort on the handbrake to turn it around, and then has put too much of it in, and then it's just said, look, I've got not enough to keep that one holding the drift and the momentum. It's going to fall itself out, and it's not going to be enough to say, okay, I am going to get it. So I would agree. Ooh, not exactly what the doctor ordered. But hey ho, another 0, which means there'll be nothing to split Zhang Xinchen and Van Chi here in this competition of qualifying. So they'll be looking at this going, well, who set the run first? I think Zhang Xinchen will get the mark ahead of Van Chi by that regard. So ultimately, will remain in the mark of 3rd place with that 81.5. And so it will be a case of I'm going to have to stay there and give a little bit more on for it. So next up, Jerry did so well over in Formula Drift Japan. Picked himself up there with a qualifying #1 seed out there over in Suzuka. He's getting better and better with every single drift that he is putting himself in with, and it is so brilliant to see him out there as a representative of Shanghai Apex. 44 years of age, and certainly proving that he has got a lot of skill in that BMW. He will look to light it up and go, and he knows he needs this run to be even better than before. And so he will now be pushing, trying to improve on an 81. Gets a lovely line there through OZ1. Now, oh, shallow at OZ2. Couldn't get that one to go over the jump even more, and I think he's going to lift out of it and realise, no, there's no way that's going to beat an 81. He's also going to 0 out. So that make that here on these run 2s, 4 0 outs out of 5. So, or out of 6, sorry. So that, that's not playing the way that it needs to. And so I would turn and look at that and go, yeah, at what point are you thinking of saving maybe the tyre or saving the engine or trying to do something that allows it into play? We've had some very hot weather. One of the mechanics over at Shanghai Apex actually keeled over with heat stroke over on Thursday, had to be rushed over to hospital. Everything okay in that regard. It has been very hot, and ultimately a lot of what Jerry said to me was, I think people are going to be saying this is going to be a long weekend for some out there if it doesn't quite go their way. And so I would be looking at that going, yeah, you hedged the bet. You already had an 81 in the bank. I think you're going to have to cash that 81, and you're going to look later at the result and go, okay, it might have to be someone else who sets up. So we'll just get the confirmation. That will be 0'd out. And so not much more can be said about it. It only leaves Quan left to go and push a second effort on a 77.5 and the number 88 for 0 mileage lubricants. But that could have just been the practice run, actually, that we just saw. So ultimately, that lovely wave then getting itself sorted. The fact that Jerry is back then to position, I think will show a lot of prowess there, and a lot of happy fans out there looking to try and prove that they've got what it takes to enjoy what drifting is. A little bit newer over in the scene for many, but it is growing and growing with so much popularity. I think this is the year that you see drifting break out in China and break out in a really big way. And I am so looking forward to seeing not only this round and what we'll see tomorrow, but also through all of the people who are there. Jerry back on the line, so that would have been his practice run then that went through. So rack it up again, Jerry. Had enough feel. He went big in on it just to try and get OZ1 to OZ2 sorted. He'll get now this as his attempt. Jerry Zhu. 1, 2, 3. Let her go, Jerry. Now, what's this going to be like? Needs to improve on an 81. Gets the tip in. Struggling that wheel there of the wheelbase, but it's 3s and a wheel over the mark. there at OZ1. Hits TG1 well, only gets the 1, and then the 1, and then he's going to have to fight for it. 2, okay, he'll get 3 points for that. From Stepan Zemtsev, but 3s and 3s, working through OZ3 into OZ4, 3-3-3, absolutely ace, give it some style. Lovely, Jerry, that's a lovely finish to it, but OZ2 proving to be a very difficult corner out there. And, well, it's bad enough that you've got to go over there, the curbing at OZ1, because you are fighting to just make sure that you get yourself through the corner. It rattles the suspension as you go over. You need confidence in the way that you've set the car. And then at OZ2, you've got to be just as set to get yourself through the mark and over there in that regard, because you are just hoping that you hit your mark, you get over the berm, and then over the other side to get the power back down, and that you modulate it even better. Look at it there, just holding, holding, holding. Then you let it go and say, how good is that? Those T-Sport brakes that are there. The representative of T-Sport actually was in the paddock yesterday. Very nice chap, actually, to have a broken English conversation with out there. But I think you'll look at that and go, yeah, I think that there is definitely potential to be had in today's run. I'd call Jerry a dark horse out there. If he puts the pieces together, he might be a difficult piece of the puzzle to go out there and defeat. So we look down there, there is the Doremos machine then at the 302. That's Nick Lee out there, and you're not seeing things. It is 2 of exactly the same car, livery, you name it, for Nick Lee. Such is where he will be looking to try and go and battle for it in that 302. I'll be going in Group 6 at the final group. He'll be the first of them out there, and it will involve the likes there of Kevin, the likes of Chun Jilong, Chung Wen Chi, Jiang Shihe as well will be going then in that group, as that will set itself to play. So, all waiting now on Quan, who will be one of those, or the final one of those, looking to try and go out there and push with all regard and say, look, I want to improve on the mark that I have set. So Jerry will be looking around at this and thinking, okay, I want to be in, I want to be scoring what I think is a respectable pass mark for this one, and I think there's going to be a lot here. Looking at the big high-level scores, I think this is going to be a very tough competition to put yourself in to top 32 on the way that we are seeing this at the moment. So I would be looking around here at Quan, thinking 0 mileage are going to need you in. You're a 32 seed last time out, and you definitely want to again. There is Jerry's number 11 that's made its way back to paddock, and there's his Mazda there on the side, which would have been his backup car there, that RX-7 with the pop-up headlights. There's something lovely about a pop-up headlight, isn't there? That you just go, wow. I think it's old school, it's beautiful, and you see that the lovely run there, the brand new TT Sport sticker there. Oh, hi Jerry. There, he joins out there and just has a little look, says, how did the run go? Did I get a run on that? There, lovely smile out there to say how that goes. Why don't we try and get a look, see what he's having a little look at there. Is he happy there? Nice wave from Jerry, thumbs up. I'd say job well done. I think you put yourself top 32 quite comfortably in that regard. So Jerry there, very happy on the result. And I would be looking around and saying, yeah, Shanghai Apex Team Revolution will be on the right track with that sort of drift. And for all of those who are going along with, I think that it'll be another case of I want more of the same, give me more of the same out there. The Revolution Rocket Bunny car as well on the right, just next to him. We'll be going a little bit later on in competition. Look at the lovely blue there that has gone through. That is a deep blue. That is a navy-ish blue that you're starting to get closer to out there. Very lovely colours out there and set as you work on through past the A-pillar and across, and just taking something out there of the car, making sure it's there and available for everyone to set on. Inner guards might even be a camera there, and you can just see there in the background the amount of tyres that they're going to be going through over the course of this competition here. It's not lost on anyone just how many tyres that they have to get ready and available, and how quickly you can see everything just shred if you're not too careful out there. As we take a look here around the garage over at Shanghai Apex, it is not lost on a lot of this competition how much work and effort's there. Welcome back to Shanghai Tianma, as the first lot waits for just one more to get the drifting into play, to get Group 1 sorted. We're waiting on Quan at Zero Mileage Lubricants, Nuo ZM Racing Team, to get this all set and pushed on forward. So I would be turning around and saying after this, we'll be into Group 2, where there is a lot of talent again, not only from the welcome round, but that has jumped in for the first time into the Royal Drift Series, that wants to prove that they have got what it takes. So I'd be keeping a very close eye on who's next. Look at that for a bit of wildlife there, just working its way across here around at Shanghai Tianma. That's beautiful out there. Is it a heron? I'm not quite too sure, but it looks absolutely ace there. Great camera work to go and catch that up in the sky as they get themselves set. Now, a lot of drivers had a few problems through Thursday and Friday, and we had a couple actually go into the concrete barriers just before OZ 1.1. You can see just on the bottom middle of your screen where you got the yellow truck there, the flatbed, and the two trucks then that set up through. There in pretty and red is Artyom Shabanov, looking to try and get set up then with the tyres and say, right, I want to have a good go at it here and walk through. It's a pretty sizable paddock out there. You got Marvy there on the right. There's where Time Up's garages are, over there on that right-hand side. And they're going to be looking very, very pleased. Had just the one in Leonid Schneider at the welcome round. They've added added three more in to make four there. Maxim Grossman, Artyom Shabanov, and Matskevich Kirill are the three that have jumped on in and said, okay, that is looking very, very nice in terms of what they are pushing. Professional drifters out there and looking to go right up and saying, we can get there. Long old wait here, and you worry that the tyres will cool here for Quan out there. He will be thinking about this and wanting a really nice drift, and he knows all of that hard work and that effort. He's just going to have to sit and wait, and he's going to have to generate it himself. So he's now got a very, very tough race now or tough drift to try and get through and to improve on that 77.5. I think it will be a really, really good performance if he now does manage it at that point. So there he is, Zero Mileage Lubricants, ZM Racing Team. Quan needing to go and get absolutely on it as he now sets for this attempt. Door slams shut. Gets himself ready into position. Engine notes rise. 3 on the mark. Give it a big load of beat in towards this zone. And now looking to try and get this to set on around 3 and 3 and 3 and 3. Perfect. There through that first point. Hits TG1 with a lovely amount of stride there. Maybe pushes a little hard there through OZ2. Maybe he's lost a little bit of ground on it, but gathers it back well over at OZ3. And here at OZ4, yeah, that'll get the job done. That's a lovely drift. You would say, oh, did he get over the line before he put it into a doughy? That's the next question, because if he didn't, he's zeroed out. If he hasn't done, he's crossed the line. That's style points there. So, look at it. Absolutely pins it to the line. Like, can't get any more room, pins it to the line. And now knows that he had to absolutely get, oh, I think they'll call that one 2 points there. I think they might have to call it on it. And then working through 2. Oh, it's even better than I thought it was. They will mark that very highly there through OZ2. That was a lovely OZ2 that was worked through. There you can see just how hard of a transfer it is on the exit. Pins it down, gets it stepped up over the jump. Well, I would call it a little jump over the little knoll to go over, and then pushing on forward for more. Look at this, the amount of stagger on that turnover. You'll get some with a bit lower power that gets a lot more stagger into OZ4, gets it a lot closer to the wall, and some that will just pin it straight and have no worries at all about getting anywhere near it. Oh, that's close. Oh, that's so close. That will be so close to whether it will 0 out or not. Oh, this is going to hang into the balance of the judges. If I was a kind judge, I'd give that a score. If I was feeling quite mean, I wouldn't give anything for it because you zeroed out over the line. Oh, U5, you've got a very, very tough job over there to make sure that you're scoring that or not. Oh, goodness. Quan then getting himself out then of position. Takes off the safety fire protection there that is mandated in all sports. Nice wave there to all his fans and saying he's had a very, very good drift out there. It definitely should be a big improvement, but it just depends on whether he zeroes out or not. And that's the worry. That's the big worry that I think we're going to be looking at here. Have you zeroed out or have you not? So I'd be very interested to see the score and whether he will improve on a 77.5, which is currently out there at the moment. And so you can see there the work that's being done. That's what you call a tyre that's being used, all of the grooves there. Look at the difference there between old and new. There is absolutely no tread left on that tyre. It's gone through. It almost looks like a racing slick, the way that it now sets itself in and sorted. And so I would be looking at that and going, right, okay, we have put a lot of work in on that tyre. Let's get a brand new set on, and that set will probably be going in for tomorrow. And it's just going to be a question of where, because I think that is going to be a high 80s run that we have just seen from Quan. And I would love to see what that result is going to be on the mark, and whether that is going to be enough to improve. I think it'll be good enough for second. I think Seb Fontaine is going to be a little bit better, but I think we are just going to miss the points haul out there. And I think that will be telling on the regard as we wait for that. As Group 2 looking to set itself up, it's going to be Maxim Grossman, who is then on next here for time up, coming from Irkutsk over in Russia. And he'll be looking for a good attempt. So, Maxim looking for his first drift in the Royal Drift Series. Knows he's got to get that Toyota Mark II absolutely running, and running on some very, very quick pace there. Looks iconic in the black, the blue and the silver of the Time Up logo that goes across it. It's a beautifully, beautifully designed livery out there. So striking when you see it in the paddock. You know when the Time Up turns up, they mean business, and they mean a lot of business out there. So I would be turning around at it, saying this is going to be one of these competitors that probably is going to be looking to challenge Sebastian out there, Seb Fontaine, for all the points that are available. 2JZ GTE. It is a turbocharged machine, 1,000 brake horsepower that is going to be generated from it, and this is a rocket ship out there. If you know anything about anything, this is going to be a lightning fast run. The pace is not going to be a problem here for Maxime, and we are soon going to be seeing how this sets up on its points haul. As now the marks 1, 2, 3. Light it up. Get it on and get it motoring here into OZ1. Lovely angle trying to set through. 2 through part 2, 3 through part 3, 4 through part 3 through part 4, and now working into OZ2, getting up over the mark, and this is lovely on the line. I would love it. Look at it. It's pouring miles of smoke out of it. Misses through OZ3. Oh, that's a shame. Then a little clip there into OZ4. That was looking so put together there from, oh my. That was looking so put together from Maxim Grossman. I think he'll be really disappointed he couldn't get that back through OZ3. First driver we've seen do that today. It looked really, really good. It looked really, really strong. And ultimately, I think that's going to be a run where you go, I've left something back, and this is going to be even tougher for me as I look to get myself set for the run 2 that will be coming up next. Look, he's trying to get the angle. It just bites too quickly. Premise wasn't wrong with it. It's not the fact that he didn't try for it. That was a very committed run. The issue with it is he's just missed out, and I'd love to get this angle so you can see here 2 there through part 2, 3 through part 3, and then you're just going to absolutely miss out just trying to get the angle back, and it just grips. It just grips. Nothing more can be said. It just gripped up too early, and so he might have to work a little bit more on that transition, or that second transition out there, and then, oh, give it a kiss. It's put a little bit of shreds into some of the Royal Drift Series signage there. And you'll see whether there is going to be a little bit more out there that sets itself out and into play. So, a lot then that needs to be discussed about the run. And we'll soon get a look on where that will score as far as results will then set. He's already out of the car and walking along. We'll see, is it a happy face? I would say that's content. That's contentment from Maxim. I think he'll be confident enough there that he's done more than enough to qualify on an effort like that, but he's not, I would say, as high up as maybe he is wanting to see. There's Leo and Maxim there as well, the spotter, sitting there and alongside. Have a little bit of a smile and know that there's going to be some good drifting that will come on up very soon, and we will look to see get these results over on screen as soon as we possibly can, as we take a lovely look around here at the lovely pond here in the middle of Shanghai Tianma, as that sets itself out and says we have got some amazing running still to go, and just waiting in the wings to go will be Sam over then and pushing for his effort, and we'll know that he's normally running in with the Zhongche team out there. We take a little look here on replay. Oh, really chucking everything it could in through 3, just never got close enough, and then just brushing along once more. See all the names there on the back of the car, which includes Tanner Faust, by the way. There you can see, lovely in the slow-mo, Reese Miller, Martin Richards, all there, Tommy Lemaire as well, you can see, and Yuichi Imamura. So a number of great names that feature on the side there of that time up, representing a lot of drift history from around the world, and very much has that feel of you have got to really respect what drifting is, the culture that comes along with it, and more that set. So there's going to be some lovely results coming up, and we'll get that in just a moment. So, next up on the docket, Sam waits in that Nissan Skyline GTR 35. It looks a dream in terms of the way that it is set as it pilots and waits, and there, one of the gold cores, I think that is going to be Kaitak, who is waiting just behind. They look there at the Royal Drift Series bridge. Oh, it looks absolutely sensational. And then you go and set and go, right, I want some more out there. Sam now looking to get himself ready, and he knows that he has got to really light this one up and give himself as much of a opportunity as he can. as we don't quite have the scores available to us, but we've seen some good drifts. Look at this, light it up, and gives a lovely roar as it goes on by. That VR41 engine there, but it is 2 tyres that drop over, so that is going to cause concern out there for how they're going to score it. And again, missing another mark out there. Jerry up to an 82, will be happy that he's got his mark. Kwan then would have zeroed out on his result, but now as he tries to set, is there enough? Through 4. Oh, I think that's going to be in the 60s in terms of result. He was trying to chuck it, really trying to chuck it, and he goes with 3, and then tyres just dipping up over the line, and I think he'll be looking for a bit more than that in his second run. So you look over the top there, there's the merge onto concrete, can't get there, tries to gather it back, gets just the clip of it, which is just 1 point, and then looks to try and work on for a little bit more from it. So really trying to tip around, and I think he has really pushed for it, and I don't think it's quite played ball then in that same regard. So I would think that there is maybe more than meets the eye in terms of how this run is looking to set. And so I would be looking around at Sam's attempt here, Sam Chian, and going, there needed to be a little bit more. Back to paddock, and a long way down over for the John Sir team. Not running in the team's championship here. Lead blower then finding itself into play. How was it? Did you get much opportunity? And how will this one now set itself out into play with more that is there to come? So I'd say a little look, we'll pull it back into the garage, get a little bit of an understanding of it, and we'll have another go for it. So Sam will be looking around at this going, I'd quite like that one to have been a bit better than it was. It was a case of there were a couple pieces in, and so now there's more that needs to be set up for it. So now, how much more can you get? A little look over, take a look at the phone. This is what we thought of it, and are you going to find anything more than that? And it's always a case as well that the teams will actually go take a look at the broadcast and say, okay, this is how the run went, and we'd quite like a bit more out there, and this is where I think I can improve. I can go out there, you get a driver's feel of it, but you only see what's there in front of you or outside of the right mirror or outside of the left or the passenger side out there. So ultimately that is going to be lovely in terms of how they look to set, and they, I think, are going to know and go with how this one is going to be. So now I would be saying here, you need a little bit more than that from that Nissan Skyline GTR 35 that is there and is ready to get itself going. So I would be optimistic that you've got room for improvement. I think that's where it's at, down in pit lane, with the next one soon to go and get ready, which will be the number 3 machine over from Zero Mileage Lubricants Gold Core, and that will be Kaitak, who is next on the board, who got a top 8 showing, I believe, over at the welcome round, and was just slightly short on the marks compared to where it was needed to be, fighting up against his own Gold Core teammate Jarkko Julha back then. So we'll be looking to try and improve moving on to that next stage. Good look there with Sam. Thumbs up, happy with that. seen what he's needed to, and then out of the garage and back around to get a little bit more of an understanding of where they are on this drift course, and really pushing forward for it. So another look then, 3 on the mark, then over pushes there, that's 2, and then having to go for it again, 3 and 2. Coming off of OZ1, looked very, very nice in terms of that early angle and commitment there. It was just a case of how did you gather it back through the rest of the course. So you can see just over pushing, and it's almost a case of you go off a cliff there because you got the racing surface and then the runoff, and so you're almost off camber as you go over the curb, which means that you've just got to basically find your sight line and push on in. It makes life very, very difficult. Completely missing OZ3 and into OZ4. Again, gets shallow, only gets 1s for it, and then realizes more to be done on that attempt. So it's going to be nightmarish, and I think as far as it goes, I don't think it's going to score the way that it wants to. And we will soon, I hope we soon see where the points are, because we don't quite know where we are with Maxime Grossman either, and I think he's going to be somewhere in the 80s, and ultimately that is going to be where they are. I don't think he's zeroed out on what he's done, so I would turn around and look at that and say, I would treat that with trepidation, that's a 0. That is ultimately there for Sam. A case of, I think he will be looking around, just waiting for his points out there, and I'm sure he will get a lot more than that as we await for that to look to rectify itself. But Kaitak up next, pushing hard, F87, 2JZ engine, needing to go out there and really show what it's like. Call it an F87 if you want. The other way of saying it's a BMW M2 that is out there and looking to go for it. Get the noise, and let's get it going. Here comes the attempt then from Kaitak, really looking to give it some personality and angle, but 2-tire dip. Over through OZ1, TG1, strike. Now over into OZ2, 2 on the first mark, then 2 on the second, and then, overcorrecting, another tyre dip, then they'll get 1 there that's going to give you 2 points off the mark. Now here at 3, 3, 3, 3, perfect. You get yourself the bingo marks, 2 over though. Coming over across the line, you'll lose 10 for that one. That is one where you've just got to paint between the lines. If you don't paint between the lines, you are not going to score big points. Oh, it's taken a cone for good measure as well. Whatever did that cone ever do to deserve that? But Kaitak was, you can't fault him for pushing. Bang, there goes the cone. But he will be looking around at that thinking, you can give it all of it, but you just got to fettle it a bit more. You just got to be a little bit more controlled, a bit more nuanced with it. If you can, it's going to set you up with exactly what you want. If you can't, I think you're turning around and looking at it going, I'm leaving so many points on the table because I'm getting docked here, docked here, docked there. You might as well be a port ship out there in Shanghai port rather than where you are right now. It's very tough here in terms of how he's just finding it. And look, off the exit, way too wide. Get this lovely slow-mo view here out of 4. Yeah, you're 3 tyres over. You'll get docked 20 for it if you're not careful. Oh. Kaitak over pushing, and you can't afford to do too much of it, as just looking to get this practice set in and ready before jumping on in the next. It's Gambin who is going for Shanghai Apex, BMW M2 as well, that is on the books and wanting to give as much as possible out there to set itself off into its play. Judges have a good day available to them, and so I think they're looking around at it and saying, right, there is a lot that they have to navigate through, and so I will be certain to say that they are looking around at this going, I want as much great drifting as possible, and we are seeing here a very strong caliber out there improving. a look around then as they look to get themselves ready for more action in terms of their drifting prowess and potential here from Shanghai Tianma. Just getting word in from over at the judges' tower that there is a little bit of scoring issue out there that they're trying to resolve as quickly as they can, and it might be something where they'll be looking around at it and they might have to go back to the old-fashioned, we'll eyeball it out there at this point. So as we all know, something is obviously going sideways, and it is the cars that are out there on track is the way that it is going about with business. There is Gambin getting ready and trying to do everything possible to say, look, I am very much going to be someone who you want to keep an eye out on. Top 32 over at the Shanghai Apex Drift team over at the welcome round, and will definitely be looking to try and just get this one on forward. There's the confirmation of Kaitak, 7 on the line, 15 there on the angle, 7.6 for commitment, 6 and 8 there on fluidity and pace/speed. So as that crosses over the mark, that is 43.6 that gets put down on the board then for Kaitak. And so there's going to be a lot more that's needed in order to improve in that regard. So I would look around at it and say, what am I going to find? Gambin next up then, again, F87/M2 in play. And then the wonderful 2JZ engine that is there inside that most of the field will be running. Gambin into play. How is this gonna line up? Oh, that's not good. That has completely decided it's not wanted to light up in any way, shape or form. And if that pulls to a stop, we're gonna need a tow truck. And it looks like we're gonna need a tow truck. Red flags are going to be waved as that just pulled to a stop. I wonder if something popped the moment he wanted to get going, if a gearbox has decided it's not wanted to play. It was right at the point of initiation as well, which makes it very nightmarish. A lot of smoke pouring out there. And I would say it's a bit hot. And I would look at what they've got underneath, and that looks like there is a leakage of some kind. And if it's an oil spill, something must have popped there regarding gearbox, potentially engine. I wouldn't be too pleased to see that. And that is going to be a case of needing not very long to get that repaired here, as we will wave the red flag and await the opportunity to get back to qualification running again. Gambin will not be a happy customer out there. And he looks over and sees, am I quite getting what I need out there from this? No. So, with that, this is juddering at the moment for some of these drivers who want to get out there and go and know that they want to get their runs in sorted. So here's the look. Oh, it's right at the point it tries to initiate and it just lets itself go. A lot of smoke coming out of the back, even when it's not really pushing with anything there. So there's obviously some form of go that has gone on the back, and ultimately I think you're going to be turning around at it and going, yeah. Oh, was that a lick of flame there in the engine? Oh, I just saw that through the grill there. That's definitely not good in terms of that. So something has clearly ignited then through the engine and said, look, it's not going to do what you want it to do. Photon flatbed ready and waiting to pull that away and back to garage. And a very, very tough scenario that has set itself apart and has said, look, it's going to be a long old walk back, and nothing you can do about that. You're just setting up for it. It's not a mistake. It's just the car not playing it, and there's the look of it. You can see there, a despondent. I'm going to have to walk out the car in order to get it sorted. Still hooked in on your radio, mate. You're still hooked in on the radio. Turn around. You can't just walk away from it. You're hooked in. Get yourself out the radio, and you can go away again. That's what the wire is there on the connection. Yeah, there you go. Pull the aux. And away you go. Red flag here in the Royal Drift Series. Very tough to deal with here in part 2 here of 6. of your qualification out there. Top 32 make their way to Sunday.
超强流量，领跑中国漂移新势力。从解说台到冠军赛道，从国内赛场到国际舞台，每一位车手都在用热爱诠释速度与掌控，用实力铸就中国漂移新高度。1087X 漂移车队不止征战赛场，更立志肩负起推广中国漂移文化的使命，以热爱致敬赛道，以实力续写荣光。
They say drift already has its kings, its legends, its places on the map.
First car to the line.
But what happens when a new place decides it wants everything?
Everybody stand by.
Not next year, not someday.
Car 90 is out.
Now. This is China, and this is not just another race weekend. This is the start of something bigger. A new championship, new names, new pressure, new rivals. A chance to write history from the very first run. Because when everything is new, every battle means more. Every corner matters more. Every name has a chance to become the first one remembered. And one question hangs over all of it. Who is about to change the sport?
1087X 漂移车队成立于2023年，扎根中国天津。车队集结溜溜哥、高璇、钱尊、张展赫4位顶尖车手。近年来，我们持续征战国内外顶级漂移赛事，屡创佳绩，以硬核技术、赛场实力与超强流量，领跑中国漂移新势力。从解说台到冠军赛道，从国内赛场到国际舞台，每一位车手都在用热爱诠释速度与掌控，用实力铸就中国漂移新高度。1087X 漂移车队不止征战赛场，更立志肩负起推广中国漂移文化的使命，以热爱致敬赛道，以实力续写荣光。
the long pull back to pits for Gambin, who will not be pleased at the fact that it's gone down. A lot of oil deposited there, the engine's given up the ghost, and ultimately there is now a lot of sawdust down on the bottom of OZ1, but critically not on the racing line. So a nightmare, to say the very least, and the crews will be very, very intent on getting a look to see exactly what that will do, but I think that's written off the weekend completely. You can't change an engine in that time, 20 minutes, so I think they are done and dusted. Very, very tough to go and see from Gambin, who ultimately, I think for Shanghai Apex, is gonna be OU and T, and not much more you can say except that. So, very tough to go and deal with in a situation like this. It's a long old hold. Echo is next out then, and will also have had a very long time. Leaf blower then out after the job has soaked up there with all of the sawdust that has been put down. And so, you know, if a sweeping brush doesn't quite do it, next best thing is a leaf blower. Look at that. That is what we would call a lovely amount of work that's done, and they need to get that off the line before they push through. And you actually see some of the old circuit as well of what we did at the welcome round. A little bit more there that goes through. Not quite sure. Bag of salt maybe. Just making sure that it comes across and it just soaks up anything that is remaining and gets cleared. Wonderful work actually here by the Marshals team. They give up so much of their time over these weekends to make sure that they turn up. A look at the oh, look at it. It's pouring down there. Look at the oil pouring out of it. What a wonderful camera shot that is. And big props to get and see that. You look right on in. Look at the oil coming out of that. That has completely given up the ghost. Then as it's gone through, put a hole through it. It's lit up on fire. Ouch. That's going to be expensive, is the way that I would look at that. Very, very nasty bit of trouble there on that engine. And this one might be a case of you're going to have to mop it up with a bucket as it goes. More going down right across just to make sure that nothing is left to waste. Look at that, a box of sawdust there that gets deposited, or sand, or how that looks to go through. Looks more like sand. So ultimately, I think you look at that and you go, it's a nightmare. So engine then going boom, and ultimately creates the almightiest of changes out here in qualifying.
1087X 漂移车队成立于2023年，扎根中国天津。车队集结溜溜哥、高璇、钱尊、张展赫4位顶尖车手。近年来，我们持续征战国内外顶级漂移赛事，屡创佳绩，以硬核技术、赛场实力与超强流量，领跑中国漂移新势力。从解说台到冠军赛道，从国内赛场到国际舞台，每一位车手都在用热爱诠释速度与掌控，用实力铸就中国漂移新高度。1087X 漂移车队不止征战赛场，更立志肩负起推广中国漂移文化的使命，以热爱致敬赛道，以实力续写荣光。
They say drift already has its kings, its legends, its places on the map.
First car to the line.
But what happens when a new place decides it wants everything?
Everybody stand by.
Not next year, not someday.
Car 90 is out.
Now. This is China, and this is not just another race weekend. This is the start of something bigger. A new championship, new names, new pressure, new rivals. A chance to write history from the very first run. Because when everything is new, every battle means more. Every corner matters more. Every name has a chance to become the first one remembered. And one question hangs over all of it. Who is about to change the sport?
Welcome back to the Royal Drift Series. We're just getting pulled off of the flatbed. There, a look at the underneath here for what is going to be Diogan, as he was known as well, Gambin, finding out just how tough of that it is. There surely isn't much left in there that is pouring itself back out now. That has completely hurt itself into all sorts of troubles, and it will take a very long time to go and get that repaired. You can follow us on all of the social medias out there for the Royal Drift Series, which you can find us, of course, on Chinese platforms being Douyin, Red Note, Bilibili, and Kuaishou, as well as YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, and the website royaldriftseries.com. So there is all of that sets itself into play. Jerry having a good look at pushing that down, and it's a full team effort to get this one turned around and back in then with a lot of trouble then that Gambin's car has done for everybody out there at this point. So, not going to get that one fixed in a hurry, are we? And a nightmare, but scenario that I'm sure many didn't want to go out there and deal with. Echo Gao now is going to be next, but the 1087X driver, not in her usual machinery. She broke I believe, a gearbox out there on it last month, hasn't had the time for the replacements to come on in, and so is going to be staring down the barrel of the fact that she has to run something slightly different to what she normally does. She's out there in a Toyota GT86, but it's got the old Nissan Silvia engine that is there and in it, and it makes a huge amount of difference out there when you see the engine that she is running, which is a LS3 General Motors engine out there. A lot of fervent looks over at Gambin's machinery out there to see whereabouts on it. Has it gone boom? And they said right there, down in there. And so you're going to have to look down right at the bottom of that engine to see exactly where it's all decided that it doesn't want to play. In fact, they're having a look there under some of the delivery to make sure that something there hasn't gone massively wrong, but we know that it definitely has, and looks like we found it. There's the look right there. A nightmare scenario, to say the very least. Echo taking a sight lap as things currently stand before being allowed to go out there and push for that attempt that goes over. Real shame there, that's the end of a race meeting. Nobody wants their race meeting to go up before they've had a chance to even prove themselves, but ultimately that is motorsport, and there isn't much that you could do with to change that. As far as Echo goes, she will either scarper through the pits or around the back. Looks like the only way, well, there's only two ways to do it, and she will scarper around the back. Go all the way around the bottom half of the circuit, which is the south side of the circuit, pull her way back up to north, and then that will give her the opportunity then to set herself up for that drift. She was allowed to return back to pits because of the long red flag stoppage there. As we take a look there, those are the points on the left-hand side. So Maxim Grossman scored on an 81 on that first attempt through from him, so we'll be quite happy with that, especially with the miss that was done on 2 of the marks. So left 9 points on the table, was looking for a 90 score. Then with that, were it to have fallen into line, we still await then the point haul from Sam Chen, who will be going for that second attempt, but I definitely don't think it was zeroed out in that regard. But now as they set, it is now the turn of the leading lady here in motorsport circles here in China, Echo Gao. She's going to be looking for a big time drift to show what she's got. She's underpowered here in this one today, and she knows she has got to absolutely go for it here. Kicking it through the right and the left, slightly over on the tyres then through OZ1, and now is going to have to work hard to get it back. You can see the power ratio down, gets over the mark at TG1 and now into OZ2, really fighting again. Lovely consistency. This is the way she's going to have to pick it up. She might get driven away within the top 32 cut, but she knows she can set up a drift better than anyone else. Only ones though on the mark at the finish there at OZ4, so he's going to see that drop a little bit, but it's still a lovely drift by Echo Gao. Really giving it angle, really giving it some muscle out there to try and get it through the corner. And that is still a really good drift for the car that's available. If you put her in her normal machinery, she'd be challenging up there at the very, very pointy end. So tough to navigate for her, but she knows that this is going to be a very, very tough day for many competitors, and she's given herself, by that drift, I would say, the right to go and challenge in top 32. Lovely effort then through, but you can see here 3 into 2 into 2, and then coming off through it. Oh, getting on through. We caught the camera there with a bit of rubber discard there off the back, or marble. And there you can see, oh, it just rotated an inch too far, and that's why it's 1 rather than 3. It needed to stagger for another half a second or a third of a second, and then that would have seen that be 2s and 3s and more points. Instead, that's left 4 points on the table there for Echo Gao. There's not much that she can do about that, and she feels happy enough out there with it, all smiles, all happy. She is a wonderful character around the paddock, and 1087X are a lovely close-knit team. I think the soul and spirit of that is through Zheng Zhehe, who will be going on a little bit later on, but absolutely wonderful is going to be there as it sets on into play. So as far as that sets, we're going to be in, and we're going to be saying, okay, a lot more to come along. Working on around now next, Artyom Shabanov. So, with that all set, we're going to be in for the next run of drift that will go in. Shabanov will be next. There's the confirmation. 41 at 18 is 59. 59 at 9 is 68, 77, 87, 85 there for Echo. She will be so pleased with that. Puts her second. And that, oh, wow. They've really given her a lot of credit on that run, and I like to see that there with that 85 scored. I think you look at that and go, I think they've been nice on it. I would have judged harder on that because I don't think the pace is there. Fans definitely here and know where they want to go. They know where their superstar is and will be running later. Very nice to see that out at the moment, and we'll get a lot more in on and into play. A lot of VIPs then getting seating out there and knowing that they want to see all of what is going on. Red colours of Tianma. Artyom Shabanov is now next up on the docket and running and representing then in that Supra A80 from Moscow over in Russia. So can Artyom Shabanov find a way to make this run absolutely tick? Because if you're looking around at the points haul that was scored, I think you'd be very pleased with what your teammate did, but now it's time to prove. Look at the way it sets up. Oh, lovely angle there going through OZ1. That is what you love to see, and now needs a good run here over TG1 and into OZ2. Really pushing up to the line. Give it a little bit more on it and then some. Looking to try and get this sorted. Very close there over at TG2. OZ3 looks great. OZ4 absolutely on it. Oh, Artyom Shabanov has laid down a stonking run to start things off for his run. Oh, brilliant. Look at this. Right up on the line. And that just aced on its attempt. Artyom Shabanov is showing a drifting masterclass there on that attempt here in Group 2. 3 on the mark, 3 on the mark, leaned it on the line, 2 on the mark. Oh, very close. TG2 is going to be the only question point, and I couldn't see it through the smoke, so the Wally system will have to wake up and check that. Oh, that's a lovely drift. If only we know if it's going to hit that mark or not. I think that will tell you all you need. It was so committed. It was bold. It was brave. It was everything a drift should have been. And Artyom, I think, is now laying down a mark that says, I am one of, if not, the best out there at this moment. And so I would love to see this. This should be in the mid-90s, I think. This is, I think, one of the strongest runs that we have seen. 50, 70, 80, 90, 99 on the board. Artyom Shabanov is almost faultless. Oh! Yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir. 99 for Artyom Shabanov. That is just an ace drift. And I don't think anyone is getting anywhere close to that. Oh, my goodness. A 99 out of 100. You dream of that. You wake up. I had this feeling. I was buzzed this morning as I woke up. I had this feeling we would see some great drifting. A 99 was not on my expectation list, and we have just seen that. That is some incredible drifting there from Artyom Shabanov. He is right in the wheelhouse, and he's got another run yet. Wow. So, next up's going to be key, because we set ourselves in with a lot more that comes on into play. So we are going to jump on in and see how this is going to play. 99 for Artyom Shabanov, 91 for Sebastian Fontaine, Echo Gao on 85, Jerry Ju on 82, Zhang Xinqin and Van Chi tied on 81 and a half. Zhang Zhehe is next up. Lovable character in the paddock he is, and an absolute, I would say, practical joker. A lot of fun out there. Lexus being run at this point, and knowing that Toyota 2JZ engine is there. Drift with a very unique style to Zhang Zhehe, and here is he off, and now looking to get his first run down on the board, drifting and sliding it about into OZ1. Oh, misses the mark wildly there, but gathers it back for 1 and 2 over through OZ 1.3.4 into OZ2. over there with a tyre is going to have to fight this one back. Really struggling to keep the momentum. Fluidity looks great though, so you got to give that some marks. Oh, struggled to get that to turn. 3-2-2, and across the line it will be. In parts it looked great. It needed to be put together, and ultimately he needs a little bit more glue in order to build up the run. But there was certainly a sense of absolute mess. OZ 1.2 completely missed. And so as you tip over TG1 and into OZ2, that pretty much says to you all you need to know was just looking around for the mark, was looking for the way that it needs to be. And you can see it's over the line. And I would argue that Zheng Zhehe has the toughest act in drifting to follow by the way that you just saw that. So very much a case of magic out there that you get on by with. And you can see he's just trying to get that to rotate. The transfer looked good. So no faults there as that all pushed. And Zheng Zhehe, 39 of 14 being 53. 8 add 7 is 15. Add 9 is 24. So 63 and 24. I reckon that's in the 80s there or thereabouts. 77 is going to be the mark, and that will put him 9th at the moment in the number 68. Went out in top 16 cut last time by over in the welcome round in April, and went out to Echo Gao, his own teammate. So this will be just a sighter out there as you take a little look at how they set up then with the cone mark. So back there is the weight zone, leads you to the part where you can warm them up. A little tyre pressure adjustment by looks in. God, let's get on in, have a look at that tyre pressure, and that is reducing pressure. It looks like giving less air into the tyre, giving more movement for the tyre, and basically saying it's more pliable, you can do more with it. It's like deflating a bed a little bit is what I think you're seeing there on the tyre pressure adjustment for Zheng Zhehe. So, with that all looking to set, it'll be back up to the top of the order then of this second group. And so we will head back to Maxim Grossman, who will be next up to get the run sorted as we go for the second pass of Group 2 of 6. Zheng just pulling away and away from the boxes as well, so he's just going to have a little bit of a look over for it. Into the tent goes one of the crew, and there you can see Leonid Schneider there on the right hand side having a little bit of a look forward to it and saying, okay, this is going to be where we now start pulling around and getting back into position. For those of you who are eagle-eyed, Maxim Grossman's car is in the blue colours, and for those who are at the welcome round, you would have seen Leonid Schneider in those blue and black colours. So ultimately, Leo going back to his preferred colour of green. There is Maxim Grossman, AE90, getting actually Mark II, sorry, out there is going to be run. Need to improve on what was an 81 in that first go around. Maxim, what have you got to offer here? Lovely angle, staring it down the barrel through OZ1, puts the tyre on the line, not over. Hits TG1 well, into OZ2, and the 2 on the mark, and now looking to really go out and after it. Gets better there, but only 2s and 1s at OZ3, so again leaves Mark 3-2-2 going through. It is a lovely drift, that will get into the 90s. But again, there's stuff on the table for it. It's a lovely, lovely drift attempt there from Maxim Grossman. And he knew he needed to set that one up and go, look, I want to give it some welly. And boy, did you. Look at it. Absolutely ace opening line. Curls it back around then on the transition into OZ2. It's lovely over the point. Hits it perfect again, and then through. This is where he's been having the trouble. and he gets the line over. We just cut away. See this super slow-mo. Look at that. That's a lovely transfer. Never over the mark. Always close. Always understanding what you got to do to go and hit the point. And I tell you what, he's going to be another tough competitor out there to go and beat. Lovely here at OZ4. And laying down an absolute gauntlet as everyone else, I think, is turning around at it and going, oh my, nice wave. And off you go. Very happy with how that's gone for Tianma. I think he'll know he's got a good result from it. And the team, I think, are going to be threats, and they are going to be very big threats over the course of this competition. And how far they go, I think, is up to how well they can continually find their drifting prowess and continue to hit the marks as it should. So, into garage and the box, leak blower ready for the engine. Get that cooled off, and they'll say, yeah, great job, job done. You'll have a high starting slot over on Sunday, and I'm sure that they will look around and go, we put so much time and so much effort into this. We know what we need. 46 at 19 is 67, and 77, 86, 95. That is, again, another stellar drift, and the only thing that you could really dock on was what goes through 93 even. I can't count. Second place, it will now move up to for Maxim Grossman, who I think will be very, very happy to move on up to that point. Takes a little look at what he's seeing, goes, oh, I missed that tiny little bit, but wonderful drift out there. Chapeau. Lovely stuff. Time up 1-2 at the moment here. And now it's up to Sam Chen, who is next up and wants this drift to absolutely nail. VR41 engine, I believe, in for Sam, rather than the 38. It's the more updated engine that's out there as it goes through. But this needs to be a lovely run for Sam Chen. He knows that he needs this. And look at it. Oh, he gives it some. Misses, though. 1, 2, gets it back though, so he's already left 6 points on the table. Now he's going to have to fight hard through OZ2, and that looks a lot better as a drift responsibility. Lovely angle, can't get it to bite at OZ3. Here at OZ4, 3-2-2. Oh, I think you're going to be in the 70s or 80s with that one, but that was determined. That had a lot of passion in it. It was a determined run. That Skyline doesn't like going as sideways as some of the other machinery. You normally talk of a Skyline being an all-wheel drive car rather than being a rear-wheel drive car, and so it's tougher to pitch it into certain corners than it is than others. And so you're looking at it, and that's where you see the disadvantage there coming in. You want it to really go out in the high speed, but everywhere you're going to go, you can see a bit of casing there come off there of the sidewall of the tyre. Look at that, lovely. And they're just not wanting to bite back because you have to cross over again onto concrete rather than asphalt as you run along the main straight. So again, it makes a difference that you're constantly changing the property of what you're dealing with. This is Chinese Sebring, basically, for a drift competition. It's tough. It's really, really tough. And so I think you're going to have to be very alert to how this is going to set itself into play. So we'll get a confirmation as that comes along. But my goodness me, what are we seeing from this competition, and how is this going to line up over the course as we will then look to move it over to a level that says, okay, how do we find this one to be? There is waiting Artyom Shabanov, ready to get back in, ready to have another go, looking for one more point, if that is at all possible. And so we will soon see whether that will be more than enough, and we should be on the marks saying, right, give it a little bit more, and we're going to go get it a lot more out there as that goes and hits. So 39.015, make that 54, and 54 and 14 is 69, and then you got 6.5 to add on to that, so that's 75.5 by my math, and a respectable run, 74.5 by the correct math that's actually there. So what it actually does is it ties Sheng out there, and that's a tie for 10. So 74.5 might be enough, might be very close. So we go back to the number 3 as the next push on in. Kaitak is set and ready from 0 mileage lubricants Nuoyu Gold Core. And now looking around at it going, okay, I want to be making this one set up. I want this to be an almighty day at the office, and now we'll be looking at it going 43.6 from the first attempt. We'll love a lot more from it. 2 on the mark, lovely. Better, better, better there from Kaitak. Moving through into OZ2. Hit the TG mark well. Only one though going through. Oh, straightening. Needs to get the handbrake in to make it tick. Misses one of them at OZ3. And here at OZ4, oh, it just fell apart. It crumbled over to the end of the run. And I think he leaves himself vulnerable with a run like that to the end of the competition. Oh no, oh no, oh, and he did dip a tyre out. So that's 2 points that's going to immediately go on that. Oh goodness me, oh goodness me. So, how is that going to mark? And how is that going to play? Just the one, then had to fight to get the angle. Transfer early, too early, trying to get that to tip the other way. And so if you're going to be early on it, you're going to leave points back on the table. And very much you see that in that play. So what more can you say? It's one of those where you see the potential. He top 8'd last time. I don't think he's someone who will look at that and go, I did that everything the way I wanted to. I think he knows he can do a little bit better than that. He's a very talented drifter, is Kaitak, and just has left something back that has not gone the way that it necessarily needed to. And I think this is going to score somewhere in the 60s and the 70s. And he's going to be looking around at it going, I would maybe like a little bit more. We'll see Kaitak get out of the car in just a moment. Looking for the steering wheel to come off. Hangs it up on the hook by the looks of things. 35 and 5 is 50. 55 and a half at 8.5. 63 and a half. 64 at 8. 72 there for Kaitak. In the 70s gives you a chance, but if everyone's in the 70s, then everyone's got a chance, don't they? And so for 0 mileage lubricants, Nuoyu Gold Core, ultimately, this is going to be one of those watch and wait runs out there. 12th out of 14 that have gone already. Gambin, of course, on a 0 and will not score. And that's 72, only better as well than Kevin Lee, who is on 68 points. So tough to deal with. But there is Kaitak waiting to get helmet off. Protective fire suit there and the hood that is there for general safety. Hands device on the back. Incredible piece of safety equipment the hands device was. Mandated for all series out there after the loss of Dale Earnhardt Sr. at Daytona in 2001. So, lovely is the way we've seen this drifting, and we have seen so many amazing points scored. And I think this is going to be a case of the very tippy top are going to be absolutely throwing what they can up and saying, right, this could be a day of days as they set. The overcast conditions have come across and a lot being ready out there to go and get set for it. So, crew having a little bit of a look at it, and they'll have a very nervous wait over at Gold Court to whether they're going to get themselves an extra run on Sunday or not. I think it's going to be very tough competition, but there are still those that you need to fade as far as that run all regards. There again, the 1087X of Echo Gao. She scored very nice on that first run in. ZN6 we are seeing as that going with the LS3 General Motors engine that is there in the front, and so that is going to be what we see of what she will want. 85 on that first attempt. She's got to get a little bit more. If she can find a way into the 90s, I think she'll be very proud of herself out there with the attempts that she's managing. So Echo, can you hear me? Here goes the chant out into this one, and look at it. Oh, kicks more line, but it's over. It is fully over by 2 out there as it steps, and now needs to go and gather it back again, slightly over through the TG, and now hoping to try and push it, straightens up again and needs work to get out of it. Now forcing away, lovely over the mark through OZ3 and into OZ4, 333, hits the marks like a dream, and across the line goes Echo Gao. Not sure if that's going to improve on it, but I think she'll look at that and say, jobs are good out there, almost in the grass, having that level of push to try and get it around. I think it was just 2, maybe only the one tyre that ticks over, but that very much was a nightmare that many would have looked at and seen, okay, we don't want to tip it over too much. How do we gather it back at TG2 or OZ2 and then TG2? Looked good. And again, just one getting over the mark. Had to correct it to get it back in the mark and then get the handbrake working to get it to kick back out again for TG2. So a lot of little things having to be done, those slight adjustments on the fly, where if you're just looking at it and you know, you're looking as a casual for the first time, you say, yeah, that's a great drift. There's nothing really too wrong about that. The issue comes when you say it's not just about, okay, great drift, it's the tiny things, you nitpick. A driver of Echo's caliber, she'll know that, and she'll go, look, we're going to be happy, but we are going to have to nitpick. Angle, absolutely a dream out there. Let's call it 19 and 8 for 27. 27 and 50 is going to be 50, 77, so 75, 85. I think that's in the 90s there. They're happy with that. 93 for Echo Gao. Really having to do a lot of work there. It hit all the marks really well. It's a tie with Maxime Grossman. And I think they're going to look at that and say, how they go? Oh, it looked like that. What's that all about? 93. I think that's really, really nice there from Echo Gao. And clearly I'm being far too harsh on her. I think she's doing a really, really good job. And that 93 is, I would have said she would have looked for an 80 out there. And I think she would have been comfortable with that and said, yeah, that's what I'm getting from this car. The fact she's got a 93 out of it, she also knows that solo runs are her forte, and that shows itself in the run that is there and is set. So, on the run around, looking to get back into position, Mr. 99 himself, Artyom Shabanov, who will be looking at this going, oh, if only I can get one more point out there. There's no such thing as perfect, but he has been as close to it as I think I've ever seen in a competition. I've seen 94s, 95s, 96s out there in competition many a time. Out there, 99, you don't often get to see. They come along once in a blue moon, and you got it right now with Shabanov. And so now, set yourself up into play. Artyom wants to go and make the mark again. The 2 7s out there, throwing up that P side. 1, 2, 3. Let's get ourselves going again. Artyom Shabanov in that Supra, wanting to absolutely kick some tail again. Lovely on it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Again, hits the marks with no worry at all. Goes over TG1, no worries. OZ2 hitting the marks, a dream again. Now into OZ3. Yeah, you got those. 2s on those. Into OZ4. Oh, kick it out with more tail. Artyom Shabanov, stop. Stop! It's so good! It's so good! Oh, yes! Yes! That is a stellar drift. Look at this, they're going through in OZ1. 3 into 2, so they'll still count that. Then 3-3. Oh, lovely. On that mark, OZ1, TG1 here, absolutely lovely. And you take a look at it on the slow-mo. The line is there, the commitment's there. This is... makes drifting just look like it's just something you do in, you know, oh yeah, and I just drift. Words do not describe how cool of a drifter Artyom Shabanov is. He is absolutely ace. And there you can see the push, 3-3, loads of angle, not enough to put it in as a back entry. But he says on the back, he's boss of all bosses. I agree, he is boss of all bosses. Beat that. Beat that. We await score. Only driver left after Artyom Shabanov in Group 2 is Zhang Zhehe, who will be looking around, and then that third group will be the last group before they break off for lunch. Lunch is expected at 12:30. We are currently at 11:28 local time, so we are slightly behind, and is it no wonder with the likes of the engine going out there that we have seen. Just waiting to get that hold and that confirmation out there that it's going to go. And look at those points that set. A lovely look there with Shanghai in the distance. Judges having a very good chat about it, saying, look, we want this line, and there's a little bit of bang, bang, bang as you go through. Do you want smooth? Do you want fluid? Do you want fast? There, Stas talking there with Erasmo there on the left. Yeah, Stepan Zemtsev, head judge, having a big old smile and a thumbs up with it. He's a lad's lad, isn't he? We're going to get a look soon at the crowd who are here and on show for display. Absolutely lovely here as my commentary position. I'm basically shouting over at them. They're on the other side of the wall. And it's a massive long grandstand there that's set and ready. And ready for some amazing action. They are being really treated. Top qualified at the moment, top 8 as they go. So Artyom Shabanov on 99, Echo 93, Maxim Grossman on 93 as well. Then you got Sebastian Fontaine and Jerry Ju, 4th and 5th. Zhang Senchen in 6th with Von Chi and Quan in 8th. And at this current rate, 81.5 might be scared. Might be scared. Zhang Zhehe on the other side of it in the 70s. So I think 80s are going to make it. I think you're looking around down there. Sam, 74.5. He's probably going to be looking around at this going, I'm not too safe. Shung, not safe. Kaitak, definitely not safe. And neither is Kevin Lee on 68. So there's your 13 that have set themselves ready. After 2 lots of goes, we still wait on Zhang Zhehe's second attempt through on this group of 6. And as you do, this is going to be all or nothing for some. And with Zhang Zhehe there, sat on a score of 77, you'd want to give yourself a little bit of help, move up into the 80s, really give it a bit of welly on this second run through. Last run before Group 3 gets itself set. Artyom Shabanov, not as much this time. 68, 78, 88, 97. So we'll remain with that. They get a little more nitpicky on commitment, a little more nitpicky on the line. And so they say, look, there was a drop somewhere of a tyre. You are going to lose 2 for it. It's not fair sometimes, is it? He makes it look so easy. He makes it look so easy. And I think there are drivers in the world who would want a fraction of the talent that he has. He is that good. Right, Shanghai. Next up on the board. And knows he is the last one there. Door shuts. Get ready. Get going. And now knows he's got to light up this second run. Give himself a security blanket. And knows he's got to fade 11 out there, slides it round and needs the kick, but there's tyre smoke plenty and a tyre out the bounds. Over into TG1 and OZ2 again, tyre out the bounds, struggling to get it to rotate the way he wants to, fighting it again, 2 and 1, again more points left on the table, fight for it some more, 3-2-2, better there as he works for it off the line and across. It's a decent run. Whether it's 80s or not, that's up to the judges. So, I think it sat itself quite nice. It was smooth, it was controlled. I think what you're looking at, though, is the fact that there wasn't as much pace on the run as what we've seen from some others. Very much, it was just the pace you can get out of it. It's not as strong as a car as maybe some of the others that we have seen out there, and I think that is quite telling. You know, Shanghai, he's only got 750 brake horsepower to play with. He's not out there with 1,000 plus, and so you see the difference of what that looks like when you're playing with an engine that's slightly less or slightly underpowered compared to some of the others. You just have to be a little more choice, a little more concerned about how you're going to set that run. Lovely on the mark. And over, look at those eyes. They absolutely stare back at you on the side. Lovely livery out there on that Lexus as that one will pull back into the lane. And we'll just zoom back in and say, job's a good one, I think, after those two runs. You see as well on the side, why you always look at the letters that are on the side. That's the blood types out there. It's very easy for then people to understand if you get yourself involved in an accident and you do, and we hope this never happens, you do end up needing blood transfusion or something of that ilk out there, or you need to take blood. They know exactly what your blood type is, so they can put it into your system and make sure it's safe. A look over at the run. Shanghai, I think, will be somewhat optimistic that that's going to be enough to get him into top 32 cut. Off it goes. And then he'll have a good look. Smile and a wave. Why not? Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave. We're pleased with that. And we'll go, right, we tackle this again on the next day and give it as much as you can over for Sunday and top 32 battling. So we'll get a little look, see what the score will be in just a moment. And when we do, we'll be over into Group 3, the halfway stage, which has some very talented drivers. They've got Rage coming up, Leonid Schneider, and the welcome round winner and two-time Finnish champion, then in Jarkko Ylhä. 35 and is added on to 4.5 and 6.5, which makes 11. So you take that and say that's 46, 52, 62, 72. They're out there, 69. Nice. And won't be an improvement on score on that, but remains in position on 77. Group 3 getting ready. It's one of the DRS boys out there ready to go and smack on forward. Lin Yongfeng is next on up for Champion Speed Sports DRS drifting team in that BMW E92, or an M2 as it's known. Looking to go and get things sorted. Welcome round champ there behind. Line it up, get it going. Group 3, very quickly into the offing, and Lin Yongfeng getting a lot of slide. Oh, bye-bye cone. Going through OZ1 is really overcommitted for it. TG1 hits well. How does OZ2 look? Again, tyre out the zone is going to be problematic. Another 2 that's going to go off. Oh, only just clipped. And OZ3, and then 2-1-1. And OZ4, that one was just tough. Couldn't get the angle late, was just fighting to keep the pace up because there's so much speed that you need between the zones. Oh dear me. Bang. You'd hate if anyone from Toy Story 2 were underneath that, like Ham or Buzz Lightyear. Very much you need the gum under those cones after a hit like that. Really trying to get as much working on it as we have seen. And I think he really knows just how much effort he is putting in. It was committed. It was very committed on an effort. And I think that you see it here. Another tire dips. And you're going to have to fight it back. But fighting away from the no-go zone just basically leaves him no room to come back for the transfer through transfer zone 2. And it's very, very tough when you're left in that position, because okay, you then having to wait to fight it back, and then suddenly you realize you're not getting as much angle because you basically look, he runs himself out of time there, and it is very difficult to gather it back. It takes a lot of skill to go and get it back, as now just getting around then for this sighter by the looks of things, Jarkko Ylhä, who is just making sure that it is ready. Look over to the phone for Lin Yangfeng. Come on, get it loading. Oh, he's happy, isn't he? But he knows he's maybe done a little bit more than what he's necessarily needed to. And he probably might be looking here at a few deductions on the line. And the line is so important here. It's half the points. Line means half of everything. And then the speed, the commitment, the fluidity, you know, it means that the angle, that's where you're getting the rest of the points. So it's, do you do the little things or do you do the big thing correct? And I would always argue you need the big thing to go correct first. The little things you can always work on. So 29 at 15, well 29 at 3, 32, 38, 45, and then 45 at 15. That's 60 on that first attempt from Lin Yangfeng. And so this is going to be a case of try and gather it back. New in, out there, didn't participate over at the welcome round, and so we'll be turning an eye at it, going, okay, this is what it's all about, and there's more to come. Pulling into line, the welcome round winner, Nissan R32, Jarkko Ylhä. The Jarkko Maniac in position, ready and waiting. And he knows what gauntlet has been set before him, and he has got to go absolutely all out for it. Fan base is there and ready, watching online. And he will definitely be eyeing this up and saying, I am all for it. Jarkko into OZ1. Oh, he misses. One gets one and gets one. It's scruffy off the start. Oh, Jarkko Ylhä, I think then will be turning at it going, that's not quite played ball. It's not what I need. OZ3 looks good. And then here at OZ4, oh, brush with the wall. This one, I think he'll need to go back to the office and say, I've got to do a little bit more for it. So tough on the marks. Jarkko, that's not what I was expecting out of him. He is so good at what he does. Comes from Pulpala over in Finland. Same place as Kalle Rovanperä. It is absolutely a hotbed of quick pace and speed that we get to see. And so I think now we're going to be in for a real treat. He's going to need that second run, and I think he's going to need that second run quickly. So we will soon see how that plays. Look at it, really working. It crunches against the wall, and it says, right, that is a nightmare scenario. Don't want to be doing that too often. Don't want to be putting yourself in that position where you're just struggling about. Jarkko, how did that go? Is that good? Is that not good? Very tough to tell. He's a very happy character when he's out there. And I think he knows he is drift, drift, and drift. Jyrki Stunt, as he is known on Instagram. So, he will have to go back to the drawing board, get a little more. It's not quite going the way he wants there. I think the twisting of the hands tells you all you need to know, that he's maybe fighting out against it a little bit more than maybe he wanted to. But ultimately, I think that Jarkko Jyllä is going to want a little bit more out of that than what he has seen. And he will know that this is a very high bar out there to go and set. So, something crunching away. And so I think they're going to have a bit of work on that, a little bit of ply on there to get under the car. 42 and 16 though is 58. 58, then add 8 is 66. Add 9, 75. 79 and a half there, commitment being the big thing that was lost on the run. And so Jarkko is going to look at that and go 8th place on 79 and a half, and work to do for a top 16 position, I would argue, with the way that things have lined up. Another 0 mileage car out there and into play. It's the number 31 that follows on of Lee Song-kyung, who is now next up in that M2 that now sets through an F87 M2. So we saw the likes there of the E92, which I'll correct myself on, that we saw a little bit earlier on, which is the evolution of the E46 that we have seen in certain runs. Here we go. Oh, lovely, but only's going to get one, and it's going to have to fight back and then over the line, trying to just get it out there and hung out to dry. OZ2 comes along, looks great. On the mark, on the line. Now missing TG2. Oh, they're not going to like that. Oh, straightens up. Oh, a mile going through there, and that's going to just be tough to finish. Just forget the last two as you go by. Lee Song-kyung just straightening up there through OZ3. Oh, it's just not played ball when he's needed it at the end. It's just pushed a little wide through OZ1. Then he's looking to try and get back here at OZ2. Look at it, he's done well to gather it back there off the exit of OZ1. And then moves over here at TG1, hits that a dream, perfect on the line. What a 3 on the mark. And here, this is where it starts going wrong, because he's trying to gather it back, and look at it, absolute pure straight up, and needing it then into OZ4, and it just doesn't want to work. And so it just grinds its way over to a hole on this run, which would have been very, very decent. But ultimately, I think it trades itself the other way. And really, I think there, you look at that from Lee Song-kyung. More to come. Definitely more to come out there. He knows what he needs to do. He knows how good he can be. And I'm sure we will be sitting our mark down soon, going, okay, more left. There will be more left to try and get that run back. So Leo Schneider takes his run around the circuit. The big boss over at Tianma. So, we'll await confirmation there for Lee Song-kyung. Had to work hard for it. This wasn't an easy points haul out there. But I wonder whether they'll maybe zero that. Well, I don't think they'll zero it out, but I definitely think they'll take a lot of points off on the line. A straighten up there definitely kills the angle. And so you turn around at it and you go, well, the second half of the lap, you're going to have to call it a wash. And will be very tough to see whether that will go the way of Lee Song-kyung or not, or whether he's going to need to find a monster run out there in the second run that he has as he pulls himself back to pits. A little look over, get an understanding of where you are seeing right, how does it need to be on those protective mats, which are mandatory requirement out there. You can't just leave it on the asphalt surface to go and do your work. You'll just you know, you'll scab that up worse than anything. So it is a requirement here from the crew that you can't do that. You can't leave yourself in a position where you make that very, very difficult. A look over at the tents, the domes there for the zero mileage team, or zero mileage lubricants, as they look at that and go, yeah, that's what sets. A little bit of smoke or cloud cover in the distance, and if that rolls over, that might be something interesting later on in the session. But for the moment, I think they'll be quite happy with where they've set themselves up. And the judges there, you can see the tower on the cherry pickers here in front of us. And then over back, you can see the likes of the stage area that will be there at the end of the running that we have seen. That will be absolutely epic to go and look at. But we've also got Super Top 4 to keep in mind. A big look then at the crowds who have gathered and want to see some amazing drifting action setting itself out. And I know there is so much amazing running still to come. A whole other group here, and a whole other 3 more groups, I should say, coming up. It was all done on a random guess, or on random draw, I should say. Guys like Pavel Korpelinski, Kudai Subagiri. You've got Jason Yi going along, Johnson Chen, Ling Gao Yuan, the big fan out there, or the poster boy out there, I would say, for today's running. And as well, Shalva Agiashvili will be going along later as well, representing Champion Speed Sports DRS. A lot of people happy and tuning in over there. 32 at 8 is 40, 41 and a half, 48 and a half, 49, 52 there for Lee Sung-young. So they've gone in very hard on that, on the straighten up there as they've gone on by. So that's going to be very tough, and does not want to make it. Back-to-back cuts missed there to 31. So will desperately be wanting to make a way into top 32. Green, Leonid Schneider, he's all the rage out there, and he knows he wants to just kick it into another gear and say, can I get close out there? Danger do not touch for a driver who absolutely threw what he could at the wall, ran into Zhang Xinchen at the welcome round for a legendary battle. But he knows that he's got to get his qualifying sorted first and foremost. And now how does he set? 99, the biggest mark. Oh, lovely kick in terms of how he goes through for it at OZ1. Can he gather it back? 2 there on the 4th part. Hits TG1 nicely. And again, up over the jump. Oh, he's going to drop 2. He almost drops 3. Cones go flying here. So he'll lose 10, maybe 20 points if he's not careful on that. He's got to fight it back on the exit. 3-2-3 and around to get it sorted. One very big mistake for Leonid Schneider. And, oh, it had all the hallmarks of being a great run. Absolutely on the limit going through OZ1. He'd be very pleased with that. But OZ 2.3, I think's where it just went out of kilter. Look at this on the slow-mo. Nice, gathered back. How's the crossover into OZ2? Looks great, but look, up over the top. He's trying to give it some welly. This is the angle that you see it. 1, 2, oh, it is 3. That's 3 tyres. It's 20 points. He takes a cone for trouble. He's lucky he doesn't get zeroed out for it there. That, look, oh, cone goes flying. Bounces over into the barriers there. Gathering it back here at OZ3. Hits the marks well. So I think you can't fault commitment. Angle looked very good throughout the entire run. I think you're still talking 60s or 70s in terms of points haul. But how many, I think, is the key. And he crosses the line there with a lot of style to go and gather it back. It would be enough to get yourself in. To have a wave, he's a very, very generous man, is Leonid Schneider. He is, oh, I think he's got a very gentle personality. He wants so much for this sport to thrive and to generate. He is an idealist in that regard. But I think he'll also look around at that and go, I also want to win 30 on the line. It would have been 50 otherwise. 30 at 16, 46. 46 at 7. You know, you keep adding that up. That is 53. And then add 7 and 7 then to it. That's another run into 67. So, Leo, more to do, buddy. He knows 67's not safe yet. And he'll have to go in big on run 2 to go and gather that back. Otherwise, he may be in a slight bit of bother. So, he's got his head team along with him. So he will wander over to have a little look at that, see how that all played. He knows how important of a second run he is going to need. Lee Chung-hai next on up. So can Chung-hai get this one in? Nissan Silvia S15 then is going to run for Champion Speed Sport DRS Drift Team 2JZ is there on the engine. He was top 32 over at the welcome round. He knows he's got to give himself an almighty showcase out there, does Chung-hai. And now this is going to be a case of, can you go and step it up into OZ1? Yeah, the angle's great. Oh, he's struggling to get it around. Needs to get a lot of handbrake to get it to rotate off the exit. Hits hits TG1. OZ2 again struggling for pace. Misses TG2. Gets a lot on it. 3 and 2 that sets itself there. Oh, and it's all going to go away into the no-go zone. Oh dear me, Lee Chung-hai just finding that one to go away, and it's the speed element that really started to kick that one away. Angle's lovely, but what is angle without pace, ladies and gentlemen? It is just that, a slow drift that doesn't carry the speed, and you need to carry a lot of it going into 3, into OZ4 to get yourself the result that you need. So Lee Chung-hai, I think's going to be staring down the barrel of it not quite being what he wanted. 1, and then, oh, look at him. He's all over it in 3, but with no angle. Might have just got away with it there as he went through TG2. And then just can't get it through OZ4. And it makes life very, very tough to go and score these points the way the judges are looking at it. So you get 3 for that, and then nothing, and into the out of bounds zone. And ultimately, that is going to be a kicker as far as that one will all be concerned. So, be interested to see the points all on that, whether it's going to be up there in the wheelhouse or whether it's going to be a little bit further behind for Lee Chung-hai. So you just concern yourself with who can manage what and who can find a way to set themselves into top 32. And really those second runs here, I think because it has just blown over overcast here, I think it's just leaning over towards a slightly different condition than they've seen the entire time, and whatever they've done on their tyre pressures, I think they're going to have to make late adjustments to that to navigate the track temperature, which of course has been baking over the last 2 days, but now maybe a little bit less. Down in the far garages then, there is Lee Chung-hai's car then that sets, and he sits in, just calm, just comfortable. He'll get a little look over to the left, and he'll see that there is a camera there. He's getting a leaf blower as well just to cool him down. And very composed at the moment there. You can see the button boxes there on the side as well that are there to help over the course of how he sets it. Comes off the jack. And it's back down then onto all fours and getting ready. Fans still out there giving themselves a good watch at this point. And knowing as well that we got 2 more to go before we reach that halfway stage in Group 3. And roughly, if we get through one of these groups or one run through the groups every half an hour, gives you a lot of room to go and manoeuvre as that gets yourself set and ready here in these overcast conditions. So, manage with what you can. Next up, it's Brian, who will be looking to take to the order. Chen Chi-yun, fairy tale story stuff. Last time, got himself in on the 22 seed I believe, and all the way forward. And sorry, I'll correct myself, 24 seed all the way forward. 24 and 15 is 39, 7.5 and 2.5 is 10. So that's 49, it's 53 for Li Shanghai. Really, really struggled in a lot of areas, but the big thing really was the line at the end just going away from where it needs to be. 53 points on the docket, and so for a top 32 driver last time, he's going to need a bit of help to go and get in with that second run. So, a lot to try and get through still, and the cheers aplenty are out there and running. For Shanghai Apex, here's Brian Chen Qian out there and looking to get that E92. He told me the story at the side of his car. He said, I commissioned an artist to go and paint. The only things I want from it, I want it to make sure it's in a racing gear out there. And there's a good look at 02, who's there on the side from the anime darling in the Franks. Now, is this going to be a fairy tale again? He's looked very good in practice. Here has Brian, and in towards OZ1. He chucks it in on the line. Oh yes, maybe a little shallow there through OZ 1.3. Now hits TG1 nicely and tries to fight hard. Only one they're going through, and again, 1.5 hits the mark. Now needs to get a good OZ3. Yeah, that's great. OZ4, lovely stagger across 3-1-1. Oh, it just falls away at the end. Brian, you left yourself something. Chen Qian is going to be very pleased that he's got one that's good on the board. Maybe slightly over on that initial attempt in, but he is driving with absolute prowess out there, and I think he's got confidence, and I think if he can just string it a little bit more together, he's there. Oh, he's so close to grass. Look at the suspension work in 4K slow-mo. Oh, he's really having to give it everything and more as he works through. One on the mark. Just think he clips it at TG2. 2 and 2, yeah, perfect. And then on that transfer, so early to get it across, and that's what gives it not much to gather back, because he runs out of time on it. Trying to just elongate and elongate and elongate, and it just doesn't play as much as it needs to. You can see here, slides itself out and around, really trying to get it to set itself on in. Nah, not as good as it could have been, but still a good effort, and you can see there some of the rust that's come up over the top of the bonnet from where there's been a lot of work that has gone through the engine just firing up. There's your leaders on the left-hand side. Artyom Shabanov, Echo Gao, Maxim Grossman, Sebastian Fontaine, Jerry Ju, and Xiangxin Qin, how they sit at the moment. And they'll be looking around at this saying, okay, good work done so far, but more to come, more needed. And he just sits and waits. He's actually put himself so close to the right-hand side. I'm not sure he can even get out properly there on that point. So tightening up the wheel, or the wheel nuts out there, maybe a change of tyre. There's your drivers list, likes of Leonid Schneider we've seen, Kai Tak, Jerry Ju we've seen out there. Still got Jason Yi to go. Connor Sharp out there in the 18 will be one of them that's going, and I don't think we're going to see potentially the likes of Zheng Hao out there and able. Artyom Shabanov, your top qualified at the moment. Yarko down there in 8th place on 79.5 will have work to do, will Yarko Yulha. And so we'll be looking around and going, okay, what do I need to do to improve and get up into the 90s? Currently you need over 91 to get yourself in that battle. Wind picking up as well, making life a bit difficult. Here's where the mid-pack sits at the moment, in the 70s. And so you're looking around at it and you're going, right, what do I need to do to turn over? Leonid Schneider down the order a bit in that 16th place, and we'll have more to do. Brian has got his points in, so Chen Qian, 39 and 17 is 56. 56 and 16, 72, 76.5. You get that one good enough for 11th place for Brian, and he'll be very happy. Brian, you got yourself a good old run there on that 76.5. So Brian Chen, happy out there at this moment. Another R35 from Johnson, running as a free agent or as a free agent, quote unquote, in this competition. Lu Xiao up next. Wonderful engine in that, a Dodge R5 P7, the sort of engine that you find in a Craftsman truck. And it's got a very distinct roar to it. You're gonna hear it get up to speed. Glorious. Into OZ1. Misses the mark at OZ 1.2, gets it back, tyre kicks up over the top, now hits TG1 nicely, only one, desperate to get it back round, it's not fighting back, not gonna get any sort of speed to work through the angle, trying to gather it back, there's nothing there at OZ3, OZ4, only the one mark, bin it, not a run that you needed, Lu Xiao. That was a very, very tough scenario to go through, but ultimately it just did not want to kick, and it takes a lot of skill to drift an R35. It really does. It just wants to go straight the entire time. Look at it. Can't get there. Gets there. Overcommits it. Now looks to try and fight it back. Does it go over the line? Yes. Contact patch does. Whether they count it as all the tyre over the line, I think that's down to the Wally system to check that one out as far as it goes. But Lu Xiao really having to fight, only gets the one over the brow, and then basically has to do a lot of work to try and gain it back, and then suddenly it's just not turning for you. Misses it completely there through OZ3, and then trying to get that one to kick back round at OZ4. Just doesn't want to work, and very tough there on that first drift for him. A lot of work to do, and knowing there is still more time on the horizon that needs to be found. So he's going to probably look around at that and go, okay, I need a little bit more. But ultimately, 777 is going to sit down and say, well, we need more than that in order to qualify through into top 32 cut. So, what more can you do? Sam gets across and has a little look. Might have got that wrong. But ultimately, we need to see what this is like. See, all right, here's how we can improve. Here's how we get there. Might even be Chung Wen-chi, who's there and having a little look across at it. And so, driver and manager pad are there. So that will definitely be Sam Chiem, who is there and giving that information. And now very much said through that there needs to be a little bit more help to get that to play. Ultimately ended up going up against Sam, did Lu Xiao, in top 32 cut in the welcome competition, in the welcome round, and ultimately saw his teammate Sam go to top 16 cut. Big shake of the head, didn't go the way I wanted it to, didn't manage to find what I needed. 21 at 14 is 35, at 11 for commitment and pace/speed is 46 at 6. I think that's 52 points for Lu Xiao, who will now have a lot of work to do. 19th out there will set. That's going to be tough in order to try and navigate through. Second round through, then we will go on by only 5 minutes behind schedule as far as things go for today. Lin Yanfeng, E92, 2JZ engine. It's going to need to have a big old run here on this one. Is currently down on points which aren't necessarily playing the way that they need to. 60 as things currently stand. I don't think that's going to be good enough. So give it another bit of beans and say, right, I'm going to go and get myself up into play. Oh, overcommits, grabs grass, and that's going to really slow the speed. It means you'll miss OZ 1.3 and only one on OZ 1.4. Through TG1, no problem. OZ2's got to be 8, and he hits the lines nicely, catches it perfectly, slightly over the no-go zone. It's going to be trouble, but OZ3 hit like a dream. OZ4, 2-1-1 only, and across the line. I'm making noises because I don't quite know whether they're going to look at that here. Really chucks for it. That's 10 that's going to get knocked off the line. And there's going to be points lost here. 2 here, 2 there. Oh, it's going to be nightmare scenario where you're just holding out and hoping that you're going to get there. Really good on the angle here. Looked very committed in terms of an effort and attempt. It just started to fade away late on in the run as well. And that OZ2 was very, very good. But it's how much he pushed out trying to get there. Look at the kick out of the angle in the Champion Speed Sport DRS drifting team 52. Really looking to try and throw everything possible up there. But reality is that this OZ4 has been a problem and hasn't been able to hit it as well as maybe some of the others that we have seen. And so really tries to compensate it. Lovely angle and commitment out of OZ4 and across the line. And now looking to pull that one directly back into pits. Nice bit of metal under there. Stop it rolling back forward again. 31 add 16 makes that 47. 47 add 5 is 52. Add 7 is 59. 65 and a half out there for Lin Yunfeng. It is an improvement. It is not as much of an improvement as I think he'd want. And he knows he stays down there in 17th. And new in for this one, he's now going to have a very, very nervous wait to see if he gets through or not. And it also helps those in the 70s knowing that they have now faded a driver who has gone through. Here's someone who wants to be up top 4. Didn't have the greatest of first runs, did Jarkko Jylhä. That car out there sat, the R32, as part of the Gold Core, looking to get himself then into play. 79.5 he's currently on. He knows he can do better than that. So Jarkko, go for it. Pushes in, lovely angle to set himself up. 2, 1, ooh, and 3. So he's left 2 points on the table at OZ1. Hits the mark, he's slightly over as he looks to give it some more. And he's definitely giving it, oh, the beat! As he goes through OZ2. Now at OZ3, lovely. OZ4, finish it off, get the job done. Nice there from Jarkko Jylhä. And he knows that he has got to set down and go, that's at least in the 80s with an effort like that. Elias will be on his ears, trying to give him as much help as possible. But he would say, yeah, that was going to be enough. But look at it. Oh, is that a tyre dip at OZ2? You'll have to be very concerned if it was, and whether the Wally system will pick that up. But he was right on it, coming off of the exit there. Look at the way he just tries to get that to transfer. That R32, it's Godzilla out there in the world of motorsport. It was all conquering in All Japan GT. But you look around at that, Jarkko is pretty resolute and knew he had to up it on his second run, and he's done just that. And he knows that he has been in and around this position before, knowing what it takes to go and get victories. He did so as a 4 seed. He'd like to get up there and close, and we'll see how much closer he gets in that regard. Look at the bar at the bottom there, bent to 90 degrees. Crosses it over, nice amount of drift and slide. In fact, he continued it on for a fair while afterwards as he'll pull back into pits. A friendly Finn, as they all are. And after that, I'm sure you could enjoy a sauna. Job's a good one. Back into the marks. Get a chock on the rear wheel. And let's get you out of that cockpit. 5-bar harness then unstrapped. Radio disconnected. Phone in pocket. Not sure how many people will have phone in pocket. But ultimately, the Yorkie stunt will be very clear, happy, and a nod of appreciation of job done. Very happy with that. And I would say you're looking at least in the 80s, if not a little bit more. Yeah, look at it. You're on camera. Give yourself a wave. Fans here out there and happy. And you know what? Jarkko joined in. I'll have a good wave. I'm happy with what I'm doing. I'm getting everything I want and then some out of this attempt. And so I would be looking at that and going, Jarkko can be very happy with what he was able to achieve over his second run. 48 and 18. That is 66, 76, 85, 94 on the docket for Jarkko Ylhä. And that should be enough to move to second ahead of Echo Gao. And Jarkko does not mess around. A lovely run that has put him right up in the noise. So he will be staring that down and going, I am in and I am in good. Lee Sung-hyung is next up for Zero Mileage Lubricant ZM Racing Team here. And he has got to really kick hard in that M2 or F87, however you want to call it, that being the make model out there in terms of the internal code that BMW gives. But he's got to do something. He was on the cut over in the welcome round. He's only on 52 now. Oh, he's taken a lot of grass up there. He's mowing as he now looks to go in through OZ 1.4 and gets that one nice. Now he's going to start looking over and seeing he can get a little bit more, working hard through OZ2, a little bit better, slightly misses there the gate zone that he needs, a little bit better there as he works through OZ3 and OZ4 stalls out. No, not like this, Sung-hyung. No, not like this. That could be troublesome on the end of the run. I'm not sure how many more points that's going to score. Really gave it a lot there. 2 over it, chucked him back, only getting 1, then 2, then 3. So did well to gather it back through OZ1. But that could have been needing a lot more through the second half of the run. Hits it well through that touch and go section and then up over the rise, needing a bit more off the concrete. And again, look at this angle. Chucks it in the weeds and says, no, I'm not going to stay there. I'm going to come straight back. So it's here where you start wondering. 2, 1. And again, getting straight off of the exit, needing it to kick out. And again, it just doesn't do what it needs to, which is to get that to transfer maybe slightly later, get it out wider, and so you can hit those marks at the end. There will be time. There will be opportunities. And so Lee Sung-hyung, I think, nice wave out there. I think he's looking around at that and going, I think it's better than 52, but I don't quite know how much better than 52 it's going to be. I'd take the second run over the first run if I was the judges over there in the cherry pickers. But I would be turning around at it going, okay, how high up do you want to mark this? Where do you want to put it? It's definitely one of those that sets itself about and you go, how close am I going to be? Am I going to get my marks? Am I going to be the best pleased as far as it goes on a much cooler day in Shanghai Tianma? Off goes one harness, then a second, still intently looking at the run. And look then, on the drone chase. Lovely amount of effort to put it in, just gets in the weeds slightly, gathers it back up, and now knows he's got to try and get that running back around. Really trying to get that kick. And manages it nicely there through OZ3. And now looking to get the kick back around again. Again, it straightens up and just can't get anything. A tire dip into the no-go zone as well doesn't help things out either. So, still intently looking at the phone, trying to get a look at that run. I think very much needing to go and find that. And they're all out there, and they're all waiting for Group 5. All on screen, all ready, all waiting. All big fans of what is to come next on the run. and knowing that you're just trying to fade out on it. 24 at 14 is 38. Add 4 is 42. Add 7 is 51. Well, they're going to give him half a point. It was better. It wasn't better by much. 50.5. Sorry there. So they won't improve with Lee Sung-young on 52 out there. Nasty. And ultimately, it's going to be a dropout then in terms of where that is going to set, and that's probably going to be back-to-back cuts missed then from that effort and attempt. So there is still going to be time to have. There is still going to be more. A little bit of silence descends on the circuit as Leo Schneider pulls himself back in. Not what the doctor ordered on his first run. He's going to have to gather this one back and say, I want more. I need more. I can get more for time up. So he knows here that he has got to push on what is a car of that Mark II JZX90 that will do what it can and then some. Is that someone's hat that has gone off there just in front as we get ready to go through? Currently 93 gets you into Super Top 4. There's 2 teammates already in there, and Maxim Grossman and Artyom Shabanov. Oh, and 2 go again. A cone goes flying, so there goes 10 points straight out the door. You're not going to see Leo Schneider in Super Top 4. He's pushing hard, and again, tyre dips out then through OZ2. He's going to have to give it a lot of personality to get this back, and oh, he gives it more and then some. Overdrives it in. That's a back entry into OZ4, I think, and that might be even tougher to deal with. Leo, you got to get yourself in the dance, mate. Really chucked it in. Can't fault him for pace. You can't fault him for commitment. It's line you need to look at. It's angle that I think's fine, but except for OZ4. It's a lovely OZ1 off the exit. The transfers are perfect. He is so good at these transfers. On the line, and then he just tiptoes it over. Oops. Stepped out. And then, look at it. Really on the line. Giving it a lot of welly there into OZ3, but it's OZ4 that is the big concern. If it goes anywhere over 90 degrees, it's a back entry. And that Wally system, I don't think, discriminates. So I think Leo is going to have to look at that and go, has that done everything I needed it to? Or have I back entered into OZ4? He really chucked it in. Look at it, wing with the GoPro. Gets chucked about and then does it over. Yeah, that's a back entry. That's a back entry. Oh, I worry. I worry that's a back entry for Leo Schneider as he pulls back in. I really do worry. And if he has to sit awkwardly on what is a point score of 67, he might be just a little bit scared at whether he makes top 32. He's a driver who should be making the dance. And look at it, glove goes off quickly, straight to the side. Helmet comes off. Not sure he looks all at all happy at that. And I think he knows it. Oh, Leo, buddy. Well, there's the smile. But I think he might just have to sit and wait and hope and straight to the back. Get out of the way of any cameras, I would. Stays out of the way. Not what he wanted from top 32. He's been very, very jet-lagged getting here and dealing with this event and all of the work that goes on behind the scenes as well, helping in that regard. So, you know, he's got the toughest job of anybody out there, and he's competing too. It's something that takes a toll out of anybody. He's just 22 years of age, so he's got a lot of potential in front of him. Another 20 years, 25 years of drifting at the highest level he has got. But it's all about what he needs to do, how he needs to go and get this done, and whether this is going to set himself up as the job's a good one, or whether it's going to be a case of I'm going to have a very, very long wait here for time up. So We still await it. The rear tyres come off. They'll put new ones on if that does go to top 32. I'm sure that if Leo Schneider doesn't make it, he'll be out there helping his teammates out there who have already got 2 inside the top 4 as it stands at the moment in Maxim Grossman and Artyom Shabanov. So another look at this one. Sliding it about, chucks it in, tyre goes early, then 2, does take a cone for the trouble, and then needs to fight this one into OZ2. Again, another one over, that's another 2 points. It's really just over, oh, actually that's another 10 by the looks of it there. That second tyre right on the wire. And then really fighting it out through OZ3 and OZ4. You'll know it, back entry. Overcooked it. Oh, Leo. So, down in the pits, taking a look at the ZM team, and we await the score that is there and set. Waiting in the wings, getting ready to go out for that second run attempt is Li Shanghai, who for Champion Speed Sports DRS drifting team needs to have a good second attempt because he is down on the marks at 53 and he needs a little bit more than that. We still await the result of Leonid Schneider. Judges over on the cherry picker look quite calm as far as things go for the moment. If it is ruled as a back entry, it will be zeroed off, and there's not much more that you can do about that except say it's zeroed off, and you need a little bit more to go and gather that back. So, with that in mind, it's going to be about whether this is going to set itself into play, whether it's going to be a case of a long old wait at the office, and actually how much would that score be with the drops off then through OZ1 and OZ2 that Leo has found himself with. A lot of worries as they go through. We'll be back. So, confirmation, they will score it. 43 on line and angle. 43 add 6 is, well, 43 add 7 is 50. And then at 65 then for Leonid Schneider. So it will not be an improvement and remains on 67 points. And will now need a little bit of help to go and get on into the dance. And might have to fight some very, very strong competition. Li Shanghai next then in that Nissan Silvia S15. Knowing that Toyota 2JZ engine is there and ready to propel him forward. Representing China, Li Shanghai needs to find a way to make this work. Otherwise, it's going to be a case of a cut missed on 53 points. Let's get it going. And working very hard into OZ1. Oh, lovely. Threes across the board. They're hitting TG1. Now how's OZ2? Oh, it's a tyre over the mark, so it's going to be some work to get it back. Oh, it's so narrow. Couldn't get any pace off of the exit. No, it's falling apart, this run. Li Shanghai, hold on. 3-1. No. That looked like it had it all, and it has fallen apart at the final hurdles. Oh, look at this for an entry. Absolutely nailed it in OZ1. OZ2 started to fall the wrong way. One mistake can rock the apple cart, and that one has gone absolutely wrong place, wrong time, wrong everything out there. Very, very tough to go and get through. So a nightmare of almighty proportions, and knowing that this is still going to be with a lot to go and fight for. It is an improvement run, but if that's come across the no-go zone, that's going to be even more trouble to go and navigate through. Pulls it back to pit and realizes very, very quickly that that's going to be a long old haul to go and get down to the other end. Whether that's going to be running again on Sunday is going to be a question that a lot, I think, are going to have to wait and get an answer for. (34 and 14) makes 48. Let's call it 7 and 7 then. So that's 21 on top. 69 points for Li Shanghai. And so you turn around at that 15th place with that. And so it was going to be a case of needs a little bit more. It's about tied with Zhangjihe. And they might be looking at this going, we could potentially be on the wrong side of what is needed. Now it's up to Brian or Tiantian, who is next on up. How can you manage the darling that is in the Franks? He is now looking to try and get this second run all unsorted. It looks like street vehicle out there as it goes through something you'd see in the underground scene. But Brian on 76.5 needs to go and chuck it. Tyre over the mark as he goes through OZ1, looking for the mark off the exit, hits it perfectly. TG1 is hit nice, and it's brilliant. Over the marks again here at OZ2, close on TG2. OZ3, tyre dip over the mark, 2 more points. And now OZ4, get it through, stalls it through nicely. Well recovered then on the end of that. But again, he's showing he is a dark horse. And if you judge him on the base of his pace, he is going to throw a haymaker punch out there like Andy Ruiz did once upon a time to Anthony Joshua. And he is going to really put a huge dent into some really strong drivers' hopes and aspirations. He drifts so well. Look at it. Oh, right on and over the line in the gutter on the super duper slow-mo. And just chucking it in with everything you can think of and more. Here at OZ3, trying to get it back. Look, the bonnet trying to pop up as it goes through. That shows you how much effort gets put in and how important it is to keep it pinned. That tyre over will be a -2. And then gets it right up on the mark. 3 there, nice and steady. 3 there, and 2 as it gathers up pace on the exit. They'll call that 3 all the way. And now how much? And will it be an improvement that gives him a look at the 80s and a sniff of a top 8 seed? Really showing the pace and the prowess that is there, is set, is ready of Brian Chen, or Chen Tian, however you want to go about it. So, we await. Well, that looks really good. 46, add 17, makes that to me 63. Add 9, and you go over to it, 86.5 on the points. Oh, I had a feeling he'd be good. Keep an eye on him, and he has gone and done even better than that. He is knocking on the door of some of the best point scores out there. Lu Qiao next. That Dodge R5 P7 engine in that Nissan Skyline GTR 35 is going to have to find a big score to continue on into top 32. On 52 points currently. And there you see Brian moving himself up to 6th place on that score. Here's the chuck-in from Lu Qiao. 2 over. Now needs to fight it back here. Over to TG1 and OZ2. Misses the mark at OZ2, and again, and loses all the speed. And this run, you might as well chuck this one as well. That's going to be not seeing the cut after a result like this. Really fighting hard at OZ4, it's not going to be there. That's a shame for Lu Qiao. That car has promise and potential. He's got promise and potential, but he couldn't put it together on the run. He's overcommitted here through this first part, trying to get a lot of speed in. And so he's had to work hard to gather it back. And so he realizes, oh, I've got to be within the lines, and then under-delivers at the next corner. That's overcompensation. You see it a lot with drivers who are trying to find the happy balance. And that's what drifting is. You use the 2 days of practice to get exactly what you need off the medium. And he's really struggled to try and find that way through, has Lu Qiao. And so if he's struggling in that department, you've got to get it closer to those lines. Respect where it's due. It just bottomed out through the middle. The pace just fell out the back. And then it really had to be fought back. Look, 1 and 1. You'll get points for that. But ultimately, as he tips it for the final corner, gets it to stall. Can't get the angle to go around. And ultimately, it's a nightmare dressed up as what he hoped to be a daydream. So, straightens out of the exit as well. I think that's just the epitome of a day that's gone wrong. So I wander down the paddock. They're right down at the far end, so you're going to have to hurry, cameraman, to go and get there. You can see the lights of the ZM there on the side. Zero's out. And ultimately, tough for Lu Qiao to deal with. Zhongse, number 1, Racing OPS Drift Team Racing, not as part of the team's championship today. And ultimately remains 20th and needs to fade at least 6 of the final 21 drivers out there in order to get a way through. So, that sets itself into its position, and as far as I see, it looks like there will be a chance then for the 90 to go one more time. Damage then potentially on the car, and will sacrifice the run that was there in order to have one more go of it then, by the looks of things, for Zhang Senchen. So this is the recovery run, and interesting in terms of where that sits. So qualification we thought would have been done, but he's back out there again, and I think he'll go and say, my car is now fixed, I want one more go. Nice wave to the crowd. I'm going for first, he says, and he wants. Zhang Senchen, last chance. And that Toyota Supra A90. It will mean that the score that he has scored of 81.5 is going to potentially be forgotten here, and they might just have to take whatever he gets on this final score. It's normally the way it works. So Zhang Senchen gifted the last chance saloon to go and improve and get a better position out there. He fell to his knees when he got the #1 position, and Sheng behind him, when he got the #2 position, fell to his knees in sympathy for him. There's a lot of laugh out there as far as they go, and as they set, he'll go for one more go. So, Zhang Senchen wants to make this an absolute all-out run as he sets. Knows that his qualification depends on it. He will give this a red-hot go, letting the engine idle. And if he wants this one to work, he's gonna have to give it all of the stops. There's the electronic dash that sits there in front with all of the works, the pipe framing that's there of the roll cage to make sure that the car doesn't crumple into a million pieces on top of the driver. If it should indeed roll or get involved in an accident, they are sturdy as anything, those roll cages. You never like to see one fail on a car, and we do not expect one to fail on this machinery. Zhang Senchen wants it, needs it. Fans out there watching and waiting at this point, trying to give each other the what for at this moment, to say this is what we do, we're all out, we're all ready. And Zhang Senchen waiting at the behest and direction to get this going. Artyom Shabanov 99, Yarko Yilha 94, Echo Gao on 93, and Maxim Grossman on 93. Sebastian Fontaine just on the outside looking in on 91 points, and then Brian Chen on 86.5, or Chen Chiyin. They're out there trying to throw this one all together. So, we watch and we wait for the confirmation of the red and green lights, and once we get that confirmation, the last chance now sets itself into play. The only thing I can think of here is that this is the last chance, so you get the mechanical out there, and you go get a chance and say, look, I had a mechanical, I've got to go repair my damage, and so I will have to go and drift one more time, and whatever score I get is what I stick with on that run and attempt. You would have seen as well on that first run through from Zhang Senchen, he was really trying to make the car shake from left to right, as if something was wrong in the play of the steering rack. So if they have found an issue on that car, they can obviously, of course, choose to abandon the attempt and then go for one final go. So it's playing on all ball, at all cylinders, and to get the result that is so desperately required for him to go forward. We'll get the mark now. And now, set yourself in for one more attempt. Royal Drift Series. Now here goes the chart. Zhang Zhenchen, that looks a lot better on that pushing attempt then. 3 on the mark, 3 on the mark. He's right on the line, is Zhang Zhenchen. Now here comes the push in through OZ2. Only 1 and then 3, so he's left something back there, but he's going a lot better than we've seen before. 1 and 1 on the mark, needs a great OZ4, gets a great OZ4. That's what you need from the Last Chance Saloon, and he comes out looking like he smells of roses on that last attempt. Zhang Zhenchen needed that, and boy did he deliver. Wow. Looked really nice for it there at OZ1. Really gave it a chuck and said, I'm going to lay this run down. You go and stop me. TG1, touch and go. Hits it a dream. Slightly pushes to the line at OZ2. And then that forces him narrow because he overcommits here. Has to get out of the corner slightly. Costs him only to 1. Has to get back out there. 3, nice. Didn't really lose much speed or scrub. That's how Echo Gao got her points. You can gather it back despite making maybe a mistake or 2 somewhere. But those 1s will drop a couple more and then slides it about, needing to get it in. Oh, lovely. Get a bird in the middle of that on the slow-mo. Chucks it in for the final corner, OZ4, the turn 1 of Shanghai Tianma. Lovely attempt by Zhang Zhenchen. Lovely. We take a look down there in the paddock. Boss will step out the car and he will say, much better, much better. Shakes the little head to the side, goes, yeah, I could have done a bit better, but I think you take that. I think you really take that, Zhang Zhenchen. That is your mark, that is your prowess, that is your power, and you've given yourself a really, really good shot. It's close, he says. I think he's given himself a really good grid slot for what he needs to do over the next run. 44 and 18, 62. Then you got 72, 82, 91. Oh yes, Zhang Zhenchen ultimately is going to look at that and go, that puts me with Sebastian Fontaine. He'll go 6th rather than 5th on the fact that he has set that time 2nd. Sebastian Fontaine has got company. And I think you can say that Zhang Zhenchen will be very pleased with that as they go through. By the looks of things, that will wrap things up before lunch. This is how they look at the moment. Artyom Shabanov, 99 out of 100. Not often you get that. Yarka Yilha, Echo Gao, Maxim Grossman, your current super top 4. Sebastian Fontaine and Zhang Zhenchen, 5th and 6th. Brian Chen, 7th. And Jerry Zhu making up top 8 as far as things go on 82 points in the number 11 BMW. And so, wow, how that sets. Vanchi, 9th at the moment. Quan there, Zhang Zhenhe there as well with Sam at 12th. I would put the par mark out there for 21 that have gone at 75 points. You need to score 75 to guarantee your way in. Drivers like Leo Schneider needing hope. Lin Yunfeng, Li Songyang, Lu Xiao, all in trouble in the 60s and the 50s in terms of their points. So they've got a lot to cover off, and we're going to take this moment to jump away because we got lunch coming up, and afterwards we got 3 more groups to decide who moves themselves through. And on top of that, we'll be in to Super Top 4.
They say drift already has its kings, its legends, its places on the map.
First car to the line.
But what happens when a new place decides it wants everything?
Everybody stand by.
Not next year, not someday.
Car 90 is out.
Now. This is China, and this is not just another race weekend. This is the start of something bigger. A new championship, new names, new pressure, new rivals. A chance to write history from the very first run. Because when everything is new, every battle means more. Every corner matters more. Every name has a chance to become the first one remembered. And one question hangs over all of it. Who is about to change the sport?
Chinese, okay. English little. Yeah.
All right, let's give it a shot.
Got it. We can start the introduction. Ready when you are.
Royal Drift Series is a racing series that right now is based in China.
Drifting is fairly big here and there's a good number of drivers involved. They have pretty decent car setups, their preparation is solid and they are very skilled drivers. We also noticed they're super keen to learn and have a passion for picking up new skills. We've made the decision to treat this as our starting point and hopefully it will provide us with a solid foundation for further expansion.
For all the drivers out there, we've always wanted to have some professional race and to have the chance to compete with other international drivers, especially from RDS or Drift Masters. I think it's a great opportunity for us to learn and progress.
"41 drivers showed up with all kinds of builds, like 0 mileage with an SLS, A90, 4 F22s, and a Corvette. One Instagram story was enough to impress people.
Speaking of drivers, it's really cool to see such a huge turnout.
There are some minor communication challenges since most of the drivers speak Chinese while we speak English and Russian. However, we're bridging that gap with the help of translators, and besides, drifting itself is what brings us all together. Most importantly, we see drifting as beautiful door-to-door tandem. Therefore, we need the leader to drive with high precision and consistency, making it clear and predictable for the chaser. This is exactly what we're trying to convey to them through the judges' tasks, focusing on line, angle, commitment, fluidity, and speed. By Thursday, a driver already knows what the judging criteria are for Saturday and Sunday.
We we saw a very clear progression during practice, from the start and even by Thursday lunchtime. It was obvious that these guys finally got what it's all about. They are trying to change something. Yeah, some do struggle. There are less experienced drifters that are not quite there yet, because, let's be honest, the challenge we've given them is pretty tough. That's why we're seeing progress with every single run, from every single driver.
对于裁判的话，我可能觉得他们比较喜欢的风格和别的裁判喜欢的风格是不一样的。但是呢，他们主要是赛道设计得很好，然后裁判又根据他设计的赛道，给你每个人开车的风格去评判一个分数，告诉你什么是对的，什么是错的。那我之前参加的比赛，不管是中国的也好，还是国外的也好，他们给你的感受就是，他们给你的一个赛道怎么开，你只能去猜，然后你开成什么样，他给你一个什么分数。但是这个比赛呢，就是你开的不好，裁判会告诉你啊，你哪儿开的不好，然后我们赛道是因为什么要这么设计，你因为什么要这么开，才会拿到好的分数。对于我个人而言，我还是非常非常喜欢咱们办比赛的这种感觉。首先，对于赛道的设计，然后对于裁判的这个判分的标准，会让就是像我这样的车手有一个特别大的提升。所以在他们第一次办的时候我也跑了，在这次我也来了，会今年所有的比赛我都会参加。然后我觉得对我自己会有一个更高的进步，通过更好的比赛有一个更高的进步。
An accident just happened. The driver was very aggressive through the initiation zone. It felt like he saw the touch and go and thought, oh, okay, it's over, now I need to go up. But at that point, he already had too much speed. So to make it visually clear where that block and the touch and go are located, we decided to add some vibrant colors to the Tianma circuit.
对，就是感觉车手来到这里去比赛的时候，会感觉到怎么讲，就是有被大会照顾到，会让车手们都想来要参加这个比赛，因为我觉得整个大会的组织是非常有秩序的，然后包括特别是裁判，因为其实对于我们车手来说，最关注的是裁判。那么裁判在每一个技术的层面能够给到车手非常清晰的指令，然后告诉车手需要怎么开，需要怎么样得高分，就是会让更多的车手希望能够来加入到这个 RDS 的比赛里面来。
We really put a lot of time into them now to make sure that later on everything runs like clockwork and stays on the right track, because if we don't get things running smoothly, we won't get anywhere at all. That's why we're really investing a lot of resources into the participants right now.
We're trying to combine the best existing practices and introduce fresh ideas for our championship. We have 5 judges, unlike most of the championships currently out there.
By reducing the influence of each single judge, we also minimize the margin for human error.
We broke down the subjective style category into several specific criteria: commitment, fluidity, and pace. This will settle a lot of the questions. It took a massive effort, because nowhere in the world can you find a truly solid judging system.
We believe this will make the judging more transparent and allow us to select winners more openly, avoiding potential conflicts and misunderstandings.
The top 4 Super Cup features the 4 best qualifiers that will compete in tandems to crown the Saturday champion. Later that evening, we sat down with all the drivers to review these tandem battles. We point out the mistakes and explain exactly why we chose one winner over the other. Last event, drivers actually learned from this. One driver that made mistakes in Saturday tandems won the stage on Sunday because he listened, reviewed his performance, and fixed his errors. Everyone has the skills. You just need to figure out the specific drift philosophy you're expected to drive in.
It's all about the community spirit, the fans and the drivers. We want to create a cool experience so that it feels like more than just a competition. That's exactly why these show effects are essential.
We are looking to do something fresh and aim for the absolute best that the world has to offer. We might be wrong, of course, but regardless, we have to try something new. For the first time in history, we will have a season-long prize pool spanning across 5 rounds. $1 million, never seen before.
I think a lot of drivers came to this event for the prize money. Yeah. People will start hit each other because they want to win the prize so much.
Yeah, number one, I win this race. Oh. Never car, never team, and everything is never to me, and never track, and you know, that's not easy, but yeah, we do that.
对我来说可能是有一种圆梦的感觉。为什么？因为其实我关注俄罗斯的比赛好几年了。俄罗斯有好多车手，其实我都一直在关注他们的比赛。然后我其实一直很希望能够也去俄罗斯参加比赛，因为我觉得可能在俄罗斯的这种规则下，包括大家比如说轮胎尺寸的这个限制，让比赛非常的好看。而今天这个比赛来到了这里，然后我可以来参加，所以我非常的高兴。
Sharing this experience leads to a major leap forward in the understanding of drifting and its overall development. The goal is to make the sport popular worldwide and to ensure that the quality of drifting is exceptionally high across the globe. We are basically the ambassadors of cool style and quality drifting across the globe.
我觉得就是可能在中国，你们的比赛的 level 可能在这个位置，然后剩下的比赛的 level 在这，不是一个层阶的问题，而是 很大的差别。
We want to create a drifting platform that is as open, fair, and transparent as possible. A place where everyone can find their spot. The spectators will be totally gripped, and drivers from all different backgrounds will be out there competing and having a blast. The organizers are gonna love it because they'll finally see all their hard work paying off.
We offer constant development, a massive prize pool, and great opportunities for overall growth. This is exactly the place to express yourself. It's where your efforts are recognized. The place that is making history and shaping the whole sport. All these races make us who we are. And in return, we make the races.
Welcome back to Shanghai Tianma, and a circuit that is threatening itself to rain. There was a little spots of rain over the break, but not enough to make a massive dent on the circuit, hoping that it blows over. But this second group now might have a slightly different run of it, and you can see a few specks here on the camera as we get ourselves set for the second half's group that looks to want to put itself forward here. I'm Jake Sperry, bringing you all of the coverage action here on the world feed. Out there, you'll have Alex Koo over on the Chinese feed if you're watching over on that side. We're getting ourselves set then for the second group to go in, and it's starting to be one of those where you go, I hope it doesn't fall with rain. Wind slightly picking up 8.2 kilometers an hour, 20 degrees Celsius, and that's a look at the pond. It's starting to chuck it down, and that is not what the doctor would have ordered for this circuit. Your 5 line judges there: Stepan Zemtsev on line, Denis Denisov on angle, Stas Dolgic on commitment, Dania Vorobiev is on fluidity and pace and speed with the Virginia native Erasmo Rios. So, here's a little look at the Shanghai Tianma circuit. There are 4 outside zones, and there are 2 touch and goes to go and hit on the run. It's a very technical course that requires a lot of patience to get correct. It takes time, but once you master it out of OZ2, you can go full ham into OZ3 and attack OZ4 with all you have got. It proved on a solo run to be a really strong circuit, and we'll be seeing here over the course of running action just how incredible it will be. Super top 4 sits on the horizon afterwards, and you need at least 93 points to bank yourself into that regard. And so I am looking forward to see how ST4 will look. But Group 4 is out there and looking to try and get themselves set. They will get a side to run, and this track's only going to get worse and worse. You can already see the paint starting to run out there. So Kamandong out there is going to have a lot of work first and foremost to get himself forward. ZN6 is the name out there of it, and he's going to be looking to try and get what he can all sorted. Are you ready? And let's get ourselves then into play as Group 4 gets itself underway. Kamandong ends it. And there into the cones you go. And that really does show you how much of a perilous situation you're going to be. You can't run this the same way as we have seen earlier on in the day. This one is going to have to be a little bit more patient. You're going to have to dial back some of the revs, and you're really going to have to try and work out where is this run going. Look at it. It's a downpour coming out of 4. They're going to have to start thinking about completely changing their setups here on the fly. Absolute downpour, and he just catches the worst of it. Look at it. Ice rink straight on. No way you're going to get yourself out of that. And then once you're on the paint, it's slippy stuff. And you can see there that the paint line already on the tyres there, trying to get that sorted. So very tough for Kamandong, and he's going to zero out on that first attempt by the looks of things there. Oh dear, this is not what you want. And this was exactly what happened, by the way. This is exactly what happened in qualifying 2 months ago. It was a dry first session and a wet second session. Are we about to see exactly the same come out into play? So, very tough to deal with there, and Kamandong ultimately is not going to get anything out of that first attempt there. Really, really tough, really difficult to go and deal with, and you know, first car out is the guinea pig, and that will make everybody think, right, we're going to have to be really, really careful. They would have only had, in terms of running, a half a session of wet conditions, and that was on Thursday. It absolutely bucketed it down on Thursday, and ultimately it came back around that the track heated up to about 38 degrees on the other side of it on Thursday, and so everyone had the luxury then of saying, look, here we go. This will be a sighter around to see what the conditions are doing. Look at this there. This is a lot to go through for Qianchun, who is who is going out there for it. So he wants a really good understanding of these conditions to understand, right, I need every level of grip available to me. This track is going to get worse and worse as it goes, and getting a real big feel of, right, I'm not going to drift round it, but I want to know how much play I've got, how much ply I can use to chuck it around and say, I have got a level that everybody else really does not. And I would always be concerned that these conditions are ever changing and ever tougher out there. So you are just trying to manage with what is a scenario that you do not want to stick yourself in. You want to be out there on the dry rather than in the wet. It's a easier task out there sometimes, some would say. And I look around at it, there are wet drift specialists, there are dry drift specialists out there. Everyone knows that they look around at it. I would personally be looking at this going, yeah, I would very much like to have been in that first session. And so when Zhang Chin fell to his knees last night, I think what you'll look at is this might have been a saving grace. There is your top 6. 91 points gets you into the top 6. Artyom Shabanov on 99. Yarko Yila on 94. Echo Gao, she said she'd have marked herself down there with 93 points. And look at that. The rain is now just looking to bring itself in as a factor more and more. There is blue sky on the horizon, so the wind I think is coming in from where the blue sky is, so we might get a chance to avoid it. It might only be a light smattering of rain, and if it is the case, this is normally a place where that rain will go away quick and it will dry up quick as a circuit. So Xianjuan is here for 1087X, the third of the 3 that's looking to go from the team. We know that one is there, and there is the marker quality on the back then that sets itself up. So I would be eyeing this one up and saying, okay, I want to give it absolutely everything, but this would be the sort of drift I would be looking for a banker lap on. I think the judges have to take into fact here right now that there is a light amount of rain, and this will affect the pace rating. This will affect some of the rating out there, such as commitment, for example, because you are dealing with tougher conditions out there than what the first group beforehand has now managed. So, sat in and ready for 1087X. Give yourself time, give yourself some steadiness. Windscreen wipers go off for a moment. Allude to what will come next. An E46 for Xianjuan, and hoping that this is going to be all nice and calm as far as the run goes, but it's never easy being out there in these predictable conditions. And now as we set ourselves up and ready up then for the run. So there is the race control ready, who will give the light to say how you go. And so Xianjuan then is going to be into place and saying, I want in and I want points. So, mark given. 3 red lights. Let's get it going. Listen to the noise as it looks to try and rev itself up into position, kicks it into a drift. Really gonna have to try and get it there. 2 on the mark. 2 on the mark, and now it's going to have to fight off the exit. Almost tiptoed out of bounds, but did well to cover that back. There's a lot of line and prowess being seen here out of it. Wheel dips off the mark, another 2 points. Going to be flown off the board here at OZ3. Oh, it's looking lovely out there. Now needs it here through OZ4. Yes! Oh, Xianjuan has put down a lovely marker out there given the conditions. That is a great attempt out there from him, and he knows that will be one of those that will guarantee him that top 32 spot. And Xianjuan will be looking at that going, yeah, and more of that please. He was a top 32 candidate over at the welcome round, and so look at it, nails it, absolutely nails it off the exit, gets to the transfer. Yeah, there might be a bit of rain in the air, but you wouldn't have known it too much here with the way that Xianjuan was really looking to just put that one on the knife's edge and just trying to get it to roll and move and do everything necessary out there. So that pretty much tells you all you need to know about how he's going about business, what he's looking at and doing. It's lovely. Look at that. Transfer, transfer, transfer. Over in to zone 3. or zone 4 and over through, you'd say, wow, lovely stuff. And that will score highly with the judges there. And I think they'll look very pleased with that. And I'm sure everyone else around will also look very pleased as he will disappear into the 1087X10. Case of hello race fans out there lining the grandstands and looking to get themselves ready for the group after this one, but his teammate goes next in Gao, who will be looking to push Gao Shanbo, who will be hoping that he can work forward the Toyota Supra A90 out there, as we get a few more waves out there from the crowd who are happy. And look at them all over the place there, stacking up through the first few rows, looking to try and give themselves everything out there. So I would now be setting out for what this all goes, and we should soon be set. So, Xianjuan, 46, 17, 9.5, 10, 8.5. That is a lovely point score for 1087X. They will absolutely love that. And so as that now sets, 91 on the mark. That is a huge drift to lay on down. It's just outside a super top 4 by 2 points. And that sets up for a lovely run. Not working in the team's championship out there at the moment, but now you will get the likes of Gao Shanbo for DKS Longsword. So, Gao. Next up then on this one. 1, 2, 3. Let's get yourself going here. This Supra has got to move and motor, and we'll see what this is going to be all about. Chucks it on in. 1 on the first entry. Oh, 4 zeros out. Zeros out, grabs all the cones. You can't go pushing that aggressive on the line. You're going to have to gather it back. Now it's going to use the rest of the run for experience, and now that is going to be set and all working on through. So I would look around at that and say, you're going to get the experience. It's a great end to the drift, but that will zero out Gao very, very quickly there going through turn 1. And it is off camber as you go over the curb. So you can see, initiates it early, but as he looks to try and scrub the speed, it just keeps traveling. And ultimately, all 4 go over the mark. You're gonna see 0, and ultimately there is nothing at all that you can do out there to say, look, I want that drift to work, and it was just a little bit too much. Ultimately, the tornado signage then is in on the play, and you set out and go, right, I need a little bit more to go and work forward and go, okay, what more can I do on the second drift? Because you've zeroed out the first one immediately. You've now got to learn from that experience and keep yourself in the game. And that's the key. If you leave yourself no time, you've got to work. Look at a spit of flame out of the exhaust there, trying to kick that down the gear. Oh, lovely. I love that. I really, really love that. And they're going to immediately jack that up and say, look, maybe the tyre choice that we had was a little bit wrong. And they're going to try and get that changed up as quickly as they possibly can in the limited time that they've got. Now, with that zeroing out, we might have the world number 4 here into play. So that is going to... Right, so that will be something that we'll keep in mind, and we'll continue on with it as he works on forward. So we'll now look to try and get on into play. So now we get ourselves ready and in, and a little bit of a look over then at the run. His teammate there superstar that he is. First time we've seen him on the broadcast out there, and he'll be jumping in soon. That'll be Lin Gaoyuan, who will be in there, the former world #2 over in table tennis. Still holds a top 150 ranking, by the way, and an absolute superstar out there. Fans from all over have come over to watch some amazing drifting out there in action. Let's have a look. Was that good? And you'd say, look, I think it was great for what it was. It just pushed a little bit too hard ultimately through the middle, and you turn around and say, right, I need a bit more to come along and just to temper it back in these intermittent conditions. So I think we'll be looking at the next stage, which is important, and here comes the world #4 out there. He was 4th last year, he was 5th the year before over in Drift Masters. Pavel Korpelinski now gets himself ready. Nissan S14 with the 2JZ representing Raidan's 441 BW Updrift. Had a few problems out there, lost his last practice session through a litany of small issues. Didn't get the chance to really work with it until last week. The engine popped on the dyno, but Korpelinski now's gonna have to chuck it in these conditions. Lovely angle, get it in, yes, it's on the line. Slightly over, takes 2 cones for his troubles though. Pushing a little too hard in with that first effort. Now trying to get it back here at OZ2. It's stalling out well, but he's getting the drive and the turn in through, and now he's got to fight here through OZ3. Lovely stuff. OZ4 comes along. Oh, the stagger looks great. Pavel Korpelinski right now, call him a haiku. He's poetry in motion there as he finishes off the run out nice and sweet, but it's all about one and how close do you go. So he's there nice. I don't even think he's put anything wrong there to knock those cones. I think that's just how wide the back is, how long the back of his Silvia is, that the cones are so close. Look at it. Bang, bang. There as they go. The GoPro ends up having to struggle as well. I don't think he's done something wrong. Lovely stuff. Absolutely lovely stuff from Pavel Korpelinski. I think he really has shown over the last 3 years just how good of a drifter he is, and he's proving again that he is going to be someone who is going to be up there. Whether he gets super top 4 or not is another question entirely, but I think he has hit some very nice marks out there, and we will soon see how that goes. Rain is coming down at Shanghai Tianma, and it won't dampen the spirits of the fans, and it won't dampen the spirits of those who are there in front of you. And Pavel Korpelinski is going to be out there, it's going to be in there, and it's going to be played. So we're going to see how that goes in the points in a moment. So, fans then, all there. Some are a little bit hot and bothered out there. Still fairly warm out there, has to be said. Sitting over here is all of this. A lot of humidity here at Shanghai Tianma, and looking to get this all into position. So, you look at that, 50 at 17 is 67. He hit all the marks perfect, 77, 86, and I would say 95 and a half for Pavel Korpelinski. Enough to move up to second position and book a super top 4 place as far as it goes for the moment. That is an absolutely epic score, and now he's going to put himself right into the wheelhouse, and suddenly you'll be looking around here. Maxim Grossman is going to be on the outside looking in. Echo Gao now onto the bubble. 6 years over in D1 GP. Kodai Subagiri is now looking to get in. A best career finish there of a 4th place, but he will be getting this Nissan Silvia S15 working with that SR20 engine that is in for it then on the running. So that's going to be a lovely engine to keep your eye on. It's an inline 4 normally that you run through. Lightweight, aluminium block, lovely high revs used in the cylinders. The only thing you worry about that sort of engine is something about the rocker arms unbalancing and maybe needing a few more cylinder head swaps. Here's the look into into this run through of OZ1. Looks good, but there was still something a little lacking on it. Into OZ2, and now working hard here, trying to fight down the hill, giving the line a little bit of a kiss to say, moi, I want it. Now over into OZ3. This is getting better and better as it runs on. 3, 2, 2, as he runs through OZ4. Lovely controlled style off at the end there. That is a lovely drift by Kodai Subagiri, and he will be looking at that going, oh yeah, the man from Gifu in Japan getting a lovely, lovely drift on in, but that 1 mark is going to cost. 2 1 marks is going to cost. Gets back onto it for 3 points then for Stepan Zemtsev, so that is already 4 points on the table. And saying, right, how is that going to play and how important is this going to be? Because that's another lovely Raidan's drift, and if Raidan's are bringing the heat, then everyone else might just need to find a way to stay in the kitchen with that. So look at it. Oh, absolutely on the line on the no-go zone. 2 and 2 though only. I think you get away with that. Take another look. Yeah, you'll get both of those. I'm sure the Wally system will say you get both of those. And then here's the travel over in at the 4th OZ zone. And look at that. Just a beautiful drift and really, really putting down a marker where everyone else will also have to keep note of him. This is a star-studded field with some star-studded drifting out there, and the bar just keeps on raising out there at this point. Windscreen wipers still on, and a look then on the phone to say how that all goes. How was that? Yeah, absolutely. It was lovely out there at this point, and so you're really starting to say that is going to be all I need, and then some. Door stays open, and that thumbs up. I'd say that thumbs up. Yeah, go. That was a lovely, lovely drift by Kodai Subagiri, and is going to be very, very happy once the points come in, and what that will be worth. I think you're going to be knocking on the door around to the 90s again. .42 on the line, 16 on the angle, 778.5. So they've looked at that and they said, well, it's not as committed, it's not as fluid. They give it 80.5, and I think it's a little bit harsh, but ultimately it's still good enough for 12th place, and it's more than enough to guarantee a top 32 spot with that result. So I'd say very, very well done. 80.5 is going to get the job done. Now, how about a Ferrari California out there and going and racing? Connor Shah is now going to look at this and say, right, I absolutely want to nail this down. He's normally in a Silvia S15. It's not worked out for him, so he's had to go to the backup car of a Ferrari California. So there is going to be a little bit of a different car. It's one of the oldest models that is currently out there. It doesn't have as much of a pedigree as the R32 Skyline, but this is the family car that went drifting, is the best way to understand it. From the suspension standpoint, it's very much the same as we take a look over through turn 1 and over towards turn 2. If you understand it in the United States, you'd know it as an Infiniti i30 in later generations. The initial run was over to 1994 from the car that is out there. It's a niche just to start thinking about it, and I like seeing a couple of Sephiros out there. It will give a big difference to the field instead of saying, oh, I just want a Silvia or a Skyline. Well, try a Sephiro. See how that plays for you. It's almost your halfway house between the pair if you want to understand whether you're a Skyline drifter or whether you are a Silvia drifter. The best place to go, a Nissan Sephiro, in my opinion. So, that's the course as it works through, and then over, back again, and into line, and diving back around. Then with the paint works, it does, because you can see the white lines that are out there, and are getting themselves set. But now we set with Tongling waiting for the chance to go. .72.5 scored there by Connor Sharp, and so did very well to fight that back in the number 80. Connor knows that he was in as top 32, and so 72.5 will be a very nice score to go and work with. So Tongling waiting to get this opportunity then to go, and we'll know as well that it's going to be a very important day then to set this up with this A31 Sephiro 2JZ engine that is sat there in and underneath. So I would look at that and say a long hold to try and get that sorted. We waited for the scores in the very wet conditions now that are starting to develop here. So Tongling out there, the minion machine is going to be into play, working in to OZ1. Oh, gives it a load of beans, takes those cones out again. Two tyres dip out over the side then, and we'll say, look, we're going to have to fight this back. Again, looking to get it to rotate here through OZ2. 3 over the top, was it 4? And if it was 4, that's going to be zeroed out. So 3 over the side is going to be a loss of 20. Add 10, 30 points lost on the line. Gets it into OZ4. Okay, gathered back well off the exit, but conditions are getting tougher and tougher out there, and I think it's telling. Look at it here. OZ1. Oh, it's only just 2 tyres as well. And you'd look at that and go, oh, that's tough to deal with. But then OZ2 comes along, hits the mark well through that first part. There, those 2 cones go scattering. Now, give it the chase here. This wonderful drone cam will tell you all you need to know about this next section. Stays in close. Now, is it 4? It looks like 3 to me. 3 only. Oh, only just clips TG2. Gets through OZ3. Over into OZ4. Stands it up on Song. 3, 2, 3. Lovely. And then around. So I think it's done the bits that it's needed to well. The bits where it didn't was just an absolute, I would say, catastrophe for the run. But it can be there. It looks like it can all get there. Dong Ling very happy, has a nice wave. Taking a little gander there at the back to see if there's something wrong with it over on that rear left wheel. So, of course, when you clip the cones, they do fight back sometimes, and the last thing you want is for anything to get lodged in between some of the spokes, say, for example, and get up into the housing and the rest of the car. So, ultimately, sets itself in park. He's a happy lad. So we'll just await on the score there. It's a bit of a nail-biter, isn't it, dear? Happy and smiling, as many of the fans are. They come out, rain or shine. Go and see some amazing action out there. Oh, yeah, fan club's happy. Give them a wave. They're right up to the rear, to the back seats, the bleachers, the nosebleeds here and around, and they'll be very happy that they get to watch some fantastic drifting at Shanghai Tianma. And they'll know over the course of the season they'll have 4 more chances to go to as well, because they've got Tianjin at the V1 Auto World Speedway, which will be the next place where we'll see a lot of action. So second lot of the drifts then are going to come on through, and this is where you're going to have to step up here and find what you need. Carman Dong, who was top 16 spec and was 5th in qualifying over in the welcome round, is now going to be looking out there, and I think this will be his sighter lap that he's just trying to have a look at and go, wait, it's still too much that I'm clawing that one in. 20 add 18 then is 38, add 9 is going to be 47, and then add 14, you get 61. Then for Tong Ling, who will be 23rd on a 61, and that, I think, if you want to be quite honest, he needs to find a little bit more if he wants to confirm his place into top 32, because you've got to fade groups out there behind. You've still got Johnson Chen, you've still got Jason Yi, you've still got the likes of Ling Gaoyuan and Matskevich Kirill from Belarus. There's so many. Shak, as he's known, Shava Adiashvili, he's going to be there. Chun Jilong, you've got ZZC, who will be going down at the end as well, who will be the last driver then to set in for the 7-2-1. And so that could be all that you need. Jung Chen, ZZC, who will be going as the last driver out there. But Garmandong will look around at this and knows that even if it's not the best drift out there, it has to be a legal drift there. It has to be even more. Welcome back. Taking a look down. Had a little issue there over with our production truck, but we're okay. We're all going and we're all set. So there, sat and waiting. It's Kamandong, who knows that he's got to absolutely put a run down or he's out. No opportunities, no second chances. This is it. A long old wait before this final run now sets itself up and into position. Lovely to bring this over to you, and thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jake Sperry here on the World Feed, giving you all of the coverage available at this point in time. So we're going to be getting ourselves set on in for what will be this competition, and this second half and the long wait will do no favours here for the drivers, who will get a much wetter surface to go and drift on here in the second half. So they'll have a lot to deal with as they go about, and as they set themselves up. That is going to be something that I'm sure we're all going to be really happy about. that is coming through in the Royal Drift Series. Long old hold that we set ourselves in, and looking to try and get ourselves back then and ready for it as we take a look around the camera angles and get ourselves. And you're going to see just how important these second runs that go and get themselves in. Big battles then expected. Super top 4 will be on the other side. And so we're going to be in with a wonderful, wonderful run. And we will soon see how that will all stack out. They've still got the second half of this Group 4 before Group 5 sets itself into play. And we're going to see an absolutely wonderful showcase there to drifting go through. And actually, if they're lucky, the rain might ease up for them over the second half. And I think they'll be very much happy out there to go and make this work. So we'll set, and we'll get ourselves ready then with Kamandong, who will be out there in the next one to go and push forward and get that setting. A live look at your points on the left-hand side. Artyom Shabanov, Pavel Korpelinski, Echo Gal currently on 93 out there as we take a look at these points that have worked through. Pavel Korpelinski second, and then setting up then and getting a little bit more in on play. I think as Kamandong has been sat for so long, he's been allowed an extra position to warm his tyres back up again and to move over to the next speed out there. So that's where it's going to sit here with the Royal Drift Series. And these second halves of the qualification runs that get themselves set and ready as they look to run. I'm Jake Sperry, Alex Koo over on Chinese commentary. Then as we get ourselves into position. So a lot of lovely drifting still to come. And this is the chance that everyone turns around and has a look at and goes, I absolutely want this, and I want this so badly to get into top 32 or into super top 4, depending. Range has just eased, so it's going to get slightly easier from this point onwards. By the looks of things, no brollies out of my window, but they are now going to look and say, okay, we've weathered the storm, and it's going to be out there and pushing on forward. So we'll soon get to see that. Kamandong will be next. So, Kamandong, next up on the hit list, and knowing that this drift is going to have to be in between the bounds, no more, no less, has to absolutely put it on the marks and try and get to 75 or above as the important pass mark. The number 36 representing the Shanghai Apex Drift team. He knows how critical this is going to be in that 2JZ. This is where that GT86 needs to go and shine, and it needs to shine with everything it has got and then some. So, how important is this run going to be? Well, it's make or break. He's got to find the bounds, and the issue we've seen is OZ1. So, how good is this? 1, 2, and 3. A long hold, and he sort of really got the nerves up, having to be so patient for so long, and he's over the line on the drift. Can he get it to bite? Oh, he just about gets there, but 2 go off, and he's fighting so hard to get it back up the hill. It just doesn't want to drive. Give it a bit more boot. Why don't you? And again, he misses. He's got not enough revs to get it around the corners here, and he's overgone the other way. Can't quite get there. In TG2, OZ3 is a little bit of a tight. Look, it just won't go. He's trying everything to get it to go into a drift. He can't pitch it, and that's not going to be what Carmandong would have wanted there. Oh, that's such a disaster on that run. He was really fighting. We look at it here in the slow-mo. So much angle on the camber. Trying to get it to go. I wonder if something's not. Look at it. Look at that front wheel. Just didn't want to come back by the looks of it there. As he fought for power off of the exit. I wonder whether something's gone on the front suspension there as it looked to try and go through. Look at it. Just sit and try and find a way to get itself to turn in with momentum. It looks like that front left wheel, or maybe even the front right, I think, is not playing ball. Oh, that's not what you want to see. Look at it. Trying to sit, trying to get it through. And you got one that sat pretty much either way, and it's not sitting the way that it needs to. Not getting that line through. It's fighting, it's fighting, it's fighting, and it's just not going. Oh, Carman. Not quite getting anything to turn. Look at it. Just trying. And again, doesn't want to pitch. Doesn't want to turn. Doesn't want to give anything. And again, doesn't. Look at it. It's hanging against there. The likes then of the rear. Look, it's rubbing. You can see some wheel rub there on that front right. I wonder whether it's just catching the side of it. And you know what? Helmet's still on. Walking to the back, a shake of the head. And I don't think he'll be too pleased that the run has gone in that regard. And I don't think we're going to chase that far further into it. But obviously catching the rear guard there of the front right tyre, obviously restricting as much movement as necessary and creating a havoc situation that it's not going to turn around and it's not going to get through. So, really tough for Carmandong. And I'm not sure they're going to score that too much there as they go. And the rain has now officially passed because I don't see any out there. Fan club's all happy already, and they are going to roar on that next group as they have a good old wave and see that they are on the gantry here and on our screens and cameras. And they'll be very happy that their fan base is out there and represented all the way over then to the far side, where they all represent, and a lot out there here on Saturday, and we'll get even more over on Sunday. 31 at 11, 42. Add 5 is 47, 51. 57 and a half is fair for Carmandong, who couldn't get that turned around. And ultimately, I think that is going to be a wait for it to go and set. So now, I would say, I wouldn't want to be Carmandong in his point situation. I would want to be Xian Juan, because I think he is someone who I'd love to be in his point situation. Just on the outside, knows what you need to do to get a little bit more. And so, hold yourself to account and go and absolutely chuck it down. So, here goes the chance for Xian Juan, who knows that his points haul from that first drift was great. And again, he's hitting the mark, and he is hitting it absolutely ace, going into OZ2, and he wants more of it. Can he get the mark? Oh, it's only shallow on a 1, but now he's got to fight it back, gets there, good. Now you're over into OZ3. Are you hitting the mark there? Yes. Now OZ4. Oh, he had to lift off, he had to re-engage for fear of hitting the wall, and that's going to cost the final of OZ4. Looked so good up until that. Oh, that's going to suck. That's going to be 91 and stuck on 91. Again, just lovely tipping showing that there is a lot of control out there, and he's just getting better and better and better with every run he does in the Royal Drift Series. But ultimately, it just did not angle out at OZ4. OZ1 looked great. OZ2, their TG1 looked good. OZ2, okay, just about a 2, then into a 1, and then had to fight hard off the exit. Did very well, actually, there to get that out the corner and continue moving on with it. That was very well done in terms of getting that to move as required, but OZ4 was the big port of call that made the difference, and all the difference out there on that run that looked to set itself out. So I would turn around, I would say, okay, that was pretty good, but not as good as what we saw earlier from the 38-year-old in that 750 brake horsepower to JZ. Give us a nice wave, why don't you? Cardboard cutouts and everything. Oh, very happy out there, and say, yeah, 1087 is all about it. They are born to win, and they are doing a very good job out there at the team. He is the lifeblood and spirit out there, really trying to charge those 3 on and say, look, they are going to be very, very happy. There's the look. Whew, a hard day's worth of work there, how much I had to wait for it. And so, in that regard, it's going to be a case of happy then as they go. Fans happy, having a smile. 43 at 20 is 63. 63 at 8 is 71. 80, 89 and a half is the mark that is given. So not as good. The line there at the end costing that run. And costing that run by a good 5 points. That could have been challenging Paweł Korpelinski. So, next up, another driver on a 0 who's got to put a run down on the board. It's Gao Shanbo over at DKS Longsword. They're not running as a team, but for the team's championship today at this round. But you would say that they look around at what they've got and go, look, we've got all the fans here for us. So, Gao Shanbo, Toyota A90 Supra has got to put a mark down, otherwise we're not going to see it running here at Tianma tomorrow. So, 1, 2, 3 on the mark. Gao Shanbo, what do you have? It could be a case of, can I get it to tip in? Can I get it to stay? And it stays, and it's shallow. Oh, through OZ1 and point 2 and point 3. Now over into OZ2. Needs it again, it's shallow and missing all the marks on the line. Having to fight to get it back. I think would have dialed it back on the setup. Misses it again all the way through. It's a drift, but it's one that's just not hitting any of the marks on the line, and that's not going to score very well. So a real shame for Gao Shanbo. I think that's all down to the fact that he was expecting it to be wetter than it was, and it just wasn't. So lovely drift. Unfortunately, it just doesn't hit many of the lines. Gets it back off the exits. Fighting hard is so early on it, on the transfer, that it just doesn't allow any room here in through OZ2. And so now you're fighting on the back foot. OZ3, again, just doesn't bite. And now into OZ4. You know, it's almost the same as what you saw from the likes of the R35s that were, the GTR 35s that were struggling. I know the A90 doesn't play exactly the same way, but I did hear from Sam Chen, who I did at lunch. He said he was struggling a lot, and so was Lu Xiao, with the anti-lag, that the computer system was basically spooling the turbo too much, giving too much help and making life a lot tougher. And so they've got to try and find the balance, or at least Sam will, as far as it goes into top 32. But that's a shame for Gao. I think that's going to see him on the wrong side of the points, and that is going to be a real hit and shame. Needing a little bit, well, a lot a bit more actually, I'd say, of what is going to be there. So have a look at it. Did I hit the marks? No, 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 no. He'll have to come back next time, I think, here over at Tianjin with that result. And I think he knows that he could have got more out of it there if he just held to his guns on that setup. But there's no way you could know how long of a delay that you'd have to sit in. It's enough where I think it has made the circuit change again. And you're going to have to do a lot more work than you thought you were going to do, as we were expecting it to be a chuck down of rain. We're on the other side, we're on the drying side. Right then, big man on campus. The big threat of Pavel Korpelinski is next up on the docket, and we'll be looking to go with all sorts of power and poise and finesse and really lay down and try and see if he can get as close as possible to the 99-point effort that is sat down by Artyom Shabanov at this point in time. There's a live look down from OZ2 to OZ3 and then OZ4, which will zoom back into view as it rolls on in. Look at that, lovely. You see where you got the podium, that's where the spotters are, and just above that podium and through that door is where you can find me and Alex at this moment in time, working hard for it. A little bit of cooling there, give me some air in the cockpit there for Pavel. And he knows he's got this in the bag. He can go all out on this if he should so choose to. 95.5 is where it currently sits down. And so there needs to be just a bit more. Waves then from the crowd, looking to get themselves ready for what comes along next. And it will be this drift from Pavel Korpelinski. Still waiting on the points then to hear how much of a result it is for Gao Shanbo. 20, 30, no commitment given. 33, 37.5 is not going to get the job done. So ultimately, I think that's going to say P27 of 27, 5 cars, well, 27 of 28, sorry, because we have the issue that went along with Gun Bin. And so that could be a very, very nasty situation for him in terms of missing the cut. Pavel up next for right hands 441 BW up drift. That Nissan Silvia S14 given the mark to say that we are there and ready. And let's get ourselves in. 1, 2, 3 lights. Polska power into play for Pavel Korpelinski. Here goes the big old effort in. Can he get it to line up and sit? Oh yes, 3, 3, 3, 3, yes sir! Over into TG1, hits it a dream, 2 over the top, fighting back, 2 again, line on it, perfect, and again, hitting his point. Now into OZ3, 3's across the board, OZ4, oh Artyom, you might have a challenger here. Pavel Korpelinski puts one down, oh yes! This is a lovely drift. This is absolutely beautiful from Pavel Korpelinski, and you'd expect nothing else out of the man. Look at it, well within bounds, pushing the mark, hitting it exactly as he needs to, and just getting the flow. Transfers beautifully, sets it up, it kicks into gear through the clutch kick as early as he needs it to, and it's just pure control of the car, and not many drivers get the full understanding of feel for it. And he will know, as he will pull himself over to one side, that he will get back into paddock and run, cameraman, run. He's very tough to stick with. He has done absolutely an epic job and nothing short of sensational. What an act that Kodai Subagari is going to have to follow the man from Gifu over in Japan. So that is simply put a masterful drift and a showcase of what level of competition we might have to get to in order to split those around. So that is going to be into play. We're going to hold for a moment. We'll be back with more after this.
直系的老三，就是他爸是我知道，他是老。我知道这儿有个直系图的人，是，但是不是他们的直系，是他们的直系。明天上午。对啊，明天总共不在上海吗？不对，在福建。上海是上周五。对。明天下午啊。明天下午是吗？对对，2点到4点。社交级，东北 CBA 了。他那个好像转播还是什么有问题。现在调转播了。是的。他你呢？播是也直播。直接打完那个网络打完不是直接呀？你脑子是不是你是不是这么吃不下去了？可以考虑考虑。我买断，我买断自己球队以后，我回去给你300万价格直接去，把它放在那个男模场里面给我挣，这不合适，他妈都下午我要开启3个。裁判他们这边，他们在那个位置要上厕所的话，是不是还只能换场？哦，我天哪！
Confirmation. 50. Add it up with 15.5, 8, 9, and 9. So that will add itself up, 59, 68, 91.5. So, in that regard, we do apologise for the delay. A drift so good, that 91.5 there from Pavel Korpelinski, that it was enough to knock the power out of the truck. So it's going to be a case of we set ourselves on now next, and thank you very much for joining us for the Royal Drift Series here in Qualification. Still got more that we have to get. Yeah. Right. Apologies for the delay, ladies and gentlemen. All of that down to the fact that Pavel Korpelinski drifts so well that he sits back and the power goes from the truck. So we're going to get ourselves set back in. A lengthy delay to fix and repair, which we fortunately can say we have done at this position. And so that long wait now means that still we sit ourselves in Group 4 with groups 5, 6 and Super Top 4 still to come later on here in the running. So a chance then to get an understanding of what is out there, a chance to get the cars warmed back up on the tyres, because they'll be stone cold now for Kodai Subagiri. And we get confirmation of it being 91.5 points that was put down in by Pavel Korpelinski. So not enough to improve on the 95.5 that was out there, but you still have to say it was a very, very good drift from him, and we'll say will be absolutely pinning it down and giving everyone a good challenge if he should still be in Super Top 4 with those still remaining. Track has dried out even further, so for Kodai Subagiri, this is the chance that is needed. Nissan S15 SR20 engine there in the car, different to a lot who have gone for a 2JZ, the most popular engine of choice available to it. So for Kodai, it's been a long way. He knows that he's been out there pretty much through the entire power outage and might not have had any idea about what's going on, might have been briefed by the race director that is down there in the middle. And so the chance will come to now get back into position and drift even more. Connor Sharp would have also been in that same place. Kodai, let's bring it back to action. And we'll now look at this one and say, can I give it some mustard? Absolutely throws it on the line. Then through OZ1, looking over at TG1 and into OZ2. Again, just lovely the way that it works. On the line, has to correct. There through the middle, was getting a little bit too close to the sun. Icarus with your wings. Now into OZ4, 3-1-1. Oh, points on the table. Overcook and take a cone out for good measure. A lovely attempt on that qualification there from Kodai Subagiri. Absolutely ragdolling there, that Sylvia about, and needing to go and make it work in a way that only he could. Here's the correction. Has to steer out of it slightly, then grab it back with the handbrake before it works in through OZ3. Look at that. Oh, it looks a dream, doesn't it? Working on in OZ1 to OZ2 on the line, and then some. And you'd feel very, very good about a drift like that putting itself down on the docket. Engine notes raw on the practice drift from Connor Sharp, who gets that Ferrari California waking up and saying he can go for it. 72.5 that's there. Crowd were warmed up by the judges, doing a wonderful Mexican wave earlier on, and so it was really good there from what the judges were able to do. Absolutely perfect in hyping the crowd up, and so you've got to give a massive amount of help to them. Kodai gives himself a bit of smile there, showing they're happy, and out of half of his gear out there with the race suit, but fans are there and they are set, giving themselves a big wave. They know that next group comes along, agonizing the wait for them out there, and so they know, and they know so well what they got to do. 36 add 18, make that 54, add 24, so 78 for car 78. They're absolutely perfect in terms of what was needed there. And so with that all said, it's going to stay as it is, because that will not be an improvement on 80.5, which was done over the first run. Leads now over. Connor Sharp will just wait to get himself around. And once he set himself into position, it will now be the chance to get back into play and go, right, I'm going to go out there and get my drift all lined up nicely. So there's the set, and here goes then Connor Sharp, Ferrari California, Fat 5 slide racing, saying pretty much everywhere. And he'll be looking at this going, what do you mean a Ferrari is a drift car? And he goes, oh yeah, a Ferrari is a drift car. And we'll see that Ferrari California in action, taking over and knowing he has got to get a good attempt up into the 90s. He's on 72.5. I think he needs a bit more than that in order to guarantee his safety. 3 lights. Oh, he absolutely roars away as he looks for this second run. Tips it right then left and now looks for it. How do you go through? Left and right even, but now looking over through OZ1. Lovely. OZ2 hits the mark well, over the top of the line. Absolutely pins it to it. Oh, this is looking great from Connor. Now he's got to get that transition in sorted. Does so again, it's lovely on the line. This is a beautiful drift by Connor Shaw. 3-2-2, finish the deal. Connor Shaw gets the California dreaming. Oh, yes. Oh, this is a wonderful one. Oh, so committed on the line. Like, you're going to hang it all out there. You might as well. Absolute ace stuff from Connor Sharp. And then working through, rides the line, hits the mark, rides it again. It's like watching Tony Hawk in his prime out there skateboarding. Connor Sharp running it on the tightrope, getting it absolutely on. Oh, the only thing you can say is it is a tyre off. And it is going to hurt seeing that tyre jump off and not find a way to go and get the improvement. Nasty. Nasty, nasty stuff on that drift. He knows how good he is when he gets himself into form. And this is a much different Connor Sharp than what we saw, of course, at the induction round, the welcome round of 2 months ago here at Shanghai Tianma. He was top 32 then, and he knows that's going to be a great drift. He knows it is.
And I have the best car.
And he has the best car, ladies and gentlemen. Best drift, best car. I love him. And I hope all them love him as well. 48 at place 16. That makes it up to 54. At 8 is 62. 69. 86.5. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Connor. 86.5 in a Ferrari California. Lovely stuff. That is what we love to see. And again, the bar keeps getting higher at Shanghai Tianma. And at some point, something's got to pop, and we hope it's not the electrics again. So, that now sets in. O-Town will look around next, and this will be the last run of Group 4. Dongling, Nissan Safiro, A31. Needs to go and get a run on 61 points currently. Another wave at the fan base, who will look and know they've got their superstar coming up next. So, paintworks, bumblebee colours of yellow and black, a little bit of silver there as well, just to spice it up. On in represents and looks to try and get on through. Dongling normally out there in the Shanghai Chuzhen drift team, but here is going to be running as a solo participant here in this one. 2JZ engine in it, and now can you go and get this drift sorted in it? Now here goes the chance then. Dongling, this to get you into the dance, and now knowing that that minion machine needs to be set on for stone. Drifting it in nicely there. 2 and 3 at OZ1. That's lovely. Now trying to show that commitment. Over through OZ2. It's gone shallow. No, has to gather it back. Does well on the exit to get it back. Not many people can do that. Over into OZ4. Oh, give it style. 3-1 miss. No, 3-1 miss. Not what was needed there at the end, the miss. That is going to really suck to finish that one out. Oh, it was looking so good for Dongling. It will still be good. I think it's well over 75. But I think that was not quite on the marks, as necessary, as required. So, you see how hard you have to work to get this drift to run up into line. Oh, absolutely pins that to the line through OZ1. I hope they don't count that as a tyre over the mark. Missed at OZ2. And that, I think, will stagger a lot of points at OZ2 going away. Gathers it back at OZ3 quite nicely. And then says, right, you got to get to OZ4. And he kicks it in, but the angle's not there. And so it's only going to naturally dive back to the inside and find its rotation in that regard. So back into the garage. Lovely drift machine over on the right that's not running. I wish we were seeing that run as well, but ultimately we are not. And so with that, Group 4 finds itself complete, which leaves only Groups 5 and 6 to go. And so Tongling out there, nice wave. We'll see what the result is on the board as Group 5 about to get on going with that beautiful livery of Johnson Chen, which is there to go through the Street Fighter Chun-Li that is going to be out there. I love that. Every time I see it, I love it. And they're getting themselves all ready here for the 0319 that will set up then and next. Confirmation of result then, 37 and 18 makes 55, 61, 67, and then 75 and a half. Oh, I think that's just on the mark that was needed there. 75.5 might be enough to get in and jump on forward. So I think you can be happy with that result. And now we move into Group 5. Right hands will go back to back, but critically, it's the Chun-Li paint that is out there. Finish it. Why not finish him? And now say, look, I want in. Chun-Li wants in and wants to go and really battle with this. Johnson Chen is now going to be wanting this one more than anything else. So GoPro on the liquor flame on the front, GoPro pointing then over towards the rear. This one is littered then with all sorts of cameras and goodies. Johnson up next, representing from the United States. Sylvia S15, all ready, all steady, all up, all out. Let's go. Group 5 gets itself underway. Johnson, what have you got? And now reporting for duty into OZ1, 2 at point 2, 2 at point 3, 2 at point 4. That's nice, you'll get all the points for that. Into OZ2, only one though through the first mark. Gets it back nicely, now has to fight here for TG2. Gets through the touch and go, through the transfer. Now over and oh, it's shallow. There through OZ3, gotta fight it back OZ4, it tries to snap away from him. Gets it back through though, as to try and work by. That is a solid and serviceable run, and I think the judges will know that. Very solid, very serviceable. That was a run to try and get you into top 32. That wasn't one trying to go out there to go and win the whole thing on Saturday. That was just very poised. Only one on the mark at zone 2.2. So OZ 1.2. So that was a lot to try and get to, but lovely stuff. Can't really fault it too much. That is just serviceable. Gets the job done. What we would call in the UK the bog standard drift. Lovely. See the slow-mo here. Working in through OZ2. TG2 hit a dream. Gives it a lot, son. Line and angle look great. But, oh, it was just starting to go back away. Look, this will show you here on the slow-mo. 2 into 1, slightly early, and then gets the transition over, and it just doesn't want to bite. And then so you're having to fight that one back at the end, and that will be a correction that the judges will note on fluidity there, that it just started to fall away, because that was a really fluid run that just didn't quite hit all the marks. Johnson Chen, I think, will be very, very happy with that one, as he knows just how critical of a job it is going to be to every time chuck it in on the marks and get yourself everything in. So, a lovely drift from that Sylvia. And now let's get ourselves then set on into play. And hopefully, we'll get the next right-hand car around, which will be Jason. 40 at 15 is 55. 55 at 16, 71. 79 and a half there for Johnson Chen, and he'll be very pleased. It puts him 14, and I would say 79 and a half is more than serviceable out there, and the more that drivers and drifters keep themselves in, the more likely we could be seeing the big upset of Leo Schneider out in qualifying and missing 32 cut, which I did not have in any world on my book out there. So that could be something that we note more and more. Leo Schneider could be in big trouble on 67 points. Next up then on the docket, it is now the Nissan 831 Zafiro of Jason Yi, who wants to try and throw everything at it. He was very much looking at his casters yesterday, not happy with the amount that's there. Took out a part of the car at the back that was about 8 years old, and now knows that he needed a new fit of that. He's very much a driver who goes through parts quickly, and he's going to go through drifting quickly. Look at this as he tries to nail it on the line, and he does so. Oh yes, but it's slightly over, ever so slightly over. Oh, touch and go too, he chucks it over as well. Looks to give it big line through OZ2, and that looked great as well. This is so fluid, but the only thing missing is pace. Oh, chucks it all over at OZ3. Oh, bins it at OZ4. The back's completely demolished, but he don't care. He still goes. Jason, oh my, put it down, son. Absolutely pinned as if he is on a Scalextrics track to that line. Works it in at OZ2. Only driver I've seen get even remotely close to following that line. It is a tyre over at OZ1. That we have to know. Look at it, all over it at OZ2. Or at TG1 into OZ2. You just love it, don't you? That you're just finding the extremity. Going out there, that Zafiro comes over again, gets all three and then some, and then bang, into the wall, and it doesn't even cost him a point on the line. It doesn't even cost him a point on the line. Mental stuff from Jason. Mental stuff. Absolutely mental stuff. Chucks it back in, crumples it right up to the wheel. Oops. I don't think he even needs to go back out again. And they're going to start pulling and trying to put that back into play. Anybody got a hammer? Wow. In fact, it's no, not worth it. Let's get a new one on it, or take it off and get the panel beaters. Right hands. Absolutely love it. 48 plays, let's call it 17 and 7. So that is, well, 91. Absolutely ace 91. Jason, put that down and say brilliant. It was only top 16 cut out there. He was able on his run, Jason, to go out there and defeat Li Shanghai, and then ran into Leo Schneider in the top 16 cut last time at Shanghai Tianma for the welcome round. Really trying to get the wireframe back into line. And while they scramble on that, another one over from Champion Speed Sport DRS drifting team. Bunkai Bay is now next up, and we'll be looking to try and prove that DRS are going to get more on in and say we are going to continue to put a litany in our top 32. Still frantically pulling back there at the garage. But for Champion Speed Sports, E92 out there in play and looking to be absolutely set on it. Coupe version broke ground July 2006. He's going to look to try and break ground now. And he knows how critical of a tip-in This is going to be Van Kai very stable on that as he works through. Now give it the smoke out there going through OZ1 into OZ2, just settling it for a bit of a run. It does jump out with a couple tyres, and it's going to have to need to grab it back here through OZ3 into OZ4. Steps it up, 3. Oh, it's lovely at OZ4. Oh, Van Kai come to play. Oh yes, we've got a real tournament on our hands if this is what qualifying's like. This is gonna be a case where 20 drivers could walk away with the victory. I'm serious. Everyone has turned up for the books. Everyone is getting better. Everyone wants to come and play, and nobody wants to be left behind. This is Royal Drift Series. No doubt. No doubt. Chucks it in, hits TG1 nice. 2 on the mark. 3 on the mark coming up, and a little bit more. Kicking it out beautifully into OZ3. And now just having to finish the deal with the quintessential OZ4. Look at it. Lovely, stacked it, perfect rotation. Hang it up in any museum you can possibly think of. That was artwork through OZ4. Judges will have a good think about what that point score is going to be. Wally system helping out, of course, helps to tabulate where the car is on track and give it a little bit more. Everyone loves to say it's all about AI, the Wally system. It really isn't. It just helps with the system to get you the results a little bit quicker. So, now as they get ready, look at that. That's a lot of concentration. 46 and 17 is 63. And then you've got 71, 78, and that is going to be in the 85.5 bracket. Oh, Van Kai more than guarantees a place through, and will be very, very pleased with that one as a push. So, what more can you say? Except that was brilliant for a driver that did not even make the cut last time out. Excellent. So, Van Kai dealt with. Fans sat there, happy, gives a wave. Bright in blue. It's now Ken's turn to go and get a drift on in, representing over at Shanghai Apex. You will know how important a run this will be. Ken Chen is now going to sit down and say, I want in. Can he go and get this drift where everybody has been setting big high camera as well that sets itself up almost as if it's an RC car into OZ1. Lovely, but it's shallow, and now he's going to have to fight back for it then. Does well out of OZ1. Now over TG1, nice. OZ2, are you going to hit the mark? Yes, but it's over, and you're overcooking it a bit. You're trying a bit too much here, Ken. Over to OZ3, nice. OZ4, oh, I had to wait an eternity to get it to tick over, and it won't grab at OZ4.3, and that will put it over the line. And that's left on the table by Ken. He'll have work to do in his second drift, but that looked, for all the money in the world, like it just needed a little extra something. It was like mum's cooking, but you needed an extra bit of spice to add on. Where's the salt? Where's the pepper? It's that in terms of where it went. 2 tyres over and nearly a third. Ken was pushing to try and make up for lost ground. God, look at that. On the exit as well, dips them. So went from too shallow to too deep. And we are having to be nitpicky here. And really nitpicky, because the caliber has just gone up from what I thought was a quite nitpicky run that we saw 2 months ago. So for Ken, he was top 32 cut only last time out. Salut mi familia. Salute as well. Over, we will get the understanding, because this crowd will go wild in a minute. But we wait here patiently. Absolutely wonderful livery that's there. Crowd happy to wave. Got a lovely understanding of what drifting is all about. It's your favourite coming up next. And so, what is this going to be on point score and result? We hold and wait and hold our breath and see just how much of a mark needs to be found or even improved on at the next phase that goes. Judges are there. 32 at 14 makes 46, 52 at 14, 66 on for Ken Chen. And so that's 26th position and not safe. 66 is not safe yet. So we'll have to do more. Now, here is the run that comes in from Lin Gaoyuan. This is the practice that is set. And so looking around and trying to get as much understanding of this circuit as possible here. So here is a driver, world number 2 at table tennis. So it's alive. The table tennis, the drifting pipeline starts here with Lin Gaoyuan. And everybody has come out here to see this guy drift on his first, what I believe is one of his first ever drift events. So I am really excited to see how this is going to go. The persona of the wolf, or the cat, sorry, on the side. And this is going to be a really fun chance to see what drifting is going to be all about here as we get this all set and around. It's just on the other side of this, and there is the Ferrari Conchard out on display and rolling on back by the looks of things into the garage slot. So we'll just pull that back into pits. Someone wanted a little look at it, maybe to get in on the side, check that it was all working again. And that California bound to go and get in some running over in the next stages. So set yourself up, set yourself ready. Sun's come out as well. Sun's out, guns out. And it seems like it's shining down on Lin Gaoyuan and all those fans that are ready to see him out there. Very dedicated fan base, hit with the ladies. What more can you want in life? He's got a fantastic clothing brand here in China as well. Living the dream. So, we are looking at this saying, what more am I going to find? There is Ken and his look down in the garage going, okay, I might need a bit more than what's needed. But there is Lin Gaoyuan, car representing DKS Longsword, but not for the team effort here out there. He is a superstar, a multi-sport talent as far as it goes. How will his drift then prepare himself for this? Lights then ready. 3 go up. The green out there. Lin Gaoyuan is on the prowl. Now, how is he going to go into OZ1? Gives it an absolute ton of it as he works on through. Gets only one through OZ 1.3. Just about gathers it back off the exit. Fighting. Oh, it's not going to go. It's not going to go. Almost finding nothing out there through OZ2. He's going to have to fight this one hard back through OZ3. Gets it back. Now heading into OZ4. He's got to give it something, and it's not quite there. He's going to have a lot of work to do in that second drift to make top 32 cut. Oh, he was almost there. Almost there. And it just wasn't quite. OZ1 tires over the mark. Get points deducted for it. But he really just couldn't carry the drift. He was fighting it to get around, but just not enough speed. I think he's got to initiate later through the transition if he wants it to work to that line. You do all this time trying to find the line, and at 319, ultimately, look, it's just bit back. It's not got enough power to sustain the drift. And it needs something more, a little bit more oomph to it. And it just doesn't quite go the way it needs to there on that attempt. So ultimately, for that, it's going to be, what more can I do? There's not much in there. Only 510 in a 2JZ. So it is one of the weakest machines out there. Very tough to drift weak. But the more confidence he gains, The more that he invests into it, the better the car will be, and the more power he can have. But you have to control it first and foremost. It's almost like initiation. Zero's out, unfortunately, on that first run. So he's going to have to go back to the drawing board here. And you note, too, that Gao Shanbo, his longsword teammate, didn't make it through. And they'll say, look, it was really good up to the part where it just fell away at OZ2. Did well at OZ3, did well at OZ4, but it didn't matter from that point because he didn't quite get there. So, still chances. All you lovely adoring fans trying to get pictures, look at it, cameras as far as the eye can see. You'll get a chance. You will get your chance. Last of the time-up drivers now, looking to set through. We've seen Leo Schneider, he's in trouble on the bubble. You've got Maxim Grossman more than comfortably in. Artyom Shabanov with a 99 effort. What about that guy? Matskevich Kirill, who is ready from Belarus and knows his Toyota A80 2JZ engine inside it. Time Up have quick machinery and quick drifters, and Matskevich, I think, is very much in that regard as well. How will this one go? Set it up, all bright in yellow. Major angle into OZ1 and needing to gather it back and around. Lovely. OZ2 comes along. The TG zone is there. Now you're trying to push it on the outside. Tyre dips on the outside. He's overcooked it at OZ2 slightly. Now you're going to work through OZ3. Hits the marks well. OZ4, is it there? 3, 2, 2, it is. That's a lovely start then for Matskevich Kirill, and we'll know that there is going to be more on the horizon there. Lovely amounts of angle to kick it up. It was almost perpendicular the way that he set that in. 88 degrees plus on that as he set. It's lovely stuff. Slow-mo, out of one, TG1, hit everywhere. OZ2. Just pushed slightly too hard through this section. OZ2-2 into OZ2-3. Lovely over the mark at TG2, touch and go. Gets back over nicely. And then had to work on the line to gather it all back. That is what we call a heads-up drift. And I would say Matskevich Kirill is another contender out there throughout the entire tournament. I think we're going to be in for a real treat here on Sunday. Everything you want and then some. Spotter on the phone. Taking a little look. Communication. Where will the mark hold down? Or stepped slightly out, but I'd say he'd be very, very happy with the result that he has been looking for there. So, what is it going to be on the docket? And how much of a threat? Because we know that's going to knock Leo Schneider another one down. And that is going to be the concern. 46 and 20, 66, 75, 84, 93 and a half. And a half for Matskevich Kirill. It puts him in super top 4. 93 and a half. Wow. That's starting to put the cat amongst the pigeons here. Lovely stuff from Matskevich Kirill. And now the final driver of Group 5. Ivan is now into play. And Ivan Pei will be looking to go and get it. So currently, Artyom Shabanov, Pavel Gorbelinski, Yarko Yulha, and Matskevich Kirill is your top 4. Echo gets her wish, doesn't get there. Ivan, oh, he's got it deep there, trying to gather it back at OZ1, and he's gone and got it. OZ2, oh, he was so sideways, he wasn't going to get that back. One's across the board. He gets it back on the exit, all over the white line on the exit. Only one's at OZ3, so desperate to get back here for OZ4. 3-2-2, and over for it. Ivan Pei's giving that one a red hot go. And there's still some more to be had. Look at it, kicked in so late and needed more run off of the exit. Hits the mark, TG1, misses OZ1, OZ2, glancing blow, OZ3, OZ2.3, sorry, lovely. But now you're starting to think, okay, how many glances and misses can I have before my point score online just constantly takes a hit? Miss, glance, hit. You think. This might be one of the toughest top 32s we've seen in a while. Everyone's going at it. Everyone's throwing something on the board. Everyone wants to make it stick. And not everyone gets that luxury. A look down in the paddock, seeing what's there. Okay, it pushed a bit hard. Very tough out there through the various stages in Avampe. I think we'll turn around and look at that and go, I needed more. I needed a little bit more out there to go and get that all sorted. A man from Shanghai in China, 30 years of age. That's Sylvia S15, really throwing forward for it. Fans are happy, still there, still waiting. And you get the understanding of, okay, you need to do a little bit more of this, you need to do a little bit more of that. It's a constant feedback loop that you're looking to sell yourself with here in these competitions and go out there strong for it. 37 plays 17.5 on angles, so let's call that 18 to make that 55. And so you've got the 8 there that goes through. It's 76.5, 3 halves on it, and 76.5 in my book makes a whole. I think you'd be happy with it. He only made top 32 cut last time. 76.5, another one who gets the job done. And I'd be very interested to look at the point scores before we go to Group 6. Johnson back out again and pushing with everything that he's got. He's up next. 3. Give it a lot. This is going to be a case of you're going to need that Chun-Li kick in on this, and he works hard for it. Well, gets the 2, gets the 3, gets the 3. Lovely Johnson. Now over into OZ2. Lovely again. Hits the marks. 2, 2. You only need 2s to get the full 3 points. So he's hitting his marks well. Angle looks incredible. Line, I think, is pretty much there. Pace is up there. 2-1. Oh, it's just starting to fade slightly. Johnson pulling absolute stops out on it to try and improve a 79.5. Lovely stuff here. Just lovely, lovely stuff. Look at it. Just a joy, isn't it? Getting it set in through OZ4, and I think you will count that as 2. I think you got away with that one. Look at this one on the super slow-mo, 4K camera. 3-2, maximum points. Cut it on in, right out there over the curb. 3-2. Ooh, I'll just give that a 2. I'd give that a 2. Judges, would you give that a 2? I hope you would. That was a lovely drift from Johnson. Absolutely lovely. More than just a street fighter, that was a straight out brawl. And so you'd look around, it's Jason next, and the question being, has Jason had enough time to fix the rear of his Raidan's Safiro? And if he has done, he'll be very much pleased with it. If he hasn't had the chance to, I think we'll be looking around at it going, yeah, okay. Don't need to go out again. Happy with just the one go. Hedge my bets, moving into Sunday. So some lovely stuff. More to come on the other side. Jason back into line. And knowing that 0, 1, 3, or just the 13, is ready to rock and rumble. It's back together again. Looks as if nothing's happened to it on the rear, doesn't it? A little bit of tape to put it together. Lovely points there from Johnson, 46 at 18, that's 64 points. And then it sets in 73, 82, 91 and a half. Oh, they are starting to rack them up, aren't they? Johnson, 91 and a half. Suddenly you're starting to wonder if the 80, 85 is going to even be top half. That's staggering. 85 might not even be top half. Jason then, he's already got a huge result in on the pocket. He's already on a 91. Can he improve that 91 any further? Can he go put it down on the mark and say, yes, I can? Here goes Jason, looking for big angle to start things off. Tyres over, but he now knows what he needs. Oh, he's gonna go out on it, doesn't need it. That's gonna be zeroed out, he's abandoned it as he works on through. Tyres again out on the other side. Now Idris drifting this one for pride. All over it. Please don't knock the back again. Oh, he's done it again. He's done it again. It's kicked up again. He's kicked up the rear again. His crew will be very much looking at that going, oh, we just fixed that. We just fixed it, Jason. Oh, dear me. Oh, dear me. This is where it goes wrong. Giving it angle, giving it welly. Nah. Not there, not a chance. And so, it goes to be said, it will stay on 91, and that will be a very good position moving through this competition for Jason. Stellar stuff. Ouch. The crumple there. Not as bad as the first one, but still enough that all that tape, and it's still not going to be enough. You need a bit more. I would love to see the reactions on the faces of his crew as he goes in and they see that it's broken on the back again. And they go, ugh. Zero's out. And so, not much more that can be said about that. Remains in 11th place on a 91. What? 11th place on a 91. Are you reading this correctly back at home? 11th place is a 91. Oh, we're spoiled at the Royal Drift Series at Shanghai Tianma. We are spoiled. There's the back of that Zafiro, showing once again. And now round and into position. And looking for this to set a driver who knows what to do. Von Kai on 85.5 currently. And a half. Looking to try and put in an even better performance than that first drift. One light, 2, 3. Let's get ourselves underway. And this is where Von Kai has to go and chuck it in and give it a little bit more. And he's slightly over, but that's still really nice on the way that he looks to put it together. It's a very consummate professional style drift. Here over at OZ2, again, hitting all the marks there. TG2 was close. Oh, misses at OZ3. That's going to be that, maybe not improving. 3, 2, 1, and round for the finish. Then goes Von Kai. I look at that and go 85.5 is going to be tough to go and match on that one. Chucks it in. He doesn't need much, does he, to get that to turn around. And ultimately, because he doesn't need that much to go and knock it into line, it makes his life easy, I think, knowing he doesn't have to do that much to go and get it to play the way that he wants to. Some like having a lot of rotation, some like a little. Bunkai Vei, very much on the little, but nowhere near at OZ3. And then OZ4 by comparison. 3, 2, 1. Starting to drop points there, right at the end. There goes 2 points begging. But at the end of the day, they're all drifting so magnificently. You are literally taking the fine-tooth comb out and splitting hairs. He'll drop himself down into pits. He's got to go all the way to the far end on it and set that all into motion. So, where will that score in terms of points? And will there be more to come along? Because next up will be Ken. Who knows that that's going to be big. 40 at 17, 57. 57 plays 8 is 65. 72, 77 and a half. Then on that second go around, so not as good. Commitment, the big one there that takes the hit, 5.5 on it. 77 and a half, but still good. For 85 and a half is 14th. Wow, 85 and a half is 14th. That's incredible. That is absolutely stunning. 85 and a half is 14th. Right, Ken? If 85 and a half is 14th, you desperately need to get into the 70s. You desperately need to get into the high 70s. Ken Chen, have you got what it takes to put another Shanghai Apex Drift Team driver up into top 32? Get it geared up. Hold your nerve. Get it into motion. Ken Chen, game on. OZ1. Lovely. Oh, lovely. Continue with that. The pace looks great as well. Now kicking into OZ2. Hold on to it. Whoa, Nelly. It's there. Now you're going to have to try and work. There's a tyre out the back. That's going to be OZ2 with a -2. Now in through OZ3. Lovely. Hits the marks perfectly. OZ4 has got to sit there. You've been struggling all day. 1 and 1. Oh, it's not going to be enough to be huge, but I think it will be serviceable enough on it. That could have been the world. Ultimately, I think it's just the country. Ken Chen, I think will have a good day. Good job on you, Ken. Absolutely ringing for it. I would say asking for everything he could get and then some. Looking to build on what was a very, very accomplished, serviceable start. But knowing that trying to improve on 66, he's done more than enough than that in my book. It's just a case of by how much. Absolutely on it on commitment. Absolutely on it on line. Until you get to OZ4. And that's what he's got to try and work on here. 3, 1, 1. 4 points on the table. And left out. I wonder whether that will be enough down there as he waits at the Shanghai Apex paddock. $60 points through line and angle, 66, 73. 81 and a half. 16th on 81 and a half. Oh, he's still got 6 left. Oh, help me. 81 and a half. 16th. And another name that jumps Leonid Schneider. I'd have a smile. This is a big, yeah, it's hot, isn't it? Sun's just come out, crept over. Lovely blue sky sweeping across from south to north. Actually, I correct myself, from north to south. Li Gaoyuan zeroed out the first time. To get all these fans happy, he must have a good drift. He knows how important his status is. You can't miss a face of his out there. It's everywhere here at Shanghai Tianma. the cat is going to have to be, quote, proverbially, quote, out of the bag if he wants to get this. There's your top 6. Need 93 points to get into it. What are you going to find? Really trying to kick. Staggers through OZ. 1, 1, 1, 1. Struggling for pace off the exit. Get it back around. TG is hit. Misses. Misses. Oh, get it back. Overcooks it on the backside, but gets okay through OZ and TG2. OZ3 hit a dream. Bonnet's coming loose, and that's going to be down low, and it's going to lose out a little bit there, and the run stops dead. No. No, 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 no. Not ideal, but was really throwing up the run. Misses a point as well. Line judge not going to be too pleased with it, but that is a good go, a really good go if it's one of your first ever drifting tournaments. It is really difficult to get it into line and get it sat in. OZ2 working through for it, and I think it's around here that the bonnet starts shredding and coming up. Trying to get it to work around the DKS longsword machine. Fights it back on the exit, kicking back round. And then suddenly, oomph. There goes the top, creates a little bit of air pressure that goes underneath it and actually adds more resistance. And so the car stalls out even quicker than before. You'll see it here in super slow-mo, hopefully. Oh, we're just gonna miss it, bang. Open it goes. Catching the tyre, can't get the drift. And look at it, OZ4. I know my run is toast. Yeah, I'd have that reaction as well, my dear. I'd have that reaction as well. To the point where it might be that you get one last chance of it. Another 0 out and a tow job, and crew's gonna have to work pretty rapid to get that fixed, because if they can get that fixed within, oh, I don't know, 2 runs, 5 minutes, there'll be a chance to go out there for one more go, and nothing to lose if they can get that back up and running, but they are going to be very short on time to get that back and into any form of repair. Running into play, Matskiewicz Kirill, already on a lovely 90 score plus, as is many in this competition so far. 93.5, 4th place. Would currently have to go up against Artyom Shabanov in Super Top 4 semi-final 1. So, have you got more to improve? Or are you going to be staring down the barrel of your own teammate? That's the question that will be on the lips of everyone. As there goes that A90 Supra into OZ1. Had to wait a little bit to get it to turn, but it is on the mark, and now needs to fight off the exit into TG1 and into OZ2. Lovely over the top. Oh, Matskiewicz, you're doing this one perfect. Now here into OZ3 again, hits the mark, speeding up. OZ4 is a little bit to be desired. All good except that. Finishes the run off nice and neatly. I think he understood the assignment was already done. I'm just trying to get myself to get a little bit more consistency value, top notch. Pushing on with it with so much. Kicks it up over, very happy with that. And then probably is looking around at that saying, right, I'm doing all I can to make this one even better than a 93.5. And ultimately, it sets itself apart at OZ4, which ultimately is a sneaky one because it encroaches on you so quick. 2, 1, 1. That's 4 points gone. Best you can hope for now is a 96. And I think if you're looking at it, that finish didn't show commitment either, so they might dock points for that as well. It's going to be very interesting to see how that's going to play out. I wonder. I don't think it's enough. I think it's a low 90, high 80. But if that's just a look at it, that's a practice. Have another go, sunshine. So let's do it again. Matskiewicz, Kirill. After that practice go around, which looked absolutely on it. Here we go. Pushing in for OZ1, Matskiewicz, Kirill. Giving it all some, and then some, and then some more. TG1, OZ2, looking like it's absolutely on rails. Dips a tyre over in maybe a second. Again, fighting back, 2 and 2. Early stagger, fighting to get it round. 2-2-2, gets the job done. Oh, he had to wait forever for it. The tyre spools up, a dream off the exit there of the normal turn 1, but out of the final corner. Really had to chuck that about. Really had to throw it down. Matskiewicz, 1 tyre over, is a dock of 2. I am looking forward to see this result. Just watch. So, Matskiewicz, Kirill gets in his marks. I think can be very happy and excited with the 2 drifts that have been put together on the run and the attempt. And so, I think this is going to be smiles for miles as they set themselves out and apart in through the garage. Also gave an extra couple minutes there to Lin Gaoyuan. Taking a little look at the engine there, trying to get it cooled as quickly as possible. Big old catch there. Almost use a fishing pole to get that all sorted. Selfies about as well, and pictures. 48 at 18 is 66. And then you got 74, 83, 92 and a half on the mark from Matskiewicz, Kirill. And so it's more than enough to keep up, but 92 and a half, not enough to improve. Remains in 4th at best. So, next up on the docket, last car in Group 5. Yvonne Pei is now looking to try and get this one all on in. S15 needing to get drifting like you own it. Engine note rising. 3 marks and a 4th. Yvonne's going to want this one. He's going to want it big. Lovely, lovely. Fight it, lovely. Oh yes, OZ1 a dream. Gives it big angle into OZ2, right up over the curb. Oh, I think this is going to be very good if you can get OZ3 right and gets more than enough of it. OZ4, is it going to be there? 3, 2, 1 only. Oh, fight it, fight it, fight it. Yes, gets it out of dodge. That nearly stalled out. That could have been the run there. Wow. Brilliant stuff from Ivan. He knows how important these runs are going to be. Leave it on the table. Top 32 only for Shanghai Apex at the induction, the welcome round. on a 76.5. He has done more than enough to get himself a top half berth. It is that good of a field. Everyone is drifting with so much talent. It is ridiculous. Just had to fight that one. It was wanting to come back round quick. 3, 2, look at it. Whoa, you might get away with a 2 there. And then having to really fight to get that out of the corner. In Van Pay, what do you have? Six more to go. 7 more to go, sorry, and then we're there. Nick Lee lining up and wanting to give it everything and then some. But we await that point score that comes on in. Zero. Oh! Oh, they're going to zero him out for losing it at the end of OZ4. Oh, that's harsh. That is so harsh. I thought he'd just done enough to get that back out, so he stays on a 76.5. That is just unlucky in my view. You're not going to get more than that. Connor Sharp immediately over to shake his hand and go, you gave that a really good go. Desperately unlucky that he zeroes out. And so, one final group about to get themselves ready. I would love to see where the bottom stands at 32 on back. I'd love to know who's out, and I'd love to know who's bubbling. Can probably guess that Lu Qiao is in trouble. No Lin Gaoyuan, no Gao Shanbo. But now these final 6. With the opportunity to put a driver like Leonid Schneider on the shelf for the opening round. Nick Lee in that BMW F40 or F87 and M2. He's got an identical one exactly like it in the garage. And I think he wants this more than I think, you know. Team Doremos. Alex, Chinese commentator, drives for Doremos. So now, OZ1. Ah, he's all over the line. And now trying to work it out of the exit. He's going to manage it. OZ2. Did well through TG1. Here at OZ2 again. Hitting the mark well. Oh, lovely line. Coming out through. Now, oh, he's going to get all the cones. Oversteps it at OZ3. OZ4 brushes it and gets more cone for his troubles then. As he works it out. That is tire out the run. Tyre out at OZ1, nearly 2. And then you're fighting this one back. Lovely OZ2, by the way. And they're making OZ2 look so easy, and it's so hard. You're up over the bump. Different property of surface. Gathering it back. Look at it sit so nicely in on that. You can tell when it's going up through the gears that it oscillates up and down. But this is the moment. Bang, bang. Oh, and then a little brush. Takes a cone for good measure. Look at that. Smoke pouring out the back. Lovely stuff. So, Lots to go and consider. Nick Lee jumps out the car. Oh yeah. I left a lot out there, and there's still more to give. 5 more to go up, or 6 more to go after him. And understanding that the next that will come along will be ready as he gets wheeled back into the garage. Call it 50 through line and angle. 57, 65, 72.5 for Nick Lee. Goes 25th there with that. And that is just safe. 72.5 right now is your pass mark. So, anyone below 72.5, panic, quake, and fear. Shalva Adziashvili. Next up out there, representing Ukraine by way of Tbilisi in Georgia. Working here today with his Lilu machine over with Champion Speed Sports DRS drifting team. And we'll be eyeing this one up and saying, okie dokie, caliber's high, and I think I'm a pretty good drifter. Now let me have a go and see what everything else is all about. Not going to replace those cones, we're just going to take them back and say, look, they're there. Go reach. 4:15 in the afternoon. And so now you're looking to try and say, okay, what more are you going to go and find? There go the cones. They'll be rearranged and put on. Can I have them on my line, please? There, happy. Oh, a little bit close. Yeah, I'll do. We'll get ourselves in with Shaq in a moment. Shalva Adziashvili, ready for Champion Speed Sport DRS drifting team. As it stands, if everyone can get over 72.5, it is it's Kaitak who's going to be the one in trouble. Kaitak Ho over at Gold Court. Adziashvili, oh, lovely speed on it. The line looks fantastic. Shack attack going through into OZ2. Shalva is throwing it absolutely down. Maybe a tyre off there at the back half of OZ2. OZ3 looks great. Into OZ4, stalling. Yes, Shaq! Oh, Adziashvili has come to play as well. This competition keeps on getting better and better. So good, we got it playing twice on the music. Look at it as it chucks through OZ2. Yes, there's a tyre off. They'll deduct 2 points for it. Wow. But it does just absolutely ace as it works on through each and every outside zone. That is just switched on. And it shows the level of talent that nobody's going to get a free pass out there. Everyone is going to have to just find their ground and go for it. And my, is everybody going for it. Look at it, 3-2, engages for a 2. Lilu absolutely loves it. What more can you say about a run like that? That was so good. And there's still at least 12 more runs to come before Super Top 4. Shack down in the paddock. Very lovely drift, and he'll hope for a big old point score for it. 48 at 15, 63. Add 9, 72. Add 8, 80, 88. I think we're going to be sitting on there. And I think you'll be very happy with that. Adziashvili, I think we'll be looking at that going a monstrous result. Up to Kevin now next. BMW M2 in the 606. Kevin Lan wanting this one to go and wanting this one to go aggressive. Happy birthday, Kevin Lan. Now, he has absolutely smashed the front of that here on this drift position. And he makes sure to avoid it, but he puts a couple tyres over the mark. Now needing to go and fight that back, and missing through OZ2, fighting hard to get it back. Is it gonna drive? He tries it. Coming back then for OZ3, only gets the 1 point for it. OZ4, yeah, that's okay. Gets it around, but it's not gonna hit the mark of 72.5 that's needed. Not gonna be enough, not yet. Steps him out, not much you can do about it, but gather it up, keep it going. Early transition though, need a bit more patience. You can see, trying to fight it back, and that early transition, you miss TG1, can't touch and go it. You miss OZ 2.1, you miss OZ 2.2. If you're not careful, and does so. So you're having to gather it back at the end. And very barely manages to do even that. A run that I would say barely touched the sides, but there will be still time to go and get another attempt through on it. That 606 has work to do. So, happy birthday. You're gonna need a bit more for this to be a birthday present of the top 32. There are drivers all around that want to steal a march on that. Mark my words about it. You've got guys like Kevin Lee on 68 points who will be very nervously watching these, trying to get on through for the only Marvi attempt, because Zhang Hao and his car is written off. So there is still going to be a case to be made for many, and they are just going to have to hope that their result is enough to get them what they want. Lining up next then is Chun Jilong, running in number 26 out there. And we're still waiting for that to go through for Kevin Lan. And I don't think we're going to get that scored. So it's going to be tough. And ultimately, I think you're going to be saying, right, it didn't really matter too much. It's still going to be whether I'm in or whether I'm out. Chun Jilong waiting. Another one representing the Champion Speed Sports DRS drifting team. They really know how to put it all together when they need to. Feng Chi, the ace. Everyone, of course, on that learning path along with him. And trying to get as much time as possible out there and sorting out that as they play. Zeros given as the regard. So will be currently on the outside looking in and needs to do something about it. So will this be enough of a run that will get Chun Jilong in that E92 into position? A lot easier to import the BMWs than the Japanese export. So will this be enough to charge on forward and to a top 32 berth? Chun Jilong pushing it through OZ1. That looks very nice, very composed. Can it get out of the exit of OZ1? Okay, yes it can. Now over into OZ2 off of TG1. This is looking very, very nice, but gather it back. Having to really fight with the handbrake there to get it sorted. Over into OZ3, now hitting OZ4. Oh, you can't get much closer to the wall, but dips tyres off on the exit. Too much travel. There's gonna be a look at that and say, how much more can you do? That might be a cheeky -10 at the end. Oh, and if it is, there's not much margin left for error. There is not much that you can say, except that was a hard-fought one. Look at how it narrowed back up. Had to fight to get it back round. Here at OZ1, look at a transfer here in 4K. Excellent over TG1. Couldn't ask for it much better. Gives him all the angle. You can see how the wheel just stops and starts over the bump and then gets it back around. OZ3 looks great. OZ4, travel, took so much speed in to get it to hit the mark where it did, and ultimately it just couldn't grip up. I think the tyres are starting to let go a bit there by the end of that run. You can see he's just trying to scrabble. It's like Yorkshire Terrier on lino, isn't it? Just about on the line. I'm really interested to see what this score is. Is it another one that has to sit by and wait? Leo is the scout. Guys like Li Shanghai waiting on 69 points. Is this another guy who is going to say, I'm in, and I will bump you down one more? Comfortable, hoping on the run there, that BMW. I'm really interested here. I want to see what this is all about and whether this will be enough to get on in. Remember, there is still one more run for all drivers and 2 for the final 3 that are going of Zheng Wenxi, of the likes of Jiang Zhihe, and then ZZC in the 721, Zheng Sichen, who waits in position. So, waiting in the wings and getting ready to go and jump forward now is Zheng Wenxi out there, who normally runs for Zhongshi #1 Racing OPS Drift Team. He's going to be definitely wanting to get on with it, get pushing quickly in his E46, which has got an 800 brake horsepower LT5 engine in the front of it, which is out of a Chevrolet. It's a 6.2 litre supercharged pushrod V8. It is the most powerful production engine that Chevrolet has ever built. It's part of a Gen 5 small block, and it follows through with a standard 2.65 litre Eaton supercharger with dual fuel injection, and is allowed as a crate engine by Chevrolet, which I think is epic out there. And so we'll be getting ourselves a lot to go and through and say, right, game on is the challenge as we get ourselves ready. 4 more. And absolutely, we wait for the confirmation. Well, there we go. 41 and 12 makes 53. Fluidity at 6, 59. Add 8 for pace and speed. 72. Not enough to be fully safe yet for Chun Zhilong. 72 is just on the wrong side. Kai-Tak can breathe a little sigh of relief potentially. Every mark that is hit, you hope there's more. Zheng Wenxi, next up. And knows 72 plus is still the mark that needs to be consistently found. Every driver that doesn't make it, one less. Listen to that roar of that Chevy LT5 engine. Chucks it into OZ1, looks great. Gets out of the exit fine. OZ and TG, well, OZ2, TG1, all nice. Oh, it's shallow. Really having to compensate for it off the exit. Catches TG2. OZ3 looks great. OZ4 over the mark. Bang, bang. Oh, nowhere on that last part. That's points on the table. That's a half chance. Zheng Wenxi really pushing for it, really trying to go. But this is the problem. Over the jump, squares it. And you've got to carry it over the top. I know that down the crest, you get over the other side, car grips up a lot easier. That's the problem, it grips over the bump. Some can manage it and some can't. OZ3 was great. No problems with OZ3. OZ4 had to make a correction there in the middle. You saw the small oscillation of that front right tyre. So all it takes sometimes for it to just grab and go a different direction. Look at it stall out. Gold-plated rims. Hey, big spender. Not yet. I don't think you're 100% safe yet. Be very interesting to hear the result and see where this is going to be. So, this is going to be a 0.5 run. Let's call it 46 and a half. 71 and a half. Kai-Tak at the moment will feel safe. Oh, this is going to be agonizing. Got to find a way. 71 and a half. You need to get to at least 72 to have confirmed safety. You leave yourself short by even half a point, you're going to be worrying. you're going to be truly, truly worrying about whether you've done enough or not. It is so close. It is so tight. There are no guarantees in the Royal Drift Series that you are here to drift another day. So, with that all into mind, next up will be the 317 free agent from Jinan in China, the 37-year-old Jiang Zhishi, who we wait for next. BMW F87 or an M2 out there being piloted. It's got the 0 mileage sponsorship on the side. And this one is going to need to go, and it's going to need to get something nice on the board here. Lovely setup then. Working into OZ1, wheels over through OZ1.1. Now needing to fight off the exit of it, and does so quite nicely. Lovely trail of smoke there fighting, but it's shallow! It's shallow! Over through OZ2, and that's going to be points left on the table. You normally get 9. Again, only just clipping for 2. Now needs OZ4 to be absolutely ace. It is. Get it turned round. Nice finish to the run from Jiang Zhishi. And this could be close again on the mark. You are fighting for it every stage of the way. Every corner is a battleground. It gripped way too early. Had to fight back, only gets 1, then 2. Over through OZ2. Has left, what, 6 points, 5 or 6 points on the table there. Got to find out how much commitment it is. Angle maybe is a little bit to be desired as well. Kicks it in, about 45 degrees there. And looks for it to grip. 3, 2, 2. Perfect. OZ4 was a dream. Jiang Zhishi, are you in on that first run? Are you out? I'm leaning towards in, judges. I don't know about you. I'm leaning towards in. I think he's in. Fans having a good look at this. All the VIP set up. So many spaces for these important guests to come along and watch. Thumbs up. Question will be, now what? As the next run, of course, is there, set and ready. Jiang Zhishi will have a nervous wait. ZZC getting into position. There's the look, 48 line and angle, 52, 60, 67 for Jiang Zhishi, so it's on the other side of the mark. It is currently the bubble. 67 points is your bubble. Oh, goodness gracious. And that will put Leo on the bubble at 67 points. Leo might get in as a 32 seed. Jiang Zhishi is the only one who has not yet gone. And he is someone, Jiang Zhishi, who is just 16 years of age, looking to try and prove he's got what it takes. The youngest competitor here. Can he get this absolutely on a dime and do what everyone knows ZZC can show off with his potential. Not often you see drifters this young going at it. Can he upset the odds? Gets it to kick, clutch it. OZ1. Oh, that's so nice. Tyre dips, but it's still nice. TG1 gets hit, OZ2. It's lovely, it's over the mark. It's exactly what it needs to be. Oh, he misses TG2. OZ3, does he get over? Yes. OZ4, now you need something here. 3, 2, 3. Oh, he's gone so deep, he's overcooked it. Oh, did he get all 4 out? If he did, he'll get zeroed. Oh, hold your breath. Hold your breath. This guy's got more than enough to make it into top 32 cut. The only question will be, can he? I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Through OZ1, TG1, and OZ2. Nothing wrong with that. That's as good as some of the best we've seen. It's OZ4 that's the big worry wall. Carried so much to get it through, to get it over. And I wonder, I truly do wonder, whether this is going to be more of the same. The banner comes off on the drift, rips it, and then 1, 2, 3. Oh, please don't say it's 4. Like, take the -20 for it. I think it's 4. It's 4. All 4 wheels go off. They'll have to zero the run, and he'll have to do it all over again one last time. In the pure hope, that he can get himself into top 32. He's the sort of guy who knows he can book his place, because 67 is the mark, and you want to give yourself more than that. Guys like Lan Shikai, I think, should be able to get past the 67 mark as well. Those two is the worry, and they will mark it as a 0. ZZC now is going to have to do it the hard way. 1 run, 1 opportunity, last run of qualifying. Whew! So, Nick Lee looks around at it, knows that he's got his final run set. 72.5 is safe. And now he will go and launch. One more time as he chucks it on in. OZ1 looking good, looking nice. Now pushing over to OZ2 through TG1 with no problems. OZ2 fighting hard for it to get back. Knows he's got to give it a bit more, and does. Loves it. OZ3 loves it. OZ4, oh, pushes into the side. It shreds it up like he's put it in the paper shredder. OZ4 there puts a mile of smoke up to finish off. Nick Lee burning it down. Ace to the line at OZ1. Nothing to fault there. Then over through OZ2. Look at that as it bounces over the jump. Looking for the clearance. Okay, 1.5 to 2. You might get away with that. Then it's only 1. But gathers it back for a lovely OZ3. The skirt's trying to fall off the side of it. But that's just the way it is. Look at it. Shred it up. Like a knife through a letter. All over it, and then some. Tries to kick it through. Gives it a whole lot of welly to finish off the run. We are really being spoiled here at the Royal Drift Series for some of this running. Nick Lee bringing the Doraemon's machine back into pit lane. The man from China, Macau. You brought something home with you. Look at that. Royal Drift Series out there. Buff it out, it'll be there. Big fist bump, very happy with the job. And just having to fix some of the plastic there on the light cover. At risk of coming off. Lovely, lovely stuff there from Nick Lee. And he will know just how good of a drift that is. So 44 and 13 makes 57, 67 to commitment. It's 83 and a half, and currently it's a top half berth out there. 83 and a half for top half. Wow. Shaq is more than safe and well in the top half. It's just a question whether Shalva Agiashvili can move this one into the next phase. Top 8, top 4. Super top 4 would be awesome. Adziashvili, he doesn't have to do much to get there. The way he goes about it is absolutely awesome. Now he goes for it. OZ1, a lovely angle again. Dips it over though with a tyre and 2. And that's going to be problematic if you want to go and score the point. Nose is going to be absolutely faultless. Another tyre dips off. He's not improving on this one because that was 2. So he'll be down 20 on the line and more there. And now he's just overcooked it every single stage of the way. Shaq Aziashvili, though, is going to be a real threat when it comes to competition. Look how quick he is for Champion Speed Sport DRS. Well, let's get a look at this. 44 and 19. It's going to be there, and it's going to be strong out there on the run. That is going to put you up to 63. 89 it's given, so it is even a slight improvement. So obviously those tyres over the line, not necessarily seen as much. And so that should be going out there and saying, look, you're going to want to go and say, how much more do you need? So there's some happy times out there for Shaq Adziashvili. But now, setting up into line, one driver who needs something out there, and it is Kevin Lunn, who will turn and look at this and say, I'm on a 0, I've got to get to 72 points. Bare min, 67 is the pass mark at this moment. If he does, it would currently put Chunjilong out as it stands. Here goes. OZ1. Looking for it. Oh, dear me. That's going to need some help back. Here to OZ2, which is shallow again. No, and can't get back. Needs more help. Needs more try. Needs more to push for it, and misses out on OZ3 too. Now into OZ4. Oh, the run's just gone completely there. That is not what the doctor needed. And that might be what gives Leo Schneider safety. Might have just got away with it. You look at it on the line. Pushes it hard in at OZ1. Has to try and gather back. And I don't quite think the lessons of that first run were followed into this second. Again, just can't get it to grip up over the bump. Misses it. Good 2 feet. Second part missed by a good 3 feet. Gets the final line. Gets 1 point for it. Works the crossover. Too much angle. Grips up too quickly. Can't get there. And then OZ4 comes along. Figures away 3. And then it just doesn't want to play. Locks it up. And I would say a nightmare scenario once more. And you can only hope that you can gather it back, give yourself more. Zero's out for the second time. Well, not what Kevin Lan would have been wanting on a birthday. A 0-0. Happy birthday at the Royal Drift Series. And now, there is only 2 to fade for Leo Schneider. Those 2 are Chun Jilong and ZZC. Those are the 2 you have to fade in order to get into the dance. And to that mark as well, Jiang Zhishi on 67. Hold your breath. Chun Jilong is next. Only 4 runs remain here in qualifying. Chun Jilong, champion speed sport DRS drifting team. Currently sitting on the bubble at 72. To give himself then a look at it. He'll be very happy with this result if he can just put it all together. Yes, through OZ1 on the exit, gives it a whole heap of sideways. Now OZ2 looking good, but the pace is the issue now. Needs to get out of dodge. OZ3, hurry, hurry. 2-1, not good enough. OZ4, 3, 2, 2. Happy with that. That will get more than the job done. That's better than 72 points. Gives more margin, a desperate more margin needed. Chun Jilong will be very, very happy with the effort that he has put in. Now, is that enough for Zheng Wenqi? Let's have a look. Really trying to kick it in here at OZ1. And he knows he's got to find a line that sets himself up. He's 2 tyres over. And then he has to try and fight it back here at OZ2. Let's see it on the super slow-mo. Really fighting to get that back. Gets well over. Oh, look how much it fights back. Over through at TG1. OZ2 looks a dream. 3 on the mark there at OZ2. He's really fighting to get that sideways. There's the correction. And you go, wow, what more am I going to find? Here, gets well over at OZ3. And then chucks it back in and says OZ4, perfect on the marks. That's a lovely, lovely drift there. Zheng Wenqi, I think, is going to look at that and go, I was already safe, but now I'm a lot more safe. From that 71.5 mark that he sat with at Zhongce #1 Racing OPS Drift Team. So, is this going to be more of the same? How far up the order are you going to go? Big waves then from the crowd. They're very happy to be there. And they know how important these runs have all been. So, hold yourself steady. We'll take a look down at pit lane. I'd give that a big thumbs up, Zheng. And I would say you've done a very, very good job with that drift, and we'll see you in top 32. Whereabouts, though, is the question. Are we going to see you in the middle bracket around you, or are you going to see the underdog story have to prevail? Oh, 36 and 11, 47 and 9, 56, 62, 69. It's not an improvement from Zheng Wenqi. And I think that's quite harsh. And so, it now turns over to Jiang Zishe. 67 points on the bubble, needs an extra half a point. 1, 2, 3. And gives it everything he can think of and more. Now works for it. Lovely. No, he's short. Oh, he's short through both parts. He might be stuck on the bubble, and that might give Leo Schneider what he needs. 1 again, 1 here. Now needing 3, gets there. How much is he giving up on the line as he works through into OZ3? Now here comes OZ4, and he's 2, 1, 1, and he's really trying to chuck that back round, and he gets over. Oh, has he opened the door up for ZZC? That might be the moment where his top 32 dream inevitably goes on life support. Works hard for it, gives himself what he can. 1 there on the mark. You see it here from the drone cam. 2, you'll give that 2. And then 3, so it's looking better and better as we get the slow-mo on it. Lovely through OZ3, into OZ4. Look at it, that's what you're looking at here. How good is the out to getting the pace up, to getting that drift across? Simply put, that's what you're aiming for, above all else. Gets it to just stagger and slide. Go with every little bit of something that he can think of. Really chucking it in with that angle. Lovely to see from Jiang Zishe. This might be more than enough. Is it enough, though, the second half of the lap to mitigate the faults of the first half? That's where the question lies. It's not my choice. There's 5 people who decide that. Stepan Zemtsev, the line judge. Denis Denisov, the angle judge. Stanislav Doljic, the commitment judge. Erasmo Rios on pace. Danila Vorobiev on fluidity. And there's just one to go after this before Super Top 4 makes itself known. I think he's done enough to get there. By how much is the question, if at all. Having a very good look right down deep by the radiator there. Maybe a slight cause for concern. So no commitment given. 36 at 12.5 is 48.5, 53. Oh, they're not going to give it. 60.5, and he's on the outside. 63.5, and he is on the outside. So Leo, you're in if this guy cannot find a score. ZZC. BMW E46. 2JZ engine. Last run of the day. It is in or out, and there is no alternative to it. ZZC setting himself up for OZ1. Yes, absolutely on the marks. That's what you want to see from the 16-year-old. OZ2 over the mark again, perfect. Get it out of there, get it out of there at TG2, yes! OZ3, looks great, now slow it down, this is where it went wrong last time. 2, 2, oh, 0! Oh, did he go into no-go zone? Oh, this is gonna be so close. Oh, this is gonna be close. I think he'll have enough if it's all put out okay. Oh my goodness me, this is gonna be a nail biter. Zheng Sichen. Oh, ZZC. You just worry if Zheng Sichen is going to get that in or not. It's such a difficult position to put on a driver so young to say you are either in or out, you've got one chance, go do it. Just fighting it, trying to get it to grab, and it just doesn't. I think it dips a tyre. It looked so good up until that final corner, which has been just getting at him. Gets 1, 2, 3 all sorted. You add the fourth element. Look at him fight for it. Grabs the handbrake. And then it just doesn't play the way it needs to. This is a big call. Wally system is there. Helps tabulate. Helps get the result necessary. It's been a long day at the office. We've had everything. We've had rain, we've had shine, we've even had electricity outages. What is it gonna be here around Shanghai Tianma? What is the difference maker? What is going to be enough to get you through and into the dance? Because I believe it's Leo Schneider on the bubble on 67 points. Everyone holds their breath and waits on this deliberated result. The difference between being in and out is such a fine line sometimes. Has ZZC done it? We'll wait and see. There's a lot that lands on a result like this one. As the sun beginning to consider it set here. We've still got Super Top 4 to go. And we'll see that in just a moment's time. So we will await to hear the result. And that will come along shortly here with the Royal Drift Series, round 1 at Shanghai Tianma. 57 on the mark, 54, 57, 60.5, 61. It's not gonna be enough. We'll call it 62. Oh, count your lucky stars, Leo Schneider. Zheng Sichen is out. 62 is not enough. And so that will do it for qualification. We've still got Super Top 4 to decide, but I would love to have a look at where everyone is now stacked up as far as your top 32 are concerned, because my goodness, have we had a treat of qualifying with all of the best going out there and proving. We'll have Tandem to come along, and it's all about, did you hit your marks? Did you get committed on the results that you needed? And the answer to that ultimately ended up being a no. So there is so much more that can be seen and said, but ultimately it's enough to be in for Leo Schneider on 67 points by the looks of things. We'll just await confirmation on who your top 32 are before we head into Super Top 4. And what a time it will be. So what we can confirm at the top is that Time Up will be up against each other in Super Top 4, because it will be the likes then of, actually no, I'll correct myself, they're in on play. I'm not quite sure it's correct. Jerry didn't get a 94. It was going to be the driver of Jarkko Julia on 94 points, and then over on 93.5. There we see a little bit of an issue out there as we get the names coming through. Well, you did have a little fault in the middle, so maybe that has just jumbled up a couple of things out there. But ultimately, I would look around at the point scoring, and I would say the points are correct. It's just the driver's names that maybe are a little bit shaken out. But look at it, 86.5. Sometimes not even enough for a top 10. And you can see there how much it shakes up. Von Chi, there, Connor's name coming up quite a bit. So we've got a few points that we need to put in the right places here at the top that are qualified. But ultimately, it is set out in the way that it does. And we believe that Leo Schneider is safe on 67 points and had to be very much switched on for those 67 points, and now knows it will be a hard day at the office tomorrow to start up against his own teammate of Artyom Shabanov, there, the boss of all bosses. So with that said, top 32 will get ready, but we'll do Super Top 4 and we'll get straight into it. Tandem semi-final, tandem final. It is going to be then Artyom Shabanov versus Matskevich Kirill. Here, winner plays the winner of Jarkko Julia and Pavel Korpelinski. Big old challenge coming up for them. Who will now work with Tandem? Much different Tandem out there to what you see from the solo qualifying runs. It's all about how you follow your opponent. If you're chasing, you've got to really try and stay as close to the A-pillar, get to the door handle as much as you can, or even directly alongside. Never forward, never too far back, never gapped, and go where they go. If you're in front, you've got to show that you hit the lines, you hit the marks, and everyone around you is going to know that you set an incredible pace and tempo to go and follow. Absolutely identical. Two Toyota Supra A80s, both running 2JZ GTEs with 1,000 brake horsepower apiece. The two horses then at Time Up are going to launch, and they're going to have to prove that their run is better than the other. So Super Top 4, get yourself super ready. These two know they want to go, and they want to absolutely tear the roof down off of all of these buildings, the paddock buildings over there on the right, the Hyundai Centre that is there, and co, and even over off into the distance there through the Royal Drift Series tower that sits itself in place. So, Reds getting ready. Let's go. Grace period there on the inside. You have to leave room to allow it to go. Oh, he gets right up in his grill. Matskiewicz Kirill gets right up in Artyom Shabanov's grill through OZ1. Now he's going to have to try and get this one sorted here. OZ2, he's forward slightly there, and he's having to fight hard to get through here as Matskiewicz Kirill. I think this is standing more. Artyom Shabanov's having a lovely drift right now, working in through to OZ4, 3-2-2 on the mark, and Matskiewicz has straightened out too much off of the exit. Doors open, and will come and walk on through. Look at that. That is just trying to get in your grill. You're supposed to work in the grace period there, so they might even zero that off for saying you didn't respect it by seeing where the lines were. Really hard work being put on in there. Artyom Shabanov on the transition, looking great, getting more angle. Caught slightly in front there was Matskiewicz Kirill. And so, if you're not going to be able to follow that mark, you're going to have to get there. Look, it's forward. You can't be forward. And so I think this is in the hands. Look, having to work hard, get the handbrake on to get the sideways rotation. It's not quite there. It's having to fight to get back. You can see 2 car widths there, the gap. And ultimately struggling to get that angle. Artyom Shabanov. It says on the back, boss of all bosses. He's proving that one. And he knows how good that his running is going to be as he rushes it into OZ4 and pretty much puts it down and says, look, what more are you going to find out of me, sunshine? I've proven I can go. Now they're going to have to do it. Roles reversed. So, Matskiewicz Kirill, the Belarusian, on the left-hand side. Artyom Shabanov, Russian champion of 2024. On the left here of your picture will be right of the screen as we see them off and away. A battle of 2 time-up Supras. Now you'll switch it the other way around and give it absolutely all of it. So, Matskiewicz on the left, the man from Minsk, and the man from Moskva, Artyom Shabanov. Set yourself up steady. Nothing too silly here, Artyom, and you're into the final. Matskiewicz Kirill will have to pull out all the stops here from a lead position. He's got to hit every mark. He's got to get more angle, more pace, more commitment than everything else. Here we go. Marks now start. Oh, and it's a late getaway there from Matskiewicz Kirill. You could see there just how much of a stutter step there was. And Artyom Shabanov is trying to get up there. Lovely stuff then through the first part of OZ1 into OZ2. They're now going to work up over the top. And now, how are you going to hold? This is looking great here from Shabanov. And now he'll look at this transfer. OZ3 to OZ4. This is nice. I think he's done more than enough. He gets in deep. Don't make contact. And Kirill, I think, is going to know. Artyom Shabanov has thrown down an absolutely beautiful run, and I think he's ahead, and I think he's gone and got that one without really too much concern at all. Matskiewicz Kirill giving it a red-hot go, hitting his marks, setting a really nice lead tempo, but Artyom Shabanov was there with him every stage of the way. He looked more poised, could hold the angle better on the chase, and I think he's got this one wrapped up to go on through. Whether it's going to be a 5-0 or a 5-2, I don't know. But I think there's more than enough to see a decision between them. That might be the only moment. Slightly forward, but he got back pretty much as quick as a whippet. Lovely stuff between the pair, who are chucking it down like nobody's business, saying, I want in, I want to get it, and I want to go for it. And that you really see from 2 identical machineries saying, I am going to put it all out there and prove I'm top dog out there in my team of time up. So back to pits with the pair of them. There's no, I would say, moment out there on the front. They just have to sit and wait for it. Next to each other in the garage as well. Leaf blower there for Matskiewicz Kirill. And so, But wait for the result from your 5 judges. In the meanwhile, Pavel Korpelinski and Jarkko Julia sit and wait and look to try and give themselves a day to remember. One of them will make the final. Jarkko able to win the welcome round. Pavel Korpelinski, someone who goes out there, has drifted against the very best, has taken a tandem victory over James Dean. 5-time champion James Dean missed a drift at this moment of the world. So, top 32, which way is it going to go? Stepan Zemtsev has the control of the first vote. Matskovich, or are you going to go the other way? Don't know yet. So ultimately it's going to be a hold. We don't quite know yet if the judges are ready to deliver that result. And so if they have to deliberate a little more, that leans closer to a one more time. That might have to be called out there. So take another look. Half a tyre maybe on the line. Is it slightly over from Artyom Shabanov? Is he being pushed into that position well by Matskovich Kirill? Has to do a lot of work to get back. And I think he's not quite done enough there through that first run. Oh, judges, what do you want to do about it? What do you want to do about that? Where are you going to find that to set up and into play? These two know that they'll have to go no matter what happens. It will just be a question of will there be any follow-up or not from the pair of them. Super top four, 4 different nationalities representing 3 different teams. That's what we call a healthy drift competition, ladies and gentlemen. As we await results in. Zemtsev, Denisov, Dolgic, Vorobiev, and Rios all say that's Artyom Shabanov. 5-0 and into Super Top 4 final, where Artyom will face the winner of Pavel Korpelinski and Jarkko Julia. Julia on the right, representing over at the team of zero mileage lubricants, New OU Gold Core. On the left, representing Right Hands 441 BW Updrift, Pavel Korpelinski. Poland versus Finland in this Super Top 4 semi-final. It is a big battle of big machinery, a tale as old as time between 2 Nissans. An R32 of Godzilla, a Sylvia from Pavel Korpelinski. They know what they're all about. and they would have drifted against each other in European Championships. They've seen each other's tape. They know what they have to do. Go out there, score, and get everything you can on the board. Look at this then from Paweł Korpelinski. He tries to get himself set. Jarko Julha isn't going to let him go though easily, and he straightens out. Oh dear, Jarko straightens out. Now he's going to have to work double time to get himself back. Paweł senses it, tries to work back. Jarko again struggling. He's that rear right again. That rear right struggled in the first heat. Out there as he went through for his first run. I think it's locked again. Rear right tyre. Look at it as he tries to fight for it. Gets it set. Keep an eye on that rear right. Watch it here. Oh, we're just going to miss it, but it's the rear right that straightens out and basically locks. He can still drive it forward. It's exactly the same problem he had in his first heat. Fights hard to get it back. Oh my. Jarko, if you've got damage, buddy, then you have got the world to try and get this against Paweł Korpelinski, and you're going to have to spend a good few hours tinkering away on it to make sure it gets itself fixed. Straightens up, has to fight hard to get it back. Anyone else would have abandoned it. Not Jarko. Paweł just doing what he needed to do. Look how early it is. That is pretty much a case of I'm going to have to lift out of it, zero out the run. I just want to see that tyre, that rear right. Jarko goes so quickly. Rear is there and almost locked. So, Jarko then goes to the left. As lead, as chase, Paweł Korpelinski. Knows he's only just got to do what he needs to do, does Paweł, to get by Jarko and move into the final against Artyom Shabanov. Here we go. 2, 3. And Jarko will set us off. Paweł Korpelinski on the chase. Jarko Julha now pushing it hard, gives it all the beans because he has to. And Paweł Korpelinski just only has to follow on his door and give himself enough room. Jarko doing a very good job then through OZ2. Takes a cone note for his trouble, so he's over pushed it slightly as he goes on by. Now through 3 into OZ4, and Paweł Korpelinski looks like he's home and dry. Paweł Korpelinski puts it on well. Jarko as brave as a soldier's attempt was. But ultimately, I think you set down and say, right, I think you're going to have to look at Jarko. He is second best on that attempt, and he'll be out in the semi-finals of Super Top 4 here on your Saturday. I think Paweł Korpelinski leaves a bit to be desired, does Paweł, but knows he's trying to play a risk-free drive, seeing how that would have run at the end for Jarko Julha, being all out of shape. He gets back up then to his door. Paweł Korpelinski very much in the driving seat for that one. Jarko trying to do everything. Look, he set it right up on the bump, waiting for it to come round. It doesn't, and he'll take a cone for his troubles. Look at it, 1. Oh dear. It doesn't even make the barriers, it just digs into the dirt. Results already in. Paweł. Denia says Paweł. Erasmo Rios says Paweł. 5 Pawels says Paweł Korpelinski will battle Artyom Shabanov in the Super Top 4 final here on Saturday. Lovely stuff. So, and then there was one more battle to be had here on Saturday. Just for reference, that is Johnson. Johnson's lovely canine that's there. I'm not sure actually if it's Johnson or Jason's K9, but it's a lovely, lovely dog. Fully trained in everything, and he's a big part of the scene out there for Idans. It's always a big amount of joy. It's brought along from that here at the Royal Drift Series. Needing a tyre change, get that back up into position. And that's great to see there from Jarkko Julha, giving the thanks over to Pavel Korpelinski. A European battle from two who duke it out regularly on the European scene. For those who know, they know. And so now, it is all about one more drift that has to set itself out. Well, two more drifts. One on follow, one on chase. Artyom Shabanov, who got 99 points in the heat, up against Pavel Korpelinski, who was on 95.5. They are going to have to give absolutely everything to go and make that work. And that realization is that A and A1 players of the game are going to be on their best form out there. So, drink top-ups if needed, a screen wipe if you need to put that in. And now, the understanding that you've got to be out there, set, ready. Fans there, it's been a long day, and guess what? You're on. Have a smile. Welcome on in. Royal Drift Series is for everyone. And so, we will hold for one more push. One final battle between two heavyweights. And so they warm up one final time, knowing that this is going to be for all the marbles of Saturday and the bragging rights of saying you are a super top four winner. Artyom Shabanov lining it down at the moment, staring him down from his cockpit, Pavel Korpelinski. It's the man from Moscow versus the Pole, who gets in and says, I'm going to get in my circle now. I'm going to start warming myself up and getting myself into position. Everybody knows that they go and set through. Hello, hi, welcome on in. It's the big dance of Saturday, and maybe a precursor to what we might be able to see on Sunday. It might be these two, the A and A1 favourites, who may have to battle it out again in the round robin at the end of Sunday. But at least right now, they will go and give themselves a Saturday showdown out there. So, qualifying has already come and gone. This super top four is now to decide who is the king of Saturday. Artyom Shabanov on the left, Pavel Korpelinski on the right, the man from Warsaw. Supra plays Sylvia. My oh my, are you ready for drifting action? 1, 2, 3. Lead then for Artyom Shabanov. Korpelinski will try and go for it. Now look at the angles that are being put by the pair of them. Right there together and working forward for it. How's the transfer into OZ2? Beautiful out there. Korpelinski holding on the door handle, lovely. Out of OZ2, lovely lane and angle then from Artyom Shabanov. Korpelinski gives it a big amount of beat, but he's shallow. He's miles shallow out there, and that might cost him a little bit of mark, and it might be advantage Shabanov there through OZ3. Let's have a look. Pavel Korpelinski basically just threw it at the door and said, how close can I get it to make it stick? OZ2 trying to get up into his business. Looking off the exit. OZ3's the key. Gets close, has to lift out of it, and that's where the power of leading comes in. Pavel has to chuck it in short and deep. Cut the corner slightly to get him round, and never gets back to the door. I think Artyom Shabanov advantage. Pavel with it to do. Knows he hasn't got as much power to work with. He's 300 horsepower down on what you can see out of Artyom Shabanov. It's more than enough, he says, does Pavel, to go out there and fight, and he's proving that it is. But this is where you stretch the legs and the difference is made. Had to go shallow, whereas that is a long, long looming line from the boss of all bosses, Artyom Shabanov. You could say that Pavel was in the fumes and very quickly over and into line and ready. Artyom Shabanov taking a little bit longer. And I would be intrigued to know where Artyom is. And I hope nothing has happened to his car as we await one final go around. No, there's no point hiding. You're on camera. We know you're there. And we know you're there, Artyom. So, it's all about who is the biggest fish in this pond and who can manage. Artyom Shabanov now on the chase. Leading out, Pavel Korpelinski. 74 and 77. These two look like the top two. And they look pretty comfortable there in their own shoes. Set it up one more time. Pavel, time to pull out the stops. Artyom, stick with him. And here we go. Big kick up. Shabanov not leaving much room at all. He's forward though. Here compared to Pavel Korpelinski, who's now got a really good chance of showing what he's about. And again, looking to try and force the issue at OZ2. It's well followed there by Artyom Shabanov. Now they're going to work into OZ3. Nice from the pair of them. OZ4 comes along. Artyom closing it right up against the door handle. Oh, he's there all the way. I think Artyom Shabanov's got it. Pavel Korpelinski, so spirited. Very nice run from the pair of them, but I think it's the fact that the doors opened up over through OZ3 to 4 in that first run. Only fault is that Artyom is slightly forward there through OZ1. It's the only fault you can pick at. The Sylvia is smaller by comparison. But look at this through OZ3. Look at this at OZ4. Artyom just chucking it in at the door. Lucky he doesn't make contact. Falls a half step behind. Gets right back up to him. Almost could basically touch the window there with the front tyre and say, knock, knock, who's there? Pavel Korpelinski absolutely chucked one down there. But Artyom Shabanov chucked one right back. Lovely stuff here in the Royal Drift Series. Look at the rotation from the pair. An absolutely gorgeous transfer. And then gorgeous back on the other side as well. Looking for it through 4. Goodness gracious, any closer it's contact. And then it's marked off as a 0. So judges, what do you think you pipe? Have you come to a consensus? There is, just hidden behind the Driftmaster shirt there is Paweł Korpelinski. He wants to try and say, wow, I've just gone back to back to back to back runs trying to get this done. Artyom Shabanov had a bit of time to prepare, work out who he was going to be facing. Champion's advantage, they'll call it, in Super Top 4 for whoever qualifies the car first. With a score of 99 out of 100, by the way. Unheard of. Lovely slow-mo work here with the 4K camera from 1 into 2. Having to push from behind, 2 in front. Artyom giving it all what for. And then chucking it through into OZ3 and OZ4. Leaving it right on the limit. How close do I dare get? I wouldn't dare lay a scratch upon that time-up livery. The right-hands boy getting himself to a point, but a point in which I think this is going to be a very, very close fought affair. Yeah, I'd have that reaction as well, Paweł. Whew. Yeah, busy stuff. Drink demolished. You may need another one, buddy. And I look at him, he's really just trying to gather his thoughts out there. Stay calm. Very hot car. Trying to get as much air to him as possible. And very tiring in that position. Another look. Long old wait here from our judges. Waiting to try and set out and say, am I going to be able to get this sorted? Have I got this result, yes or no? And who's got this result? So, calm descending over the circuit. Is there gonna be more than enough for Artyom Shabanov to get this result? Judges are having a very big deliberation at this point in time. All 5 of them crowded round together, trying to work out, look, is there enough information for me to call a decisive winner, or am I gonna have to call for one more time? It's close. And these fans also looking to make this as close as possible. Big love being shared as we await the final result. Scores on the doors are in. Stepan Zemtsev, Denis Denisov, Stas Dolgic, Danila Vorobiev and Erasmo Rios. It's 5-0. Artyom Shabanov is super top 4 winner at round 1 at Shanghai Tianma. Pavel Korpelinski has to settle for second place. And ultimately, your winner out there giving it all that you need. There is Pavel Korpelinski, your runner-up, jumping out of the car. And ultimately, a very, very good day at the office for him. Nothing to shake a stick at being second in a field like this. Artyom Shabanov, your winner. Seb Fontaine there waiting in the back. That'll do it for our action here on Saturday. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll join you for more here with your Royal Drift Series.
They say drift already has its kings, its legends, its places on the map.
First car to the line.
But what happens when a new place decides it wants everything?
Everybody stand by.
Not next year, not someday.
Car 90 is out.
Now. This is China, and this is not just another race weekend. This is the start of something bigger. A new championship, new names, new pressure, new rivals. A chance to write history from the very first run. Because when everything is new, every battle means more. Every corner matters more. Every name has a chance to become the first one remembered. And one question hangs over all of it. Who is about to change the sport?